Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Meshegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Today is Monday, June 16th of 2025. We are on, I guess technically it's day 2 of Verdict Watch in the re-persecution of Karen Read season 2. We went out, the jury deliberated a little bit on Friday. Today's Monday. Okay, hold on, let me kick over to the Ethernet. See what StreamYard's doing. StreamYard's not doing great. I don't know if they're having issues. I don't know what's going on. We're going to give it a go. The fan is up on Boston 10. Court TV doesn't have it set until 10 o'clock. Law and Crime has court set for 9 o'clock. I have zero makeup on, so we may turn this into like a get ready with me stream. And we're going to need to fill the day, I think. For some reason, I just don't think there's going to be a verdict today. I think it's going to be tomorrow. The more I think about it, especially with this count 2 verdict slip, which is hella confusing. And if people who have decades of experience practicing law are having confusion with verdict slip number 2, I can imagine the jury might. If the jury comes in all dressed up today, dressed up to the nines, it usually means they have a verdict because they want to talk to the media and they all want to look their best. We saw that in the Maya Kowalski case. We saw that in a lot of trials that we cover. Murdoch, I think too, right? Didn't the jury come in all dressed up for Murdoch? So think for me of what kind of things we can do today to kill the time, as it were, and talk about what kind of things we can go over. I had a couple of ideas. I want to look at the verdict slip first. I thought maybe we could, as much as I hate to watch Hank Brennan's opening again, somebody actually did send me a good video of it with decent audio. The problem with Hank Brennan's opening is that he was moving so far away from the mic that he was hard to hear on most channels, but there was one channel who cleaned up his audio and we could listen to it again, maybe at speed and a half, and go through it point by point and see if he proved everything that he said he was going to prove in his closing. We could, let's think of other things we can do. Maybe other things that we can talk about, because if we talk about this case all day while we're waiting, it may just make us insane. If we weren't all crazy, we would go insane. So this is Boston 10, which I think is the only channel so far that has a camera up. Yeah, shout out to Microdots, who did so much work on this case. So much work on this case was Richie. His name is Richie. With his amazing videos. I'm pretty sure that the video that defense team used in court of all of the zoomed in footage from the waterfall, John kissing Karen on the forehead, the, play fighting, the grab ass between Higgins and Brian Albert, the Chris Albert trying to restrain Higgins at the exit of Waterfall while he's going like this. Come here, let's go outside. To John O'Keefe. I think all of that work was done by Richie at Microdots. And he is an amazing wizard when it comes to videos and storytelling. And he's got a lot of amazing videos that recreate, what he thinks happened. And I love the voice that narrates his videos. It's like a British man. I love that guy. So we'll think of things to do. We'll spend the day together and we'll wait. And that's what we're going to do. Any plans for what I will cover after Karen Reed? Well, I'd like to do Kohberger. I haven't covered Kohberger. Thank you, Tabitha, for asking and for your super chat. Haven't covered Kohberger extensively pre-trial really at all. I think I covered Kohberger with Duty Ron and Ed Wallace when that story first broke. And I think that was before I even had my own YouTube channel. And so I would like to go into Kohberger as a juror. I don't think I want to do a whole lot of pre-trial on it. I want to go in, cover that trial fresh with you. And I think there's a lot more to that case than meets the eye. I don't know what happened. I don't know who did it. I don't know if Kohberger did it or not. So I don't really have it. I don't really have an opinion either way yet, but it's going to be interesting to see how the jury is presented with that case. I have a lot of questions about that case. And for those of you who don't know Kohberger, it is the tragic, horrific killing of 4 University of Idaho students. And Brian Kohberger has been arrested and he's in custody and he's awaiting trial, and that is coming out of Idaho. Is it going to be televised or is it going to be audio only? Idaho has some weird rules when it comes to that, and sometimes it's audio only. Does anybody know? I hope it's video and I hope it's good cover. I just can't. It's so hard to cover, especially a trial that is going to be months long with terrible video. It's going to be televised with all right, good. Excellent. All right, so that's going to be a long one too. Yeah, this hot mic moment, I don't think it is what everybody's trying to make it out to be. We'll play it. We'll look at it. Zoom cameras. I hope they have real cameras in there. Oh, I'll be covering Walsh for sure because I've covered all the pre-trial on Brian Walsh. So we'll definitely, absolutely, 100% cover Walsh, but that's not happening until later. I'm talking about immediately what's happening. I think Kohberger is not coming up until August. And has it been delayed? Televised, but the judge is in control of the cameras. They will have court cameras. Okay, that's good. I guess we're going to have to see how that pans out as far as coverage and whether or not it's going to happen in August. Thank you, Tabitha, for your super chat. Anybody have any other ideas of things that are going to be televised longer than that? I mean, I really do. After this is done, you guys, I'm going to need a little bit of a break, like a couple of days. Because I didn't sleep last night. I am, like many of you, an empath. And I am just, when you're an empath, you absorb other people's emotions and things that happen out there in the world that might necessarily be affecting you directly, but this is affecting all of us directly, I think. I need some throat coat. Hold on a second. Adelson, got to be honest, not really into the Adelson thing. Not really into it. There's a lot of other creators that have been covering that trial for a super long time, and I don't know if I'm really that interested in it. Are you guys interested in Adelson? I mean, somebody's moving the camera, so maybe we're getting closer to something happening, but let me just check. A couple of days. Listen, I would give birth on a Friday and be back in my office by a Monday. No joke. I am not a wuss. So, unless I had a section, then I would take a couple of extra days off. But when you own your own business, it's not like you take a whole hell of a lot of time off. And so I always bounced back after childbirth. Good morning, Otter Creek, Florida. So thanks, Tabitha. I'm open to suggestions. I want to become like the Project Innocence of YouTube. I think that we need to highlight trials of people who are being wrongfully accused. And I'm not saying that Kohberger is. I'm just saying that I haven't made up my mind. I have questions about that. I have questions about how one person could so horrifically take the lives of 4 people with one little tiny K-bar knife. I have questions about that. I don't know. I mean, apparently there's some cell phone data that puts him in the area driving around, and something came out about a DoorDash driver who may have said that she saw him outside now all of a sudden. I don't know. I have questions about that. So there's that. South Carolina versus Colucci starts today. Elizabeth, girl, your girl needs a little bit of a break. Oh, I'll cover the Sandra Birchmore trial. Here's the thing about Sandra Birchmore. It's in federal court, no cameras. I don't know when it's starting. Number 2, they keep delaying it. If anybody, I don't know that there's a start on Birchmore. Yeah, I have an article from the Boston Globe that we can look at on Sandra Birchmore. Thank you, Julie. Yes, we could talk about Farwell's not the father of Sandra's baby, or the case on Long Island about the dead guy in the detective's pool. Yeah, there hasn't been a lot of information about that. That is so curious to me. For those of you who don't know, there was a guy who was on the lam, let's say, and wanted and being searched for here on Long Island for the murder of his father, right? And then the detective who's like in charge of the case goes to open his pool, and the kid's body is found dead in his pool. You can't even make it up. No, I'm not saying if people need time off after childbirth, it makes them a what? I'm not saying that's not what I'm. Please don't misconstrue what I'm saying, girl. I love you. I'm just saying that I get bored and I want to go back to work. It has nothing to do with anybody if I could have taken 6 months off after I had a baby, I would have loved to, but nobody was paying me FMLA because first of all, it didn't exist at the time. And also, it was my law firm. So it's hard to take time off when you got to have other people running, steering the ship. And, this was before, let's say, remote work was even a possibility because I'm old. Hold on. Long Island serial killer is not yet coming up. Yes, Lindsay Clancy, absolutely 100%. 100%. When is that going to start? In fact, I want to do some pretrial on Lindsay Clancy because I have questions about that case too. That's another case. Like I want to find interesting cases that I'm really interested in, and not just cases that are popular because everyone is covering them. You know what I mean? It was a huge military K-bar. Well, what's huge? What's huge? Machete huge? How many inches was the blade? It just I don't know. I'm not a serial killer, so I don't really know how it's done. But it gives me pause. And I think it's also a very short window of time, right? In which all of the 4 students were their lives were taken. Yeah. How many minutes was it that it was expected that somebody took 4 lives? To me, at 7 inches, it seemed to be K-bars are the same size. Thanks, Sugar Muffin. Like I said, I'm not a weapons person. Yeah, Walsh is the same players. It is. Proctor was involved with the Brian Walsh case. I mean, I guess there's lots based on what we're talking about right now. There's a lot of things we could talk about today. Killing Miller says, leave it up to a woman to ask how many inches. I know. Look, I don't know I don't know from a K-bar knife. What do I know from a K-bar knife? Thanks, Julie. Thank you, Sarah, for your early mornings, honey. Did anybody get a good night's sleep? Anyone? Yes, we have to go back to Sean Sousa, 100%. Yes, Lottie's mom. I did do a show on him. Is there a trial date set for Sean Sousa? That's horrific. Let me write this stuff down so it'll give us some talking points for the day, because we're probably going to be here all day. If I could find my pad. Hold on. And a pen that works. I think I've run out of gas on every single pen that I've been using. Move the yogurt. All right. So we have Clancy. For those of you who don't know, tragic story. Lindsay Clancy, Massachusetts case. She's being represented. She's being represented by Kevin Reddington. It's postpartum defense. She sent her husband to the store, and while he was at the store, she tragically took the lives of her 3 little children, and then went up to the 2nd floor and jumped off the balcony, but survived. Tragic. I think it has to do with the medications that she was on, a lot of things like that. But I just don't know when the trial date's going to be. And Kevin Reddington, for those of you who do not know, represented Jennifer McCabe during the pre-season 1 shenanigans that went on when the defense team was trying to get Jennifer McCabe's Google records. Kevin Reddington is one of the most sought-after defense attorneys, I think we can say, in Massachusetts, right? Kevin Reddington represented Dr. Harry Turk, and in fact was instrumental in Harry Turk getting convicted of the lowest charge in the tragic killing of his wife, Katie McLean. We watched that trial together. And Kevin Reddington, to his credit, has said very kind things about me in open court on national television. So that's not the reason I want to cover the case, but I'm very interested in that case anyway, because of the postpartum issues, because of the medication issues, and also because of the fact that her husband is standing by her. He does not want to see her convicted. So I find that to be very interesting. She's paralyzed from the jump out the window, Jill. Jen C says trial starts January 5th. Well, we can look that up while we're here. And I'm not sure which trial you're talking about. All right, so we got Lindsay Clancy to talk about, Koberger, the detectives pool, Lisk. Not sure when. So here in New York, we don't allow cameras in courtrooms. There have been no cameras in the courtrooms for any of the Rex Heuermann pretrial stuff. I have been to court a couple of times. It's not that far for me to go out there. So when the trial starts, I likely will, Birchmore, go into court and then recap, because I have, I can get a seat in that courtroom, and it's a decent sized courtroom. Last I heard, they were trying to split up the Gilgo 4 from the other victims and do separate trials. And I'm not sure if there's been a decision on that yet, because the court documents are impossible to get here, believe it or not. I'm a New York State attorney, barred in New York, and cannot get hold of the court documents in a state case because I'm not the attorney of record. Federal court is much easier to get. I have an account with Pacer, so I can get federal documents from all over the country easily by paying, 5 cents, 10 cents a page, whatever it is. But you can't do that in New York. And even when I go into the clerk's office, do you remember the Babylon butcher case that I handled? That was insane. So here on Long Island, there were some high school kids walking home from school, and they saw an arm hanging in a tree, just a severed arm hanging in a tree right next to the high school. And it had tattoos on it. And 4 people were eventually arrested for dismembering a corpse. And then 2 of them were eventually charged with murder. And it happened to be one of the people's uncle. I mean, it was an insane story. And there were 2 bodies that were dismembered, and the body parts were all over. And that trial should be interesting. Hang on. Thank you for saying that the collab on Friday was epic. So many comments about Tom not being able to speak. Let Tom speak. Let Tom speak. For those of you who don't know, Tom Kokonowski is a criminal defense attorney in Massachusetts. He's amazing. He's become a good friend. He tried the Brian Camp case. We saw Brian Camp acquitted in Hampshire County, and we all cried. He was our collective son. It was a crazy case. Friday, late in the afternoon, I guess, while we were on verdict watch, Bob and Allie from Defense Diaries said, do you want to do something together? And I said, sure. So they hopped on my channel. Betterow hopped on first. He went and did Howie Carr. Betterow came back. And then I don't remember who exactly joined next, but Uncivil was in the chat. He said, let me come on. I'm like, here's a link. Runkle came on. I threw him a link. Ed Wallace was in chat. I threw him a link. Duty Ron had other things to do, so he couldn't come on Friday. We had 7 altogether. So 1, 2, 3. Runkles, Uncivil, Tom, and Ed Wallace. Yeah, so there were 7 of us all together. And I think we did like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. And like, just so you know, like, it is no joke. I was hosting. It's no joke to try and run a stream like that, because other like Defense Diaries and I think Uncivil at least were co-streaming on their own channels. But since I'm hosting, all the comments come up to me and all the super chats. It was impossible to thank everyone who super chatted. So I'm here to personally thank you and say thank you so much. I'm sorry I couldn't pull your super chats up, but it was just an impossible type situation. And because everybody was talking, I couldn't pull up all the comments and we couldn't address all the comments. And I really wanted to have a dialogue with the 7 of us. And, you know, Tom's not a YouTuber. Bettero's not a YouTuber. Tom didn't know anyone, so he wasn't going to interrupt. Here we go.
All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in dedum within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning, alternates. So I have to ask you those same questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? Everyone said no or shook their head. So, Mr. Foreman, with that, we're going to send you back out to deliberate. Okay.
All rise for the court, please. Ready to follow me.
At 9 p.m. promptly, she sends the jury out to deliberate. The verdict clock on Law and Crime says 1 hour, 45 minutes. I mean, and it's counting off right now, even though they're not really deliberating. They actually physically just left. Thank you, Sarah.
Jury's exit the courtroom. Please be seated.
All right, so Mr. McDermott handed me something that I'm going to go read. All right, and we'll see you. Court officers will give you instructions on where to be and no more than 10 minutes away, okay?
Your Honor, with regard to the version that was sent to the court.
I don't, the version of whatever I have not yet read?
Correct.
Okay.
No, I want to flag for the court. We'd like to replace that. We noticed some errors. There were different versions that were circulating amongst our team, and we believe the incorrect version got filed. So we would, if we have 10 minutes, we can file the correct version.
Okay. Has the Commonwealth seen whatever it is that Ms. Giannetti's talking about?
I just received it in the courtroom. They may have sent it earlier. I just looked at it a couple minutes ago, so I need some time.
Okay.
We'll make sure he has the updated version as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right.
I'm not sure what it is. I think maybe it's the verdict slip. So maybe what we'll do first is look at the verdict slip on count 2, which we have not yet done. So why don't we do that? I don't know. I'd like to give everybody a fair shot. Law and Crime seems to have decent audio today. Was the audio okay? Apparently the jury has sent them something. Did he say the jury has sent them something? Let's go back, since so many people have just joined, and just listen to that very short exchange that just happened in court between the judge and the jury. Hold on. Judge has earrings on today. I mean, I thought about sending her a gift certificate to Dry Bar. Do they have Dry Bars in Dedham? All right, we're going to read it again. We're going to watch it again, so just hang on. Oh, unfortunately, I was responding to someone in the Law and Crime chat, which is what I have up on my phone. Okay, if you're just joining, here's what just happened in court. It's very short. We're going to play it again for your viewing pleasure. Here we go. God save us from the Commonwealth.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in dedum within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning, alternates. So I have to ask you those same questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? Everyone said no or shook their head. So, Mr. Foreman, with that, we're going to send you back out to deliberate. Okay, thank you.
All rise for the court, please. Ready to follow me.
That happened at 9 a.m. prompt, 9 a.m. sharp. She sent them back out. The cameras. No, I'm not making fun of her hair, Lisa. I'm just saying, that's a choice. That's not her appearance. I'm not making fun of her nose or her anything else. It's a choice. I'll send a dry bar gift certificate. I'm offering to help. If I was going to be the judge on the biggest trial ever, I'd have somebody come and do a blowout for me backstage in my chambers. That's all.
Jury's exit the courtroom. Please have.
No, Lisa, I'm not. But you know
So
what?
Mr. McDermott
Block
handed
Island is
me
really nice
something
this
that
time of
I'm
year.
going to go read. All right, and we'll see you. Court officers will give you instructions on where to be and no more than 10 minutes away. Okay.
Your Honor, with regard to the version
Bye, Lisa.
that was sent to the court.
I don't, the version of whatever I have not yet read.
Correct.
Okay.
No, I want to flag for the court. We'd like to replace that. We noticed some errors. There were different versions that were circulating amongst our team, and we believe the incorrect version got filed. So we would, if you have 10 minutes, we can file the correct version.
Okay.
with the court.
Has the Commonwealth seen whatever it is that Mr. Iannetti's talking about?
I just received it in the courtroom. They may have sent it earlier. I just looked at it a couple minutes ago, so I need some time.
Okay.
We'll make sure he has the updated version as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
So that's it. Whatever. Maybe they'll come back. I'll keep the feed up on the other screen. Let's take a look at the verdict slip on count 2 because I find it confusing. I talked about the verdict slip with Tom Kokonowski and a few other attorneys in Massachusetts, and many of you had questions about it. So let's bring it up, keeping in mind that most of the jurors, I don't know if any of the jurors are attorneys, actually, let's take a read through and you tell me if this is confusing to you. All right, make this bigger. Okay, so remember the jury has 3 verdict slips. The first one is on murder 2. This is the second one. This is the manslaughter slip. And then there's a leaving the scene of the accident causing personal injury or death slip. And so this is what the jury is bringing back into the jury room. This is the final one as far as I know. David Yannetti said he just submitted something that he wanted to replace something. I don't know for sure if it's this. But again, if the jury doesn't have the proper verdict slips, how can they even start deliberating? Welcome to the Upside Down, Inside Out Matrix Narnia that is Norfolk County, Massachusetts. And here's what the verdict slip says. One second. Well, that's 2 today. That's 2 so far. Goodbye, Manuel. Thank you so much for insulting me personally. You can go. Block Island is so lovely this time of year. Hold on, just got to write everyone's name down. I'm not playing today. The fact that people would wait 24 hours to come in here and personally insult me or trash other people or defame people is wild to me. It's wild to me. Like, you've got the patience of a saint. And let's see some boarding passes. There you go. What's the weather on Block Island today? Does anybody know? It actually really is a place between Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Montauk, Long Island. People take one-way passes to Block Island. Yeah, I know. We're not Mike E. I got zero tolerance today. Zero. Oh, thank you, Stephanie. Stephanie Sweedler says, former attorney here. I saw less complicated verdict slips in multi-defendant, multi-count federal RICO charges. Yeah. People on the internet are wild. This is like a whole other. Tom Kokanowski said to me yesterday, he said, Melanie, I had no idea what goes on over there on YouTube. And I had no idea of the kind of messages that people were going to be sending me. And I had no idea like that this is a whole like subculture of people that hang out on YouTube. Block Island, Israel. Yes, it's beautiful. Maybe we could look at some pictures of Block Island. We'll do that too. It's almost like there's no cars, so you can't bring your car there. Send them to Plum Island. Stacy for the win. It's lovely. It's considered, it's part of Rhode Island, right? And it is it's lovely. When I went there years ago, it was almost like Stephen King Town from Hell. No newspapers, no TVs, no, but good place to unplug. I'm sure it's much different now. But here you go. So this is 2282 CR117. That's the case number. That's the Karen Reed docket number. Offense number 2, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. You can bring a car on the Block Island Ferry. Yeah, there's only one ferry. There's only one. Okay, Jake. All right, let me just clarify. Yeah, cars can go to Block Island, but not from Montauk. The ferry from Montauk does not allow you to bring a car. You can only bring a bicycle. The ferry from, is it Point Judith? There's a ferry. And I think there's a ferry from New London. Only one of them you can take a car on. Okay. So from Long Island to Block Island, you cannot take a ferry. I mean, you cannot take a car. You spent so many summers on Plum Island. I thought people were not allowed to go on Plum Island. Isn't that where they do all the experiments? There was a book about it in cahoots. Do you mean Block Island? Not Plum Island. I don't think people can go to whatever goes on Plum Island is super, super secret. Super secret. Okay, thank you. Point Judith is the only place you can take a car. Okay. The corrections are wild this morning. No, I thank you for that because I like to be I like to be accurate. Sail away at the Block Island, Plum Island in Massachusetts. Oh, different. There's a Plum Island off the coast of Long Island that is a super secret place where they do experiments on we don't even know what. There's been books written about it. Crazy things happen there. Different place. 2 different places. All right, let's go. Back to the thank you, Auntie Deb. It's in Massachusetts. I used to go when I was little. Different Plum Island, 2 different things. Right, Scott? Scott, are you here this morning? Kindergarten cop, I need you. Need every cop I can get. All right, 2 different ones. Okay, 2 different. Yeah, we're talking about 2 totally different things. Okay, you got it. Because Auntie Deb, if you went to the Plum Island I'm talking about when you were little, you might have 4 heads right now because we don't know what goes on there. Okay. All right, back to the verdict slip. I'm like, ooh, look, something shiny. This is the manslaughter slip. Manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In the above entitled case, we, the jury, say that the defendant is 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. Okay. The offense charged is the header of this, which is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. The lesser included charges are below. Stay with me. I know this is confusing. The first lesser included charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. That's the top charge. That's what she's charged with. And it says guilty. Number 2 says guilty of the offense as charged, which is the header, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following. Manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and/or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08% or greater. I don't know why it's one or both, and I don't know if the sentence would be different Hold on one second. I'm trying to coordinate something with Ali Mata and Andrea Burkhart. So let me just chat with my two besties. Hang on. Figure maybe the three of us could keep you guys company for a little while at some point today. And we're just trying to coordinate on time. And Andrea is on the West Coast, so for her it's 6:15 a.m. She's a trooper, man. That girl is she's a hard worker. So it's either they proved that she was 0.08% or greater. Personally, I don't think they've proved that because or proven that because of the extrapolation nonsense, the fact that it was a serum calculation, not a whole blood calculation. The test that they did on her would never hold up in a straight up DUI case. Of course, the jury doesn't know that. And the judge explained the difference to them between manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, meaning you can drive after you've been drinking, but not if it impairs your ability to drive, even if it's 0.08% or greater, BAC. Number 3, guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. Number 4, guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor and negligence. Check one or both of the following. Motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08% or greater. It doesn't say this here, but it looks to me like the involuntary manslaughter charge does not require a finding of drunk driving because it doesn't say that here. Listen, I got over 3 decades of experience and I have no idea what the hell this means. Maybe Tom Kokonowski, if he's available, could come on and try and explain this to us since he does handle a lot of DUI cases in Massachusetts. Because again, this case is like a unicorn. This is something you never see happen. This is something that is confusing to every lawyer that's covering it because nobody understands the way they do things in Massachusetts because it is so different from any other jurisdiction. Except for some of the lawyers in Massachusetts who think Karen Read is guilty should be stoned in town square before they hang her on the wall under her eye. If you know, you know. Bob on Defense Diary says the verdict slip is wrong. Tom Kokonowski seems to think it's right. And so I have to defer to Tom. Tom, if you're out there, he does actually practice law. So he might be in court this morning. I don't know. But maybe he can pop in at some time and explain this to us. And then number 5 is guilty of lesser included offense operating under the influence of liquor. Okay, so this is what I'm calling the standalone OUI charge. Operating under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following. Operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08% or greater. Okay. This is where I think perhaps Victoria George's input was very valuable because Victoria George was a juror on season 1. She was picked as an alternate. She is an attorney. She was pregnant with twins during the first trial. Before the trial started in season 2, she was hired by David Yanetti's firm to come in as an attorney for the defense, maybe as a consultant. She was there for jury selection. We haven't seen her in court since, really, I don't think. Maybe 1 or 2 days. She may be in the office working. I'm not sure. Her input was probably very valuable here. And she may have said, and I really don't know for sure, I'm just now speculating. She may have said, listen, there were some jurors back there who just wanted to find her guilty of drunk driving and it wasn't an option. They didn't think there was a car accident, but they felt an obligation to maybe find her guilty of something so that the family would have a little bit of justice. Here's the problem that I see with this verdict slip. Did she take a pregnant pause? That's hilarious. Chest flying. So I didn't see, I can't give you credit for that. Hold on. I have this tea. It's called throat coat tea. It's supposed to be helping with my vocal fry, but so far, no luck. Hold on. If anybody else has any suggestions, any singers in the house without me like doing warm-ups and scales, what do I do? This vocal spray that I have is garbage. The sprayer doesn't work. Here, it's called this. Don't buy it. Clear Voice. Don't buy it because the sprayer stops working after 2 pumps and it's useless. Yeah, throat coat. That's about it, huh? Ricola. Honey, you know what? I will. I'll go down. I have Manuka honey downstairs. The blood test is not valid. You are correct. I have Manuka honey. Tell me what else it's good for inside your bones, because it was like $30 a jar at Costco, and I want to know what else it's good for. I hear it's good for everything. Cover the mug while steep. I did. That's exactly what I did. Look, I have a special cup. Special cup from Dead Ahead in Cancun. This was part of the swag that we got. And it's a Mir cup, MIR. It's got a lid. Yes, they say you got to steep it for 15 minutes. And I thought, who the hell's got 15 minutes to steep their tea? But I do. It's been sitting here for longer than that. So hopefully it'll stay on. Thank you. So here's the thing. David Giannetti said, listen, there's no not guilty box for each of these charges, right? At the bottom, it says, and this is the unanimous decision of all 12 members signed by the foreperson on this date. Oh, you can use Manuka honey on your skin too. That's great to know. There's only one not guilty box up here on count number 1. So my question was, and many of you had the same exact question, what if they find her not guilty and they all agree she's not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence because they don't think there's a car accident. They don't think that she's guilty of involuntary manslaughter because they don't think there was a car accident. They don't think she's guilty of motor vehicle homicide because there wasn't a car accident. But they do think she's guilty of OUI. There's no way to say we feel she's not guilty of all of these charges, but we are hung on operating under the influence. Let's say they can't agree on that and they're only hung on this lesser included. Whack rule about Massachusetts. And Tom Kokonowski explained this to me, so maybe he can explain this better to you at some point. Massachusetts is one of very few states that do not allow partial verdicts. So let's say they all agree, acquit her on 2, 3, and 4, but we're hung on 5. We can't agree on 5. We can't agree. Maybe there's a holdout. I can't convict her of drunk driving. They didn't even breathalyze her at the scene. They took her blood 9 hours later. They did some whack calculation to try and revert it back in time to some time when they don't even know when her last drink was. Maybe she just went home and drank a bottle of vodka, because I can tell in her voicemails, a person says perhaps maybe she keeps getting angrier and angrier and angrier because he's not answering her. And so maybe she was drinking and she was a little more irrational. And so let's say they agree to acquit her of all the manslaughter charges involving the accident, but they can't agree to charge her with the DUI. There is no way to only hang on the OUI. And because Massachusetts does not allow partial verdicts, it would be a hung jury on this entire charge. It would be a hung jury on manslaughter. Can't. And so that, I believe, is Massachusetts rules, because they cannot have a partial verdict. And then the Commonwealth would have to, decide whether or not to try her again on the manslaughter. If they acquitted her of the murder too and the leaving the scene. So there's that. And I don't like that. It seems crazy, right? But because they are considered lesser included charges, if they can't agree that she's not guilty of all of them, they are hung on all of them. I agree with you. It's Massachusetts. That was my concern. My concern was, what if they're hung only on the drunk driving charge? There's no way to tell the court that, and there's no way for them to hang only on a lesser included. Massachusetts, it does seem like a due process problem. And I agree. And that is why I don't think they're going to come back today. I don't know. Exactly, Tamara. Since when can DUI be charged anytime other than after a patrol officer finds you to be impaired while conducting a traffic stop? Now, remember. Thank you, Kate. Kate, you know, it's so true because sometimes I forget to breathe. The defense wanted this added. The defense asked for this. The defense asked for the OUI charge standalone to be added. They wanted it in there. And they have their reasons, and I trust them for that. Trust them with that. Karen has said, maybe I can find that clip. If somebody can send me that clip. I did a show with the glare. The part of it was clipped out where Karen came on and talked to Will the Glare and Bettero and I, and thanked everyone. And she said, I can't do this again. Like, I just can't do this again. I can't afford to do this again. Everything has been taken from me. And so it's always, the client always has the final say. And it must have been up to Karen to say, look, throw that in there, because if they want to find me guilty of something, let them find me guilty of that. And this can be over. Massachusetts has been known to try defendants 3 and 4 times after mistrials. And so it wouldn't be out of the norm of Massachusetts to have a 3rd trial. And so, thank you, Kate. It's just that my voice is so hoarse from, listen, I had a date with Dave Matthews Wednesday night, and really he was like 5 feet from me all night long. And I was, I guess singing. And there's been a lot of talking this week also, but I'm going to go get the Manuka honey. Thank you. Well, Larry the DUI guy is amazing. He's amazing, and I love Larry, but he practices in Kentucky. This is a Massachusetts wrinkle. They do not allow partial verdicts. So on this particular count, there can't be a partial verdict. It's either not guilty of all of them or it's hung. And I love Larry, but I got to go by what Massachusetts attorneys are telling me. And that is Tom. And that is some other people who like to remain anonymous. And this is why I think deliberations may take a bit longer than a straight up acquittal, because some people may be arguing to find her guilty of the DUI, and some people may say, no way. And so it may take a little bit longer. Right? Did anybody say if the jurors are dressed up? I don't think so. So I was on a stream with Kathy from Gossip Room and Innuendo last night. It was her 20K anniversary celebration. I was on, Auntie Deb was on. And as a surprise for Kathy, I sent Tom Kokonowski a link, because Kathy and I met during the coverage of the Brian Camp trial. And Tom Kokonowski was the defense attorney for Brian Camp. And he is the reason Brian Camp was acquitted in Hampshire County for killing the home invader that tried to kill him, his girlfriend, and 2 small children. And so this is why perhaps verdict slips always read like this in Massachusetts. That's the way it's always been done. Can you show me some case law, Mr. Yannetti? If you can't give me any case law, then I'm not changing it. Because they don't allow partial verdicts. Does that make sense to you? I mean, it doesn't make sense to me logically, constitutionally, but that's the way they do things in Massachusetts, Mr. Jackson. Sure, we can say just tick off one saying she's not guilty of all, but again, if they're arguing over the OUI standalone, that's where extra time is going to come into this. Right. What are we going to do without seeing the OnlyFan every day? Well, we did break up with OnlyFan for about a year, and we're still together, so, you know. The rebound fan. Is it the rebound fan? Somebody said that there's let me pull up my email, see if anything's there is a new motion. So if it has been scanned, it will be in my inbox. One moment while I check. Her blood alcohol level could not be determined accurately because she was taken into the hospital on a Section 12, which is an involuntary hold if someone is deemed to be a danger to themselves or others. I have questions about that. So her blood was taken secondary to that, and I think it was a CBC. So what they did was they took, I think it was the ETOH level, and then they tried to extrapolate it back to what they said may be the time of her last drink, which may be somewhere around midnight. And the swing in what they said her blood alcohol content may have been at the time was between 0.13 and 0.29, which is insane. Okay, Jen Mass 14 says, Massachusetts allows a partial verdict, but judge is not required to accept a partial verdict. Okay. If you're correct about that, that's excellent news. However, there is no place for them to indicate that on the form. And a lot of jurors like to follow the rules, right? They're rules-based, many of them. Hold on one moment. Twitter has the motion or Twitter has the verdict slip? A lot of times when they file things in the morning, they don't get scanned in right away, and so we can't get a hold of them right away. Motion to amend the verdict slip, 723 is in. Thank you, Bits and Bytes. It may not be scanned yet. Let me just reach out to somebody. Hold on one second. What is it? Number 732? Yes. Yes, Strowan. That high of a BIC would be very obvious. Karen Reed would be stumbling around. She would have been falling over. She's tiny. Between 0.13 and 0.29, that's very, very wide swing. One second. Okay. One moment. Oh, dude, that'd be killing me with your tweets. Eden Carney is in the courthouse. He said 38 minutes ago that Peggy and Paul O'Keefe were not there yet. I guess that was 38 minutes ago. We can take a look at what he says about the demographics of the jury in a minute. I'm just trying to find that motion. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Matt. We don't know each other, and you have just dropped in like an angel with the documents. It's defendant's motion to amend the verdict slip. Let's take a look. Shout out to Matt. Everyone say thanks to Matt. He came in like a wrecking ball. All right, let's take a look. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute. How will this open? Talk amongst yourselves. I think the internet may break. If there's a verdict today, the internet is totally going to be broken. I predict. Doesn't want to open. All right. This is the defendant's motion to amend verdict slip. Just put. This is my cursor on your screen. It is not a fly. Please do not smash your television and send me the bill. Except I want to put it on a different. I'm going to put it on a different screen. Hold on so I can still watch the fan for you. Verdict clock is at 2 hours, 20 minutes, and 4 seconds. Let me get out my red pen because your girl loves her red pen. Do not smash your TV. Hold on. This was filed just this morning at 8:50 a.m. Docket number 723. This is docket number 723. This is the 723rd document filed in this case. Now comes the defendant, Karen Reed, to request that the court modify its jury verdict slip from its current form. Ms. Reed submits that the proposed amended verdict slip improves clarity for the jury in understanding its task and reporting its verdict. The current verdict slip, particularly the slip for count 2, risk confusing the jury and thus causing errors, argument. Well, Simster says the charge sheet is simple, tick box 1 and get out of there. No, but if they are hung on the box 5 underneath, which is what we just looked at, there's no option for that. Hold on. Argument. Respectfully, the present verdict slip is unclear and otherwise confusing. This lack of clarity and resultant risk of confusion and error can easily be minimized by tailoring and clarifying the verdict slip to better aid the jury in memorializing its verdict. Indeed, there is no compelling reason not to do so, right? Especially what happened last time, after what happened last time. Specifically, Ms. Reed proposes that the court use the verdict slip attached as Exhibit A, which presents formatting changes, not substantive changes, to the court's verdict slip. That the jury has started deliberation does not preclude an amendment, citing case law. Wait, she wanted case law. There it is. Commonwealth versus Licciardi. Indeed, the court amended the jury verdict slip in Ms. Reed's first trial while the jury was deliberating. A verdict slip is a tool designed to aid the jury, a recognized means of reducing errors in the rendering and announcing of verdicts. It is well established that verdict slips are of no binding legal significance. Citing Commonwealth v. Powers first, and then citing Reed versus the Commonwealth, this exact case. And they quote Reed v. Commonwealth, "A verdict as a matter of law requires a public announcement in open court. No verdict exists if none was announced." It's a very polite way of Mr. Yannetti saying, hey, judge, you did it wrong last time. Let's try and do it right this time. Because verdict slips are tools to aid the jury, their primary goal, in addition to ensuring a defendant's rights, should be clarity for the jury in both understanding its charge and reporting its verdict. See Commonwealth v. Clark. Crucially, finding that the verdict slips only served to confuse the jury. You want case law, judge? Here you go. The current jury verdict slip has the real potential to confuse the jury and cause errors, particularly with respect to count 2, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and its lesser included charges. The form does not explain the process the jury should follow while completing it. Although the court instructed the jury that the form should be completed from top down, the form itself does not provide instructions to stop after the jury has selected a given box. Well, that too. Right. If you check guilty, go no further. Stop here, whatever you want to say. I mean, if you find not guilty, you would have to keep going if you found not guilty. But there's no not guilty box. Okay, the only boxes are guilty. So if you find guilty, you don't need to go any further. Right? Moreover, the form presents the jury with only a single not guilty option applicable to count 2 in its entirety, juxtaposed with 4 guilty options, 1 for each charge. We just looked at that. If you're late, we just looked at it. This imbalanced presentation visually favors the guilty options and risks creating bias towards a guilty verdict in degradation of Ms. Reed's rights, in addition to creating the risk of confusion and errors. Well, we're in the land of confusion. So much so that on our mixed tape for the Karen Reed trial, we have 2 versions of Land of Confusion, not only the Genesis version, but also the disturbed version, which is in the show notes below on Spotify. It's an entire mixed tape that we've been making throughout season 1 and season 2. Every time I think in song lyrics, I add a song. So, and you guys have been contributing to the playlist as well. It's like, I don't know, 14 hours of music already. In furtherance of this salutary goals of maximizing clarity and avoiding error, Ms. Reed proposes the verdict slip attached as Exhibit A. The proposed verdict slip has several benefits. First, the form includes a clear step-by-step instructions explaining to the jury whether they should stop or continue based on their findings for a given charge. Although Massachusetts law does not dictate how or in what order a jury must deliberate, the jury must return a verdict of the highest crime that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Commonwealth v. Roth. The proposed verdict slip's clear instructions aid the jury in complying with that mandate. And then he just said in open court, David Yannetti, that we attached the wrong one. We got to swap it out for the right one. Additionally, the proposed verdict slip makes clear the jury's choice between guilty or not guilty for each separate charge, instead of presenting only a single not guilty option, encompassing each and every charge that is part of count 2. This balanced presentation gives equal weight to both possible outcomes for each charge and avoids any implicit bias towards a guilty verdict, providing the jury with a clear choice between guilty or not guilty for each charge while following step-by-step instructions also minimizes the risk of confusion for the jury. It is beyond cavil that the proposed verdict slip is clearer than the current jury verdict slip. Conclusion. Ms. Reed respectfully requests that the court now substitute the attached verdict slip for the court's existing verdict slip for use in this case. XOXO, Alan Jackson, Elizabeth Little, Robert Alessi, and King David Yannetti. Dated today, filed this morning. And now we need to look at King David's affidavit. King David's affidavit. How funny. Give me a minute while I pull that up. Because, you know, the way motions are supposed to be done is you're supposed to attach an affidavit signed by someone with actual knowledge, like an attorney or the client. And Hank Brennan doesn't know that. He's never done that. But we know that. And the defense team continues to do it the right way. This is docket 724, affidavit of David Yannetti in support of defendant's motion to amend the verdict slip. Good morning. If you're just joining, welcome. We're going over the motion filed this morning to amend the verdict slip made by the defense. We went over the verdict slip for count 2 at the very beginning of the stream. It is hella confusing, and the defense has now made a motion to clarify it, and the judge hasn't read it yet, so she went backstage, and she's maybe going to read it. And they have lots of case law cited this time, because remember, she asked for case law last time. And she even said she looked for it and she couldn't find it, didn't she? But we just saw David Yannetti cite a couple of cases, one of which was actually Reed versus the Commonwealth. Go figure, making case law all over the place. One moment. Docket number 724. Affidavit of David Yannetti in support of defendant's motion to amend the verdict slip. I, David Yannetti, do hereby depose and state that the following is true to the best of my knowledge and belief. I'm breaking for a second to say one day, back in pretrial season 1 or pre-production of season 2, actually, because Hank Brennan didn't come on board until pre-production season 2. Hank Brennan's paralegal wrote, instead of saying, and this is the way it should be done, I, David Yannetti, or, you know, in New York, we say Melanie Little, an attorney duly licensed to practice before the state of New York, hereby affirms as follows. And then, but Hank Brennan wrote, my name is Hank Brennan, and I say this. And actually, his paralegal spelled his name Brennan, and we still can't stop laughing about it. And so we have a little name tag for him that is now in the upper right-hand corner of your screen that says, hello, my name is Hank Brennan, as if he's a sales guy at a sales conference wearing his name tag. 1, I am an attorney licensed to practice law in Massachusetts since 1989. My office address is blank. On January 29th of 2022, I was retained to represent Karen Reed, the defendant, regarding the above captioned matter. 2, for the reasons outlined in this motion, I believe our newly proposed verdict slip for the second indictment provides necessary clarity and will assist the jury in understanding how to decide that indictment. I believe that the current verdict slip in the possession of the jury is confusing. I believe there is no prejudice to either party in replacing the current verdict slip with our newly proposed version. I believe it's in the interest of justice for this honorable court to allow this motion to amend the verdict slip. Signed under the pains and penalties of perjury, this 16th day of June, 2025. King David Yannetti. That was just filed this morning. I guess the judge is going to take it under advisement, and we are waiting. Here we sit. Let's put the fan back up. Sue posted on X, the defense team is waiting in the big courtroom, I guess, for the verdict slip motion. Right. They probably didn't leave the courthouse because David Yannetti set up a satellite office that he has said is at least 10 minutes from the courthouse. And so he asked the judge for, hey, you say that we got to be back in 10 minutes. Anytime the jury has a note or there's a verdict, can you please give us 15 minutes? Because, traffic, a lot of people in Dedham. And also it takes 10 minutes to get to my office on a good day. She said, today they need to be back in 10 minutes. So perhaps they are just using that as a holding station right now, because they need to come back to the courtroom where the cameras are, right? So they're still in the courthouse. That means they're just waiting to see what happens next. Why can't they eat lunch at the courthouse every day? Because there's no place for them to eat. There's no place for them to eat. And there's also no place for them to work. They work during lunch. That would be private enough that the attorney-client privilege could be protected, let's just say. Because Hank Brennan seemed to think he should be able to bust down the doors of attorney-client privilege in the motion that he made to try and get communications between David Yannetti and Karen Reed, which was luckily denied, but you never know who's watching. Thanks, Beth, for becoming a member. New Hampshire woman says, today is a perfect day for not guilty on all counts verdict. I don't know. I think it might be tomorrow, but we're here for it either way. It would be great if it was today. Thank you, Sashka. Your super chat, super sticker. Amanda Riley, good day from Scotland. We're all rooting for a not guilty. Shout out to Kaz, Eddie, Lindsay, Frank, Kirsty, and Lauren. Free Karen Reid. Thanks, Mel and Mod. See, the world is watching. Scotland is here. We have a huge population that watches this show from Scotland and Ireland. So shout out to all of you. Anybody watch the golf yesterday? The US Open? Man, the weather stunk. Big delay for the weather. Tabitha, we covered this earlier. Thank you, Jenna Hags. Good morning. Verdicts today. We'll see. We're here for it. Whatever happens, we're going to be here. We ain't got no quit. Good morning, Julie. Oh, yes. Farwell wrote that down, wrote down these things. We talked about these things earlier. Leslie Ann, will you cover this Andrew Birchmore trial? Yes, whenever that happens, but it will not be televised. It will not be Zoomed. It's federal court. But yes, we will absolutely cover it. Mrs. Bouquet, thank you for your super sticker. Team Wicked Smart, the pure wicked. I pray she's acquitted and the jury says the judge is biased. The witnesses' rudeness and lying and Hank's dirtiness backfired and pushed them to not guilty. After the trial is over and the jury reaches their verdict, they are allowed to speak to media. They don't have to if they don't want to, but they can. And wouldn't that be interesting to hear such things as like that from members of the jury in season 2? Sonia says, can't wait to hear Ms. Reed. You're all set. Look at Sonia Woods tuning in from down under. Huge Australian audience here too. Love you guys down under. Best gun losing detective says we need to go back to the 3 brothers. Oh yeah, the Alexander brothers. Yes. Story to cover. Again, federal court. It won't be televised. So just like Diddy in Manhattan, federal court. So that's not televised either. Giselle, curious about your thoughts on the Netflix documentary Making a Murderer. I haven't seen it. Is there a new season up? Should I put it on my list? Is it good? Should I watch it? I have such limited time to watch regular TV. In fact, since I've been covering this case, I barely turn the TV on anymore unless it was to watch a Ranger game or sports that I'm interested in, like tennis, for like the US Open or the golf. And I watched The Handmaid's Tale. I finished this last season. And I finished, I'm watching right now Friends and Neighbors with John Hamm, which I'm loving, if anybody hasn't seen it. you should check it out. It's awesome. So I have not watched it, Giselle, but I'm open to suggestions. Spank Hank says, I'm glad they didn't come to a verdict Friday. Bev would have called a mistrial for concluding or for coming to a verdict too quickly, I bet. I don't think she could do that, but I love your tongue-in-cheek comment. Norman Corey says, good morning. Pretty sure the voicemail Karen said, we don't know where you are, was after she had called Jen and said John had not come home. I don't think so, because the timestamp on that was sometime before she called Jen. She didn't call Jen until 4:53 a.m. And so perhaps she meant we, as in we and the children. Like, why aren't you responding to us? I don't know what she meant because I'm not in her head. But it was definitely not after she called Jen. But thanks for your super chat. Morning, beautiful people. Good morning, Big Hoss. Uncivil Law explained the verdict form really well. Thanks, Jellycats. Jellycat. Jellycats. Corey Richards trial. I don't know when that's going to be. When is that going to be? It's out of Utah. Special place in my heart for Park City because I spent many, many years skiing in Park City. When I was in Boulder, we used to go to Park City a lot. I don't know when Corey Richards trial is going to be. But if it's a year out, I mean, we need something to cover, like maybe next month. Daniel Wolf's Dimples is here. Love your hat. This is a Microdots hat. Hi from Australia. Hello, see, another girl from down under. Microdots is a creator. Somebody said, who's Microdots? Richie is a creator who has made amazing videos on issues in the Karen Reed trial. He's on YouTube, Twitter. I'm always going to call it Twitter. I know they changed their name. I don't care. It's always Twitter to me. I don't know if he's on TikTok, but some really amazing videos. He's done some amazing work in cleaning up a lot of the video. The waterfall video, I believe, you can correct me if I'm wrong. The waterfall video that was zoomed in during the closing might have been Richie's work. And that is a Microdots hat. You can also get this. I mean, why am I promoting their merch when I have my own merch? But I love to help people out. This framed mug also comes from the Microdots merch shop. And Richie's a great guy. I had the privilege of meeting him once. He's also very tall. A lot of the men in the Karen Reed movement or the Karen Reed support group, like the Karen Reed group therapy group, let's just say, creators on YouTube are very tall. Will DeGlare is tall. Auntie Deb is 6'4". Richie of Microdots is very tall. Brian LTL is tall. Elizabeth, South Carolina v. Colucci retrial starts today on Court TV. I'll take a look at it, but I need a little bit of a break, a couple of days before we move on to something else, live streaming a trial, as do my moderators. Ask them. They probably hate me. Renee, do you plan on covering Lindsay? Oh, yes, we talked about this. Lindsay Clancy, yes. Thank you, D. Kaimok, for being a member for a month. Tall Drinks of Justice. Well done. I got to give you credit. Oh, yes, Mazza is also very tall. Yes, Tall Drinks of Justice. Shout out to Not That Susan. Turtle Boy is not tall. Turtle Boy is not tall. Also, one of the Las Vegas cops, I can't remember which one, is super tall. Listen, I'm 5'8". And I just want to say that there are a lot of men out there who are just not tall. So tall is good for me. John Little from Australia, no relation, says, thanks for great coverage and looking forward to a not guilty in the next case you're going to cover. Thank you, John Little from Australia. Hi, Lisa. Love from New York. Coffee Girl, hello from Canton. Shout out to your super fans, Nancy, Lynn, Courtney. We all love you, Mel. Oh, thank you. Nancy, Lynn, and Courtney in Canton. You're one of the very few women in Canton who wanted people to know who you are. Because somebody once said to me, Melanie, every woman in Canton watches your show, but they will not. They're anonymous. They don't want to be in the chat. They don't want to be publicly outed by the trolls. So shout out to Nancy, Lynn, and Courtney, who are brave enough to say at least their first names from Canton. Love you guys. What about if the OnlyFans girl who killed the boyfriend? Yeah, when is that coming up? That's an interesting case too. Just a chill girl. Sean says, I understand the verdict slip. My problem is if they hang on the DWI part, they have to hang on the entire count too and not hang on just a lesser yes. And that's the law in Massachusetts. They don't accept partial verdicts. Hang on. And when I say partial verdicts, I don't mean that they can't accept a not guilty on murder 2 and a not guilty on count 3 and hang on count 2. Because that's what happened last time, according to the jurors who spoke out after. They were dismissed because the judge told them, do not fill out any of the verdict slips until you have come to a unanimous decision on all 3 counts. My opinion is that instruction was in error. That is not something that was brought up in the appeal. The appeal was based on double jeopardy. It went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. The U.S. Supreme Court refused to hear it. The judge did not ask them if they were hung on only 1 count, if they were hung on all 3 counts. And now that it's been litigated all the way up through the courts of Massachusetts to the highest court in Massachusetts, they pivoted to federal court, Karen's team, and they brought it up the federal chain. And that is the law under the case law of Massachusetts. Because it was not announced in open court, because the jury did not tell the judge that they were hung, that they acquitted on counts 1 and 3, and were only hung on count 2. It is not a verdict. There is no double jeopardy. And here we are again. So this time we went over it. I stopped it. We talked about it while she was given the instruction. The judge said, when you come to a unanimous consensus on each count, you fill out the verdict slip for that count. And so we won't have the same mistake this time. Hopefully. My honey is here. Hold on one sec. We'll see if it works. It's like a live test. It's like a live demonstration of the benefits of Manuka honey. And this little jar is like $30 at Costco. Is it worth it? We'll see. So yes, I agree with you, Sean. I agree with you. Good morning, Truth Will Out. Did you see Hot Mike's interview with Peter Murphy? I'm surprised he didn't testify. Well, I don't know what he could testify to. I love Peter Murphy. I know Peter Murphy. Peter Murphy has been a very big supporter emotionally to me throughout this trial. And he's a good guy. He was a sergeant with Canton PD for over 30 years, and he has been very vocal about what he has seen going on here. He's been outside the courthouse a lot, if not every single day. And Peter Murphy is amazing. I didn't see it, but that is something that we could watch if you guys are interested while we're waiting, because we could be here all day for a very long time. We'll write that down, Peter Murphy interview. I too did an interview with Billy Bush, which is getting a lot of play. And I love Billy Bush. I'm a fan of Billy Bush. And when I found out that he was covering Karen Reed and he knows every detail, like he's not like some of these surface level reporters who come in and try and report on it and he really hasn't watched the trial. He knows all the details. And it was good. And I was so excited that he was covering it. And I don't know if you guys pestered him or if he found me another way. But he invited me on and I went on and it was great. And he said he wants me to come back. And I said, sure, anytime. Thank you, April 74. Love your show. Do you think that Richard Allen was wrongfully convicted? Oh my God, we could do a whole show on that. Hang on one second for my thoughts while I read a comment here from Christina Rex posted that the motion was denied according to Karen Reed. Are we shocked? Kaylee J, are we shocked? No. Saddle Up Vicky Sue says Manuka is used in wound care centers. Well, not to bring up a gross topic so early in the morning because it's gross, but I covered the Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrandt case as well. And remember when her young son was found? He ran to the neighbor for help. And his wrists were covered in duct tape. And his wounds had been dressed with honey and cayenne pepper. Was it Manuka honey? I don't know. Honey can be used in wound care, but this young boy had been shackled to the floor, as I recall. I tried to forget everything about that case because it was so horrific, but these witches, these evil women, mixed cayenne pepper with the honey, put it in his wounds, and covered them with duct tape. Thank God they are both in prison for, we don't know how long. Do we know how long? How long are they? I don't know. I tried to forget about that case because it was so horrific. And I hate cases that involve children being abused. And that was just horrific on so many levels. Do I think that Richard Allen was wrongfully convicted? Okay, here's what happened. So when Bob Mata and Ali Mata and Andrea and lawyer Lee were all at the Richard Allen trial in Indiana, I was back here doing the Lord's work, and not, on purpose. We didn't coordinate any of this, but I wanted my audience to see the motions that had been filed in the Richard Allen case and all of the other suspects that were never investigated and all of the other evidence that may have pointed to the fact that it may have been some sort of ritualistic killing involving Odinism. And I do not believe that he got a fair trial. I don't know what happened. I think there were a lot of other suspects, and I do think that he was wrongfully convicted. I mean, what happened to him being held in prison for however long he was held in prison in solitary confinement for the extensive period of time that he was held there will make a person crazy. And the fact that the guards that were guarding him had tattoos with Odinism and patches on their uniforms, who knows what the hell happened to him in prison. And he may have been threatened and said, you better confess or we know where your wife lives. We're going to kill your wife. Like, who knows what happened to him? Lot of sus stuff went on. We'll see what happens with those appeals. I covered that back here on Boots on the Ground. And then at night, Andrea, Bob Mata, lawyer Lee all did recaps of what happened in court. There was no transparency there. Judge Gull was horrific. And then, we come here with Kim Jong Kanone, and Judge Kanone is like, hey, Franny, Judge Gull, check this out. Hold my White Claw. I'm going in. Thank you for your super chat. Sin N says, oh my God, baby Melanie is so cute in the short. Karen Reed and her team visit the amusement park on Karen Reed trial AI. Oh, was that me on the amusement park? I looked at it. It didn't tag me, I don't think, and it didn't say my name, but did you guys, did you get the creator up to 10K on TikTok? I love the baby AI. Some people think it's gross and creepy, but I think it's adorbs, and I'm here for it. And baby Alan Jackson with no shoes is so cute. I know. So it won't let it. Yeah, you can't post links in chat. So the creator is KarenReedTrial.ai on TikTok. And I think KarenReedTrial.ai official maybe on Instagram and also on YouTube. Check the creator out because it's very, very expensive to create those videos because the AI program is so expensive. But we do love them. I do love them. And once she's able to get up to 10,000 subscribers on TikTok, then he or she can monetize. I'm not sure if it's a he or she. And so we're trying to help the creator out. Can we talk about the thought process we learned from the first trial via juror Ronnie? That would be a good thing to talk about. What is Ronnie's best or most recent video that's not too long that we could watch together? If anybody wants to email me a link to something like that, we could watch what Ronnie has to say, because a lot of people might not have seen that. Something with good audio that's not streamed by another streamer. It's got to be a news source so that I can use so that fair use comes into play. Motion was denied. Yeah, that's what they're saying. Thank you, Caravira. Great suggestion. Better with the Irish. How can they say no foul play with just a leg that was found by Taylor Swift's house? What? They found a leg by Taylor Swift's house? That's news to me. Are you pulling my leg? Better with the Irish. Are you pulling my leg? Denied verdict slip, and she won't talk about it in open court, per Ted Daniel. Are you surprised, really? Are you surprised? Are we there yet? Says FYI, Turtle Boy interviewed another juror from trial 1 who said that Ronnie was misrepresenting the jury events. Okay, well then, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't rely on Ronnie so much. Ronnie was not wicked smart, people are saying. People say, watch Richard Allen's first police interview. To me, it says it's all about his innocence. I don't know anything about a leg being found by Taylor Swift's house. I don't know. I didn't hear about that. Leg found by TS. Are you yanking my chain? Pulling my leg. Thanks, Better with the Irish, for that. Ash RL, I would love to get your take on the video of Auntie Bev talking into her hand and getting caught by the camera. Can we break that down? I got to find it first. I mean, she could have been ordering her lunch. She could have been reminding herself to pay American Express later. She could have been putting something in her calendar. I don't like to give too much legs to all of these things. The conspiracy to me is that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. To me, that's the conspiracy. I think if we start getting caught up in all of these things that are caught on hot mics, and there was some other stuff that everyone sent me about a hot mic regarding something the judge may or may not have said to Jim, the court clerk. I don't want to, I don't know. It could have been anything, right? It could have been anything. So I don't know. I haven't seen the video of her talking into her hand. I heard a hot mic video of the judge saying something to Jim about the alternates. And I just, people can make of that what they will, right? The audio, the video speaks for itself. But for me to come out and say, I think they were colluding, I can't get that far on it. You know what I mean? Do you think she was talking to the FBI in her hand? I do think some of the witnesses might have had earpieces in. And I do think that Dr. Welcher may have been talking to some people on his laptop that he had open the whole time. Smartphone, says Pink Mama. What do you mean? You think Bev was talking to her smartphone in her hand? Without more context, girl, I have no idea what you're asking me. Good morning, Taylor. Headed to Dedham. What about the Corey Richards case? Yeah, we can do that. I don't know when it's going to be. Does anybody know when it's going to be? She denied the motion, and she's not going to hear it in open court. She has denied the motion. Why don't I scroll? Why don't I put a banner around along the bottom? Let's see. Motion to amend verdict slip denied without ruling in open court. She might have just scribbled it along as she does. There we go. So people who are coming in can know. Thank you, Tess Mac, for thanking me. Without you guys, wouldn't have a channel. So thanks to you guys, too, for being interested in this case and for watching. Thank you, Courtney. Love you, girl. Courtney sent me a little something. Courtney sent me a little something on the in the email. A Ronnie interview that he gave the other day. So maybe we'll take a look at that. Oh, and thank you, Zoe. All right. Yeah, today is an exception. Today I may be able to check email because we may have a lot of air to fill today. So thanks, Zoe. I appreciate you. Zoe is our resident non-consensual statistician who had taken it upon herself to keep track of just about everything, including objections and things as such like that. Good morning, JB. Are the family, lawyers, and judge in the courtroom just waiting for the verdict? They're in, no, they can't. They're not sitting in the courtroom. They had to clear the courtroom because security. They have to be within 10 minutes of the courthouse in case the verdict comes down or a note comes in. We watched this morning. If you're just tuning in, I'm a little behind on the super chats. You sent this before 9. David Yannetti talking about the motion he filed this morning to amend the verdict slip on number 2. We went over at length the verdict slip on count 2. You can just rewind in this stream to go right back to it. And then we read the motion together in which he asked the judge to amend the verdict slip. And I have been told that the judge has just denied it on paper without bringing them back up to talk about it. She doesn't want to talk about it. So I heard the defense team was waiting in the large courtroom. And I don't know if they've left the building, being that that motion has already been denied. But let me just see what the docket says. What, if anything, the docket says? Talk amongst yourselves for a second. Sometimes she just scribbles on the bottom of the motion papers, denied, and signs her name and the date. Motion to change form should have been done before jury deliberations, says Jam Coty. Well, it hadn't been finalized before she sent the jury out. And also he did make it in court orally. And she said, is there case law? There's no, come find me some case law, find me some case law. So he did. And there is case law that says that during deliberations, the verdict slip can be amended. We just read it. We just read it. So they were not actually finalized yet. We heard them talking about it after she sent the jury out. Yep. Little Cupcake says the court shrugged again. Okay, I'll pull up the docket for you because we like receipts here, as always. Oop, here it is. I'll have to enlarge that for all of us because the font is wicked, wicked small. And as you can see down here, defendant's motion to amend the verdict slip with Exhibit A attached. We did not get Exhibit A. That was not provided to us. And then there are a couple little asterisks here. After review, the motion is denied, all in caps. The verdict slip is consistent with Massachusetts law and is, I guess that should say, to be viewed in conjunction with the jury instructions, but it just says, and is to viewed in conjunction with jury instructions. A copy of the jury instructions was sent into jury with the verdict slip on Friday. Canoni, judge, dated today. So it's already been denied. Already been denied, didn't want to hear any further argument on it. And so, you know, just another day under her eye. Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? But really, not so much. I don't know who put those notes into the court docket. I don't know if it was Jim. I don't know if it was a different clerk in the clerk's office. I don't know how it works in Massachusetts. I don't think anybody really knows how it works in Massachusetts. Even Massachusetts attorneys are confused. And the problem that I have with this judge is that there's no consistency in her rulings from one day to the next. You never know what's going to happen. You can't rely on the law in Massachusetts. You certainly can't rely on the Constitution. You can't rely on what she did during the first trial. You can't rely on the fact that she's going to do the same thing for you that she did for the Commonwealth, the prosecution, because that's never happened. And so there's just no consistency. And that's the hardest pill to swallow here among many, aside from the fact that a woman is sitting in a chair facing life in prison when John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car. And so there's that. Gray Spaces in Dedham. Hello to Dedham. Let's free Karen Reed. Awesome. Jen Barclay says, tell us more about you, your favorite cases. We can come back to this later, Jen. Thanks, Jen from Canada. Kai Waimai, Michael Colucci retrial is starting in South Carolina. Mistrial 7 years ago. Wife red rum. I'll take a look. Kai Waimai, a couple of people have suggested that one. I also have said it has already started, and I need a minute before. Is there anything starting next week? Or maybe like the week after? Oh, thanks, Kai. My Catco says, I live a town over from Walsh and a town over from Clancy. Creepy. Thank you, Mel, for your dedication to justice. I woke up singing How Dare You at 5 a.m. Let's go. Let's go. G, Catco. LFG. Yeah, I don't know what's going on over there in Norfolk County, but something's in the water. Leah, Walsh is October 20th of 2025. Clancy, February 9th, 2026. Thank you. Thanks, Leah. All right, so we got time on those. Clancy, 2/9/26, and Walsh is in October. And they may have a problem. There are some Walsh hearings that I want to go over with you because Yuri Buchanan testified maybe last week, the week before, in some evidentiary hearings, as did some of the other players in the Karen Reed case. Different judge, same courthouse. Same courthouse, right? I mean, it's Norfolk County. I don't know if it was in this exact same courthouse, but I think it was. And very interesting behavior. But they're trying to, get him on his Google searches, and I thought Google's not accurate because I thought the 227 timestamp in the Google tab was not accurate because it should revert back to the last time that tab was ever opened in the history of time. So maybe Brian Walsh Googled how to dispose of a 120-pound woman's body if you really need to a long, 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 long time ago. I don't know. It's going to be a problem. Funeral lady here in Dedham. So much love for Karen. Today would have been my late grandfather's birthday. Happy birthday to your late grandpa in heaven. He was a judge for 20 years and his nickname was Not Guilty Milty. Praying he's pulling strings up there. Oh, girl. Funeral lady. Not Guilty Milty. Amazing that you were able to learn probably so much from your late grandfather. Not Guilty Milty has to be up there watching. Shout out to him and to you. And thank you for your 20. Yes, Brian Walsh's Google searches were on his kid's tablet. I have a whole playlist on Brian Walsh. If you're interested in that case, you should watch it. Catch up. Thank you, funeral lady. Not Guilty Milty. I love it. Brilliant. Whatever happened to Ashley Benefield's appeal? The case still haunts me. That's a good point. Has it been decided, her appeal? To be honest, I have been so single thread on this that I have not seen any news on it. Or I can't remember if the last thing we covered on Ashley Benefield was her sentencing, right? Yes, I did know that Judge Canoni was originally assigned to Brian Walsh too. She was. And also she was assigned to Turk. And then she was, both of those cases were reassigned to other judges. And there was an order keeping her on the Karen Reed retrial because she has been rotated out of this court or the criminal division or somewhere. That was a tough one. Rolian from South Africa. Camille, knowing what I know so far, the Clancy trial will be a heartbreaking one. Yes. Yes, it will. USMC Cowgirl, Semper Fi girl. This may be way off, but could the judge's bias be an attempt to hide her belief in Karen Reed's innocence? Prayers up for Karen Reed and Officer John O'Keefe. Thank you, Mel and Moz, for all you do. Anything's possible, right? Anything's possible. Listen, she's a very smart judge. Thanks, Michael. Michael says on Ashley Benefield, all I heard was that her bond was denied pending appeal. That was in February, right? I don't know. I don't know what she thinks in her heart. I do know that we watched a bench trial with her while we were waiting for this trial to start. The case of Penny McGee. Penny McGee opted for a bench trial. Penny McGee was charged with manslaughter in the death of her ex-husband, who she was living with at the time. Penny McGee had a verbal argument with her ex-husband in the foyer, may or may not have pushed him or shoved him, and he dropped dead of a heart attack in the foyer. Norfolk County DA, Michael Marcy, chose to prosecute her for manslaughter, saying that her verbal argument led to his death. At autopsy, Andrew Savitz, her ex-husband, had a 90% occlusion, I think, in both descending arteries of his heart. He also had many other pre-existing conditions, including diabetes and other things. He had been in 2 major car accidents. He had cognitive problems. He had a lot of health issues. Penny McGee, we watched the trial together, was represented by an amazing defense attorney. His name is Larry Tipton. He is representing Brian Walsh. And Penny McGee opted for a bench trial in front of Judge Cannone. So as soon as we found that out, as soon as I found that out, I said, we're covering this. Some of it, I think it was mostly all televised, right? So we did watch the whole trial. And some of it was on Zoom, and then the cameras finally came in, I think, at some point, right? And the Emmy was wacko. You want to talk about a wacko Emmy? This woman came in and said, well, I could find that it was a homicide because there's this little thing and somewhere that says that if an argument leads to a death, even if it doesn't cause the death, it can be called a homicide. It was crazy. And Penny McGee did not testify. The defense did not even put on a case. Penny McGee's daughter testified, and it was clear that Penny McGee's daughter was in a lot of pain. She loved her dad. She blamed her mom for the divorce. And Penny McGee's daughter, Zuzi, officers say the jurors are coming down, says Texas mom PJ. All right, we'll see. Maybe they have a note. That guy was 90% dead already. Yep. They did not put on a case. The closings were amazing. Go back and watch it when you have some time. And the judge, Cannone, this judge, Cannone, from the bench, very quickly acquitted Penny McGee. So should Karen have opted for a bench trial in this case? Could a judge like Judge Cannone, who is admittedly very smart, found her not guilty because there was no car accident based on everything we've heard during the second trial? Betterow and I have had this discussion many times and said maybe with another judge, it would have been good to opt for a bench trial. With this judge, maybe not so much. But after the way the evidence went in this time, maybe. We watched her acquit Penny McGee, and that was blatant. I mean, the reason, in my opinion, that Penny McGee was prosecuted is because her ex-brothers-in-law, the Savitz brothers, are very well connected, very wealthy. They maybe pulled some strings to have her prosecuted, but that was just another case in Massachusetts that nobody wanted you to know about, in addition to the Brian Camp trial. That was shadow banned practically. It was so hard to find. Right. Cannone's baloney says she immediately acquitted her. She hardly had time to draw breath before she gave the verdict. She didn't go take a time out. She didn't, go think about it backstage, make any phone calls. It was a very quick acquittal. Mark says, always the well-connected, always the way. Connected gets you a favor. She didn't even take a breath. Yep. I don't know if there's a verdict, but I heard the jury's coming back. Maybe they have a note. I mean, I've been pretty loyal to Court TV as far as streaming, but I don't want to watch their commentary. So I think we stick with Law and Crime today. Although they're not saying what's going on, but you guys are telling me people are tweeting that the jury's coming down. So maybe they have a question about the slip. Maybe they have a question in general. We'll see. Well, they're not saying anything on Court TV about the jury coming down, but we'll stick with Law and Crime today. Otherwise, we have to watch like Court TV's filler. You know who's got time for filler today? Nobody. If we're going to do filler, we'll do our own filler. Sarah says, forgot my question with 20 thoughts on hot mic. Yeah, I don't really have any thoughts. I don't really think there's anything nefarious about it. I just don't. I can't get that far with it, you know? There's been a lot of hot mics in this trial. Somebody said, I think a-hole one day. We don't know who it was. We don't know who they were talking about. We don't know whose mic it was. So I don't know. A lot of people are making a lot about it. I'm not willing to go that far with it. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Elf. Says the collab was great. Loved everyone's take. Thank you so much for hanging out with me for 17 months. Charlie Lynn says, God save the Commonwealth. Thank you. Good morning. All of AJ's Nichols says 22,000 watching. Well, now we're over 30,000, 30,789. Everyone hit the like button. That would really help a girl out. Helps people find us. Helps the algorithm. And a lot of people forget. And some people don't know that you have to hit the like button every time you come into a different stream. They don't realize that you don't just hit it one time. You hit it like every different stream. Please, kindly. We're here, we're waiting. And reports say jury's coming back with something or coming back down. Maureen, her hair, a questionable choice. Yep, seems consistent. Thank you, Maureen. Kai is here. My boyfriend had court October of 23. Accident insurance helped calm his nerves. So for the playlist, fish, everything's right. Just hold tight, Karen. Oh, thanks, Kai. I'll allow it. Glamasuse was on her way to Dedham this morning. We'll post pics. Thank you. Thanks, Glamasuse. Love my boots on the ground. All you guys out there doing the Lord's work, supporting our girl. Maureen says the island of misfit toys. Yeah. It's near Block Island, but it's a different island. Alabama, Gigi Christie says, I would definitely be asking Canoni a lot of questions because of the use of the non-sensory slip. Yeah. Maybe that's what they're coming back with, a question about the slip. Like, what do we do? Helena Frost, free Karen Reed, all the way from Sweden. Thank you, Helena. Mike from Providence, been to Block Island many times. Take the ferry from Narragansett, Rhode Island. It's beautiful. It is, right? It's beautiful there. Some really, really high cliffs. So there's like places in Block Island where you walk down to the beach and you have to walk down like a million stairs. And then, you know, walking back up can be a little bit of a chore. I'm just saying. For some people who don't do like the Stairmaster for 3 hours a day. Hang on. Fire on Acid. Can you explain OUI? She wasn't pulled over, tested, and she didn't even drive that morning. Carrie did. How can this be charged? Well, through their FACACTA calculations and their testimony and the blood draw that they did at the hospital, that was only pursuant to the Section 12, which I also have questions about. And the, you know, extrapolation, and they have evidence that they say shows that she was drunk at the time. I completely disagree, and I agree with you. The defense team wanted that in there, and they have their reasons. They have their reasons. It's not charged. It's not actually charged, but it is a lesser included offense that the jury can find her guilty on. But they never actually charged her with standalone DUI or OUI, as they call it in Massachusetts. a standalone OUI never would have held up because of the way the blood was done. There was no testing, a lot of reasons. Thank you, Shauna, for gifting a membership. Thank you. I did not hit him, so it doesn't matter. Who says? Oh, thank you, JD. JD says it was an officer telling Vinnie Politan to put his camera down. The jury was coming down. Could mean anything. Could mean maybe he didn't want Vinnie standing by the door in case. Could mean maybe they were just going down to get coffee. You know, you don't know. I know that's why we like to not spread rumors in the chat. So we don't know, but we're waiting. I'm sure that Law and Crime will put something up if they're coming back, or they'll just go on and we've got it up, so we're covered in any event. So I thought the verdict slip was supposed to be easier to read and understand. I'm confused. We're all confused. And this was from 9/18. It is now 10:34. So I'm sure that your super chat and my explanation for that crossed. Thanks for your super chat. Elf is here and gifted a membership. Thanks, Elf. Susan gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Susan. Christina Rex posted the proposed verdict slip. That was earlier. Oh, the one that they proposed? Well, it's already been denied. Thank you to Hank's new dictionary ADA, aka Denise. It's been denied. You know, let's just pin it on the girl, you guys. Let's just pin it on the girl. No big whoop, no biggie. Life in prison. So what? Who cares? Thank you, Matt. Yeah, I did read that out of the court docket, but here's the scribble scrabble. Again, thanks to Matt, doing the Lord's work. Here's the scribble scrabble on the bottom of the motion in case you're anxious to see it. After review, the motion is denied, underlined twice. The verdict slip is consistent with Massachusetts law and is something, and as is to viewed in conjunction with the jury instructions. I should say probably is to be viewed in conjunction with the jury instructions. A copy of the jury instructions was sent into the jury room, was sent in with the jury, with the verdict slip on Friday. XOXO, Beverly J. Canoni, 6/16/25. Talk to the hand, because I'm not going to let you come back into court, and I'm not going to rule from the bench, and it is what it is, and you get what you get, and you don't get upset, is basically what she's saying in my best way of translating that for you from under her eye. Gender neutral says the only reason Karen ever wondered if she could have hit him is because Jen McCabe told her they didn't see him in the house. Saltwater gargle. That's good. That's good. I'll try that too. The honey seems to be working though. I'm gonna have another spoonful. I think it is maybe like a panacea. Like it's great. Also, acute grief reaction as explained to us by Dr. Russell, who kind of tossed that in there during Hank Brennan's questioning of her on cross-examination. Of course she's going to say, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? It's called acute grief reaction. When someone is in acute grief, they always question themselves. People often shout out, this was my fault, when they were nowhere near where something happened. If a person takes their own life, a loved one might say, this is all my fault. I did this. I did this. I did this. I did this, right? Like I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Or could I have hit him? Did I hit him? You know, because we had a fight, because I broke up with him, because of whatever, right? It's called acute grief reaction. Stephanie says, if she only found to be guilty of OUI, that is the only thing to be ticked, then she is not guilty of everything else. No, I dig. My question is, if they are hung on OUI and not guilty on everything else, there's no way to report that. And so in Massachusetts, they are hung on the entire manslaughter charge. That is my understanding of Massachusetts law on split verdicts or whatever I was calling them before. Yes, we know the motion was denied. Thank you so much. I just put it up. We just went over it. It's also scrolling at the bottom. So that's Stephanie. That was my issue. Kelly, John's niece knew John never came home. She called Jen for Karen because Karen didn't have Jen's number. So it makes perfect sense that Karen was hysterical. So why did Jen suggest going to John's? Karen said, take me to Fairview. Jen knew. Some people say it was to buy time. That's what some people say, to buy time. Why did Jen call her sister Coco at 5:07 a.m. and claim that she never spoke to her and it was a 36-second phone call? And we did a 36-second phone call the other day. I improv'd a 36-second phone call, and a lot can be said in 36 seconds. Perhaps, maybe, in my opinion, people think they needed time. For what? I don't know. Right? Why would Jen say, we have to go back to One Meadows? Karen just left One Meadows. She looked all over the house. She knew he wasn't home. They could have just called Kaylee and said, Kaylee, did John come back? Right? So yeah, a lot of sus behavior. She denies speaking to her sister at 5:07, but it does explain why she didn't run into the house the second they got there and found John's body. Because if it was my sister's house and she wasn't answering the phone and there was a dead body on my sister's lawn, you can bet that I would have been like, hey, EMTs, you got this. I'm going to make sure that my sister and her family are not dead too. And there's no serial killer on the loose, or a fugitive has found my brother-in-law's house who happens to be working on the fugitive task apprehension squad or whatever they call it, and is after a lot of dangerous guys and maybe found my sister's family and had to get rid of John on the lawn before he came inside to as such, take lives of all these other people. I'd be running into the house to make sure my sister was okay, wouldn't you? Stephanie, good morning. Stephanie Tebow, a lot of Stephanies in this chat on the regular. Is there a way to petition change the law regarding invalidating cases where investigation is not done properly to avoid this? Thanks for all you do. I don't think there's any way to petition changing the law. The law is made by the appellate courts. And so, yeah, I just don't think that that's a thing. But, I like that you want to help. You can help vote. When Michael Morrissey's reelection comes up, vote. Do you think Hank Brennan wanted an endorsement from Morrissey when Morrissey's term was up so that Hank Brennan could be the new DA? I have said that since day one when he took this case. I'm like, why would Hank Brennan give up what I imagine was a successful defense practice to come in to try this hot potato case that nobody else in the DA's office wanted to try for $250 an hour, which is what plumbers charge in New York City? Just to compare and contrast, for example, Bob Alessi out of New York charges, I think, north of $1,800 an hour. Divorce attorneys in LA are charging over $2,000 an hour. For Hank Brennan to give up his defense practice, at least temporarily, to come in and try this case at $250 an hour made me think that perhaps he wanted to be the next DA. Or maybe a judge. Maybe there was a handshake, a wink and a nod, say no more, say no more. Judges are appointed in Massachusetts, not elected. Maybe Marcy said, listen, I'm not going to run again. I'll endorse you. I don't know. But taking this on at $250 an hour, when the science and the medicine points to the fact that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, there was no conflict in the DA's office. They have at least 50 attorneys on salary who could have tried this case, but nobody wanted to. What does that tell you? So I don't know. Hank Brennan will probably be paid by the taxpayers $1 million plus by the time this is all over. So there's that money. But after this, do you think he's going to get a lot of business as a defense attorney? Do you think anybody's going to want to hire him? The guy tried to pierce the veil of attorney-client privilege, which is sacrosanct. who's going to sign up for him and be like, oh yeah, I can trust you to keep my secrets. I don't know. I got to close some tabs before we start lagging. Still waiting. Kelly says, I read it as if not guilty of all charges on page, then tick not guilty box. But if they find her guilty, then they tick the appropriate box. Not sure, not guilty box per charge would make a difference. Well, she denied it anyway. So the issue is now moot. But thank you for your super chat, Kelly Rescue. Camille says, I don't know if they still make it. I use chloroseptic spray. They do still make it. Yep. Yep. Agreed. Thank you. Brooklyn Janet, Koberger's DNA was found on the knife sheath. Pretty powerful evidence. Also, some victims were sleeping, so it couldn't have been as hard to unalive them. It's touch DNA. I mean, I'm not going to argue Koberger's because I really don't know much about it, but it's touch DNA. My understanding is of touch DNA is if I touch you and then I touch something else, I could put your DNA on something else. So, I have questions. I just have questions and I don't know enough about it, but we'll see. Badass Bianch, did Paul O'Keefe do time after Karen Reed bailed him out on his DUI? No, I don't think he did. I think he's been sued by the driver of the other vehicle. I don't know if that case is still pending. And he did not do time, as far as I know. Chris Albert only did 6 months for killing a man in a hit and run motor vehicle accident in the 90s. Chris Albert, father of Colin, town select board member of Canton, brother of Brian Albert. There was a hit and run motor vehicle accident in the 90s where he killed a man, an exchange student by the name of Peter Berger. Chris Albert fled the scene, turned himself in 30 hours later with his attorney. Wait for it. His attorney was the brother of Judge Beverly Cannoni. You can't make it up. His name is Prescott. Hold on while I get the Manuka honey. Hold on. Greg says, in my opinion, they messed up when they opposed dropping the lesser includeds. That would have made the slip way less confusing, just having manslaughter, guilty, not guilty. I think some of the lesser includeds are by operation of a law. And so I'm not sure about that, Greg. But what I do know is that they did ask for the OUI charge to be included. And so we can't Monday morning quarterback until it's Monday morning, right? Red's daughter says Friday, Tom the God said he was in court till 11. I don't know what you're referring to. This was around 9:30. Who's Tom the God? I have questions. But thanks for your super chat. Thank you, Christine, for your super sticker. Oh, Paul Grice's testimony, the Kansas moms, if interested, is sad and mind-blowing. Was that televised? That's the Kansas moms trial. That's the Oklahoma Panhandle trial with the crazy granny. I thought they weren't televising that. Did they televise that? Because yes, I'm very interested in that case. I covered that case when the women went missing. That's a horrific case out of Oklahoma, if you guys are not familiar. 2 moms from Kansas went to visit one of their children, and the person with her was a court appointed like supervised visitation monitor, and they were tragically murdered by a group of people, one of whom was the mother of the father of the children. Horrific story out of Kansas. Am I starting a new stream when they decide, nope, we're here, we're continuing, we will be continuing? When there's a verdict, I guess I'll change the title of the stream. But we're going to be here. God's misfits. Yeah, the God's misfits. There's no verdict yet. All we know is the jury is still deliberating 3.5 hours. Thank you, Alexander Linsky, for your super sticker. Aiden tweeted 6 minutes ago regarding jury observations. He's in today. Yeah, we're going to take a look at that. I'm a little behind on these. Apologies. Anon says lawyers cite case law and arguments, but how is new precedent made if courts deny arguments due to no case law? How does new case law ever happen? Well, the case law happens in the appellate courts. So what would happen would be, in the event of a conviction, Karen's lawyers would appeal probably many things, one of which would be this issue with the verdict slip. And then it would go to a higher court, and then the higher court would decide on the issues of law, not the issues of fact. And that's how case law is made. Great question. Thanks, VF5. Shane says, if the jury hung on OUI, can they decide they don't want to put Karen Reed through manslaughter charge? Again, can they agree not guilty? Is that rationale allowed? Yeah. It's called jury nullification. And so, but they'd all have to agree. They would all have to agree not guilty. And so, if they hang on OUI, can they decide? Yeah, they can decide that. If they're hung, yeah, if they can get the people who want to find her guilty on the OUI charge, if they can convince those people to switch their vote to not guilty, yes. Yes, they can. Stephanie, that standalone, and we don't know what goes on in the jury room. You know, their deliberations are sacrosanct. Their conversations are sacrosanct. Unless a juror comes out after and wants to talk about it, the court is not allowed to peel back what's going on in the jury room and force them to come in and testify about what happened, unless there is something explicit like racial bias. That goes back to the Krista Worthington case on Cape Cod, right? Was that Cape Cod? Stephanie, the standalone OUI charge is dumb. Only reason Ken be guilty is John O'Keefe died and it's on video. Karen had a drink. If John O'Keefe didn't die, there would be no charge as no investigation as she wasn't stopped driving. Yes, agreed. Agreed. But I imagine that during the last trial, some of the jurors wanted to find her guilty of drunk driving due to, well, in this trial, they could point to her own admissions and her video clips that were played during the trial. Thanks for becoming a member, Glenda. Ed, if acquitted on all felony charges, OUI would be a standalone charge, no longer related to serious bodily injury, and would be a misdemeanor standalone charge. OUI wasn't committed in the cop's presence. How could the charge stand? The defense wanted it included. It may not stand on appeal if she's convicted of it. But the defense wanted it to be in there. So you're right. It might not stand up on appeal. If she's convicted, they could appeal it and it may not stand up. Jody Lynn, Manuka is a great antibacterial and anti-inflammatory for wound and skin conditions. We use it on horses for wounds because they can reach with because the wounds that they can reach with their mouth because it is safe to ingest. Look at that. We're learning so much today. Blackberry brandy with your tea, says Annie Pops, to ease the throat. Spuddy says, had they not put DUI on the form, could she have been charged separately from this charge? No. No, because she wasn't tested at the scene. She wasn't pulled over. So the answer is no. You mean at the scene? No. Great question. Thanks for tuning in from Australia. Mary, I'm praying for a quick not guilty on all charges. I love you too. Jimmy Touchdown. Oh, Jimmy Touchdown paid $2 to call me a crypt keeper. Everyone give Jimmy, whatever the hell his name is, props for his courage. I would imagine that he's already been sent away. But if not, let's make sure that we do that now. Oh, Jimmy, what? What is your name? Jimmy Touchdown? Ain't no touchdown there. You slimy, dirty, disgusting troll. Goodbye. Block Island. Is Block Island lovely today? Somebody check the weather on Block Island. Wow, imagine paying $2. You're so brave, Jimmy Touchdown, misogynistic asshole. Oh, sorry. I usually don't curse on this channel, but you know. Please be friends after, no matter what, says Kat Randall. With who? To who? With who? Friends with who? We know who you are. We will find you. We have ways. There was remember that police sergeant that was sending me horrific emails, and we found out that he's a member of a police department in another state? Oh, yeah. What do you think is going to happen to that guy? We know who you are. Do you think that's conduct unbecoming to send an email to a YouTuber with the horrific things that you said to me in your email? Karma knows your address. Motion is denied in about 30 seconds. That's exactly what happened. Jackie, thank you, mods and Melanie, for your hard work and dedication. I've been with you since I saw you with Duty Ron. The West case. That was such a sad case. Those two little boys. So sad. Classic and sincere. Not guilty on all charges is what you're hoping for. Brent is like, ugh, my anxiety. Deja vu. Deja vu all over again. Camille, I found that rubber bands and scrunchies do not damage my TV. Excellent. That's what you should be throwing at your TV, everyone. Living that GP life sloth style. Thanks for all you do for us cupcakes. Thank you. Jeff says, smash the like button, everyone. Randy's lowrider. If discoverable, would research from human factors experts regarding verdict forms be presentable versus case law? I don't know if any exists at the moment. I don't think that you mean call them in as witnesses to talk about why she should change her mind? They're not able to call in any witnesses to argue the motion to change the verdict form. And I don't know if that would be something they could argue in the appellate papers. I don't think so, because appeals are based on the law, not any outside information. So I don't know if any exists either, but thanks, Randy. Z says MSP Hannah Knowles used serum and plasma testing and lower blood alcohol conversion rate to increase the alcohol range without considering variables, for example, metabolism. I know. I feel you. Azaran Fish, my issue is that the jury has zero option to acquit on the 3 felonies, but hang on the OUI misdemeanor for count 2, none, zilch. How is this okay? It's Massachusetts. They do not accept partial verdicts. That is why. Dennis the Menace and Nasher says, don't let me be misunderstood. Eric Burden and the Animals. Okay, well done. I don't know if that's on there. Might be on there already. Hold on a sec. I don't know what Sue O'Connell could have been posting because the motion was denied, so they're not changing that verdict slip. So she posted the verdict slips, but these are still the same old ones, and we've already been over verdict slip number 2, which is the one that has a problem. So thank you. But I think we already covered it. Here's Microdots. Microdots, check it out. Got your hat on today. I'm representing. Microdots in the house, everyone. Microdots in the house. Look, I'm representing all your merch today, Richie. Look, I got my hat, got your framed mug. I'm sending people to your merch shop today. Thank you, Paint Chef, for loving me. Thank you. I love you too. Margaret says, all cross here in Ireland, not guilty free Karen Reed. Any updates on Enrique Delgado Garcia? Yes. A grand jury has been convened and is hearing evidence on that case. No indictments or anything yet. No official word on what's happening. 50 Shades of Yuri Buchanan. But a grand jury has been convened on Enrique Delgado Garcia for apparently quite some time. And they're hearing evidence. Hopefully we will have something soon. We will see. Anxiously awaiting that as well. Satai says, a man hit a family of 5 in New Hampshire recently, killing a child. It appears OUI. I would not know how to complete Karen's charge 2 sheet in his case if I was on the jury. In Karen's case, it's easy, not guilty. Thank you for your time. Emmett Nemesis, can the jury override the verdict slip and find her not guilty on all charges? Yes. The way it's written out, she has no way out. No, they do. They do. They can find not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. There are boxes for not guilty on every slip. So if she's not guilty of everything on that page, they click not guilty and they're done. Technically perjury, Dr. Russell is the goat, says Free Karen Reed all the way from northern Norway. The world is watching. And you are the eyes of the world. We do have a verdict clock. It is right there on your screen. 3 hours, 43 minutes, and 47 seconds. It's right there on the Law and Crime feed. That is right. I don't know. Am I pointing at it or is that way? I can't tell because I'm mirrored. I'm inverted. Thank you, Hanover Green. Matilda is also here from the Netherlands. Hello, Netherlands. Ms. 808, thanks for your 5. And another 5 for Karen Reed on to justice for Officer John O'Keefe. As Stephen Avery is the making of the murder. He was falsely accused, sued the state, and they set him up again, but with a murder. Oh, that's crazy. Mary Lachlan, John's face injury is from someone left-handed. Brian Albert is left-handed. Guy on TikTok did a video. Will there ever be justice for John O'Keefe? I have hope. Thank you, Mary. Chris M. says, on Brother Counsel YouTube on the weekend, they explained a verdict slip. This verdict slip is BS, that if the jury hung on DUI alone, the whole case could be a mistrial, which seems unfair. Is this true? I didn't watch their show. I barely have time to watch my own chats back after my own show. I do actually have a life outside of YouTube. However, I don't know that either one of them practiced in Massachusetts. And in Massachusetts, they do not allow partial verdicts. And so if they're hung on the DUI alone, they have to hang on the whole manslaughter charge. I don't agree with it. I don't like it, but I am told that is the way that it is done in Massachusetts. And so I'm not going to say that they're wrong. I do think it's unfair, and it's not the whole case. It would just be the manslaughter charge if they acquitted on counts 1 and 3. You sent this at 10 o'clock, which was probably an hour ago, so I'm a little behind. But I'm not going to opine about what other creators say because I didn't watch their shows, and so I don't know what their reasoning is. For example, Gender Neutral says, Brother Counsel says it's a due process violation. And Andrea Burkhart says case law is the instructions themselves. It can be changed to make it clearer. They made a motion this morning. The motion was denied. The defense did. And so, again, we're here and we're trying to deal with it. Thank you, Genergy. Saddle up. Vicky Sue says it would be interesting to graph how many people move away from Canton and or Massachusetts. Gen X Cal 71, another hi from hi to Australia. Have you seen Dream Feed's media song? Yes, I did. I did see it. Somebody sent it to me. I halfway through it. Very nice. It's very nice. Very sad. Venus Blue Crash Daddy. READ. Robert, Eliza, Alan, David, Team Reed, Free Karen Reed. Thanks, Venus Blue. Terry, good morning. Good morning from the buffer zone. Good morning to the buffer zone. Good morning to the buffer zone, everyone. Good morning. You guys are amazing. How many people are out there today? Meg, thanking me for my knowledge and amazing coverage. It's my son's 12th birthday, and he's been following along with me. He loves your snark. Happy birthday to Meg's son, 12. New Hampshire woman, have you seen the new documentary about Lisk's family on Peacock? I haven't watched it yet. I saw it came out. I didn't watch it. Did you watch it? Was it good? I started watching the documentary on Alex Cooper from Call Her Daddy. I find her fascinating for some reason, especially since I found out that she was sexually harassed by her soccer coach at BU for her first 3 years of college, and she's just talking about it. And with my work that I did on the victims/survivors of the Catholic Church scandal here on Long Island against the Rockville Center Diocese, takes a lot of courage for her to come out and talk about that. And apparently it was at BU, they totally blew her off and did not listen to her. She and her parents went in there to complain about it, and they were like, yeah, well, we'll let you keep your scholarship, but like, that's it. But no, to answer your question, I have not watched the documentary on Peacock yet. And I haven't finished. It's called Call Her Alex. It's on Hulu about Alex Cooper from the Call Her Daddy podcast. Hi, Raina, 986. Thanks for tuning in. I put the sound down when I drive through Canton. Yeah. Good idea. Dan, boots on the ground here. Hey, Dan Mellinson, boots on the ground. You guys are amazing. This is the most people I've seen here. Yeah, I think we're breaking records today. Yeah, I think over 32,000 is a great number. And I think that is a record. Most people you've seen. Oh, I thought here meaning in the chat. No, you mean here in Dedham. I don't know about Stephen Avery, Jennifer. I haven't watched the show, so I can't opine on Stephen Avery. Most people you've ever seen outside the courthouse from trial 1 and trial 2 combined. A lot of people sitting on the courthouse steps just waiting for their verdict. They're actually letting people sit on the courthouse steps. El Chavez. I thought there were like some gates where they had to let people, people had to be behind the gates. No? I don't know. Abacus French says, could we review how every decision to put the thumb on the scale for the Commonwealth has blown up in their face? Commonwealth dog expert allowing ARCA to comment on John O'Keefe's injuries. X-rays, the hoodie, timeline changes, Hank's crosses. I think so, and I know you think so. But if you go out there on the cesspool of Twitter and you look at what some of the people who think Karen Reed is guilty are saying, they think Hank did a bang-up job, and they think he did a fantastic job, and he's the, greatest lawyer ever. And it's insane. Ice cream truck special, free silver bracelets. It says, good morning. I am no longer Welcha. It feels so good. Change your name back. Thanks for the 10. Lori Viking Toast, this question has been gnawing at me. What would Colin Albert's motive be to fight or hurt John O'Keefe? I don't know that Colin Albert has anything to do with it. I think in the defense's closing, they were pointing the finger at Higgins, if anyone. So I don't know. Colin Albert was not allowed to be brought in as a third-party culprit this time. I will just say that drunk people fight. Sometimes there doesn't need to be a reason. Not particular to Colin Albert, but it doesn't always need to be a reason. Right? Raina, are the jurors still instructed this trial that they can't ask questions about the form if they have them? Did she ever clarify this time? She clarified that they can fill out each form as they come to a consensus. She clarified that part. I don't think she specifically said, Raina, you cannot ask me questions about the form. If anybody heard her say something different, let me know. We do know that they can send notes out. We also know there are no readbacks in Massachusetts, which means the jury can't say we'd like a readback of Officer or Sergeant Nicholas Barros's testimony. We'd like to have that read back, because their notes may be conflicting about what he said. And in New York, that's perfectly permissible, and it's done all the time. In Massachusetts, either it isn't done or it's judicial discretion, but she said no readbacks. But again, if we want to get at the truth of what happened or at the truth of what the evidence showed, instead of the jurors arguing about their notes, say, because I can barely read my notes and I'm certainly not going to remember what my notes meant from 31 days ago. And they can't get a read back to me. I don't like it because I think it should be accurate. And I think they should, if they're arguing about what a witness said, they should be allowed to hear the testimony back. There are other things they have back with them that they can review over and over. Anything that was entered into evidence, Proctor's text messages, the videos that were entered into evidence, but the testimony is not. Oh, Jenny, thanks. Thinks I'm the cutest AI baby. Thanks, Jenny. West Virginia says it's a manslaughter charge. OUI makes no sense to me. It's a way for the jury to find her guilty of something if they're disagreeing back there. Thank you. Did they change the verdict slips? No, they did not. Ham sandwich for the win. They did not. Courtney Clenny has moved to have the prosecutor's office disqualified from the case. Well, that's the OnlyFans case, Courtney Clenny. Karen Reed's team tried that here, tried to have the judge recused. She decided that motion herself and said no. They tried to dismiss for prosecutorial misconduct. They tried to have Morrissey's office removed. There's been so many videos. I don't even know how many hours of coverage I have on this case, but it's got to be, I don't know, close to hundreds of hours of coverage. All the motions, everything. Janet, England is here too. Woohoo, nervous about the verdict. My tummy is swishing around, so God knows how Karen's feeling. Love watching with you. Thank you. Look at Calla Lily coming in here with a hot 50. Diana Calla lives in Massachusetts by Cape Cod. Thank you, Calla Lily, for your super generous super chat this morning. Margaret's telling me not to use a metal spoon in my honey. It lessens the effect. Oh, girl, I don't know if I have any plastic spoons in my house. Thank you for telling me that, though. Laura, did you see the story about the Massachusetts woman with a license plate framed? Her car was vandalized. She had the plate because she's an eye doctor. No, I didn't see that. Wow, that's crazy. And yet, at the same time, not surprising. That's crazy, Laura. Ames from Canada. When justice is done, it brings joy to the righteous, but terror to the evildoers. Excellent quote. She says, praying for not guilty on all counts. Also, you could be Michelle Pfeiffer's twin. I'll allow it. Thank you. Death Tube. I'm busy cleaning and checking your live regularly. I can't just sit and wait. So anxious for Karen and her family to get free from this nightmare. Lots of love for you and all the cupcakes. Thank you, Death Tube. Come on back whenever you feel ready. We covered this. Mrs. Bouquet has her fingers crossed for a verdict today. Need a reset. Jim's honesty is here. Check out the crime junkie juror. They did a mock trial. 6 jurors discuss how they vote. It'll be fun for you to do. Okay. I don't play other people's streams without permission. So I don't know if you're suggesting that I do it. I don't know. Can we add everybody knows Leonard Cohen? I think it's on there. Velociraptor. Rapture. I think it's on there. Lana, doesn't Massachusetts Rule 27B allow for partial verdicts on an indictment, Commonwealth v. Roth? Right, on separate counts. But because all of the manslaughter everything on the manslaughter page is lesser includeds. They are all the same count. So a partial verdict on an indictment is when there's 3 separate counts like there are here. So yes, they could find her not guilty of murder in the second degree. They could find her not guilty of leaving the scene, and they could be hung on manslaughter. When I say partial verdict, I mean partial verdict with regard to the manslaughter and all the lesser includeds. They can't hang on one of the lesser includeds. It's a hang on the whole entire thing. I don't like it. It makes no sense to me, but it is, from what I've been told by Massachusetts attorneys, the way it's done in Massachusetts. Oh, Don Ciccio. Any new sketches from Don Ciccio? I don't know. Let's find out. Let's find out. Do, 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 do. Oh, yes. It's got Dr. Rentschler. So for those of you who don't know, Don Ciccio, 74, is on Twitter. And I found him one day when I saw him do some watercolors of Jerry Garcia, because I'm a deadhead, as you may know. And then I scrolled through his Twitter, and he had been doing like watercolors and sketches of all of the players, or most of them anyway, in the Karen Reed case. And I thought, wow, that's crazy. I think when I first found him, he had, you guys remember how many followers on Twitter? Like maybe 100 and something. And now he's well over 3,000. So good on him. And look, he does commissions now. So good on him. Good on Don Ciccio. We're still waiting here. So let's take a look at some of his work. And if you choose to wait on the cesspool of Twitter, go on over there. Give him a follow. Also, Don Ciccio is a Godfather reference, which I love too, because I always say, love you with all of my heart. If I don't see you soon, I'm gonna die. Which is the Clemens's meatball scene from The Godfather, if you know, you know. And so here's Don Ciccio. And here's his Twitter handle, at Don Ciccio74. His latest work, there's his QR code if you'd like to support him, is Dr. Andrew Rentschler. And he posted this on June 10th. And then after I shouted him out, he did one of me, which I thought was so amazing. Dr. La Posada. His name is Chris, aka Don Ciccio. Dr. Wolf. I see dimples. Karina Kolakithis. Lucky. It's good to support artists. Spectators on June 3rd. Nicholas Barros. Oh, U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. He does a lot of people outside of the trial, too. Leah Foley. Last year, Dr. Marie Russell. He's amazing. And then Dr. Marie Russell from this year. Kelly Dever. Kelly Dever. So thanks for asking. Still waiting. All right, somebody, you guys keep talking about that hot mic, so I'm gonna play it. I don't know if it means anything. I really lean towards it doesn't mean anything, but let me just see if somebody sent it to me. So hang on one second, I'll play it. One minute. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. A lot of you send me videos that I can't play because TikTok allows music and Instagram allows music, and you can't play copyrighted music on YouTube because they are very strict about that, and you will get stricken. Mm. 1 minute. Everyone's in the courtroom now? Play it before the hot mic. Everyone's in the courtroom. Hurry, what's filing in? What? I don't know. I mean, look, why people are saying, why is it taking so long when the science and medical was more than enough evidence? I mean, they got to give it a good faith effort, right? To go through everything. They got to go through everything. They got to give it. I mean, they've been sitting there, what, 30, how many days of testimony? 31, 32, 33? So many days of testimony that they've really got to talk about it. I don't know if it's going to be today. I think it may be tomorrow, but we're here. John Stamos actually did really shout out Karen Reed. Let's play that for a second. That was crazy. I was like, there's no way that really happened. There's no way. I need receipts. And then, of course, you guys send me the receipts because Young Jerks posted it. So check this out. John Stamos apparently plays with the Playboys, plays with the Beach Boys. And he did shout out Karen Reed. Listen to this. Credit to Young Jerks for posting this video. So hang on. Oh, StreamYard is having issues. I may have to refresh in a minute. Let me see if this will play. If you could, let me know if you can hear it. Yeah, it just said StreamYard has lost connection to your audio for your screen share. So refresh your browser. So I'm going to refresh my browser. I'll be right back. Hang on. StreamYard is going to F every creator today with their crappy service. Hold on. I will be right back. Okay, let's try this again. This is John Stamos on stage. I don't know exactly when this will.
I'm addicted to this trial. I invited Karen Reed, but she doesn't see her. This is, couldn't be more grateful. This July will be my 40th year having the honor of playing with the Beach Boys.
How cool is that? Uncle Jesse. Does that make Karen Jesse's girl? Uncle Jesse is shouting her out. Somebody said he's been in Emily Baker's chat. That is so cool. I love it. If it's buffering for you, go out and come back. StreamYard has been having issues all week. There was one day where I had stopped streaming and other streamers were still streaming and they went black for like, I don't even know how long. StreamYard sold the company to another company, and it isn't great, but is pretty much the only option for streamers to use if they want to screen share and invite guests and do lots of other things and stuff. So if you are buffering, just go out and then come back in. Oh, that was from his concert in Lowell a few days ago. That's so cool. So cool. Who knew? I mean, look. How many other famous people are talking about it? What other famous people do you know that are talking about it? Billy Bush is on it. He knows a lot about it. Let's take a look. Oh, Crypt Keeper is a dig saying that I'm really old. That's what that idiot meant. Somebody's like, what does that mean? That's what it means. I'm so old I look like a Crypt Keeper. Because that's what they do. They attack women and their physical appearance because they have nothing else. How many McCabe's and Alberts have 20 Twitter accounts? Yeah, exactly. All right, so we looked at Don Ciccio. I was looking for the TikTok of the hot mic. It might be so far down in my email that I can't even find it anymore. I get like 7 million emails a day. Mama Beth says, "Hi Melanie, at bedtime the twins asked, are you going to bed or watching Melanie? I said I'm watching Melanie." He started cheering Free Karen Reed with a cheeky grin on his face. He wants one of your jumpers like mine. Oh, that's adorable. That's adorable. Smart kids you got there. Mama Bess. They can see the corruption all the way in Australia. Twin Tigers, wouldn't guilty OUI only be a partial verdict? No, because it is on the page of the entire count of manslaughter. So that would be a verdict on count 2. Right? Babs Heavyside, Turtle Boy spoke to juror number 3 from first season. I saw that he did that. I haven't had a chance to catch up on what he or she said. So I just don't know. Imagine 3.5 years, over $10 million just to get a DUI, says Stephanie Flynn. Yep. Koberger, yes, Shonda. I said this was earlier, so maybe it was before I discussed it, but yes, I will cover Koberger if it happens in August. Edward says, I'm 30 minutes back, still confused on the verdict slip. Believe defense suggested OUI lesser in case they split the baby, but if they all agree not guilty on all charges, but hang on OUI, are we going to trial 3? Crazy. Could be. Who knows? They've been known to try people 3 and 4 times in Massachusetts after mistrials. Dara says, so another request to cite case law in order to amend the verdict slip, but Bev already had her mind made up to deny it even before it was submitted. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Where's the case law? Show me some cases. So he does. They show her some cases and she still says, nope. Nope, we have an emoji. We have a nope emoji for that. You're right, Dara. We're all seeing it. We're all watching it. Marivi says, why would anyone think that Bev would try to reduce the possibilities of a conviction by making it easier to acquit Karen? Sigh. We have a sigh emoji too. Brent, I'm sick over how many times Bev's rules for the Commonwealth. Yep. A lot of people are. A lot of people that didn't watch trial number 1 don't realize how like in your face it is. And now that they see how in your face it is, they're outraged, as we have been for so long. Outraged. Are you outraged if you're only here for season 1 and season 2 and you didn't watch season 1? I'm curious to know. Is it really obvious to you what happened here? Do you think that John O'Keefe was hit by a car? Jury's been out for 4 hours and 12 minutes and 43 seconds. Spuddy said not one of the 40 shards of taillight were reflected in Lucky's headlights, maybe because there were none. Right. Not only did he not see any red pieces of taillight, he saw no body. Great points, buddy. Hi, Wendy, darling. Free Karen Reed says, I found it absolutely disgusting when Brennan in closing implied that Karen went to Fairview before going to look for John, with Jen and Carrie missing 50 minutes. Where is his data for that? Not guilty. Right. It wasn't Karen's idea to go back to One Meadows. Oh, he implied that Karen went to Fairview before going to look for John with Carrie and Jen. I kind of like tuned out a little bit, to be honest, when I was listening to him, because his voice makes me, it's like nails on a chalkboard for me. Two hours ago, Aiden Carney posted this, and he's describing the jury to us. So let's look at what he said. Let me just read through it quickly to make sure everything we can is friendly to YouTube. Hang on. Apparently, Jess Machado, who's another journalist that's been covering the story for a very, very long time, gave up her media pass so that Aiden could have it. And that was really, really, really nice of her. So shout out to Jess Machado for being so classy as to give up her media pass so that Aiden Carney could be in the courtroom. I guess for the week, right? Is it a weekly pass? She give him her pass for the whole week? This was 2 hours ago. The jury has entered. Here are some facts about the 12 people who would decide Karen Reed's fate. 5 of the 12 are women. Okay, that's interesting. So we have 5 women and 7 men. Jurors 9, 10, 11, 16, and 18 who appear to be 30 or younger. Wow. This is a really good statistic. Only one juror fit into this demographic in the last jury, and she was reportedly the staunchest not guilty voter. 2 of the 12 are men who look 25 or younger. All right, 2 men, 25 or under. No one in the last jury fit this demographic. Juror 4 had his seat moved for talking to Juror 10 too much during the sidebars. Juror 14 seems nervous and potentially easily swayed. The foreman is a middle-aged black man. He took no notes during the trial. I firmly believe he is a not guilty vote. And remember, these are Aiden Carney's perceptions from sitting in the courtroom and watching them for a very long time. Juror 5 is a middle-aged white man who smirked the entire trial and seemed to really like the defense. If the jury was rigged, he would be the first to be made an alternate. Juror 15 is a middle-aged white woman who I noticed was hung on every word of Alan Jackson's closing. All right, so we have more than 5 women, so there's 6 women. At least. Juror 3 and 12, I believe, will be the biggest hurdles to overcome. Juror 12 is the oldest remaining juror, a woman in her late 50s. She didn't make any faces that indicated that she's bad news, but in the last jury, this was the profile of a guilty voter. Juror 3 is a man in his late 40s who was called up to speak with Auntie Bev early in the trial. He looks like a cartoon character. I have no idea what to think of him. All right, so correct what I said before. 7 women, 5 men on the jury. Got it. It's just that 5 of the women are under 30. 2 men, 25 or under. And then you just heard what I read about the other jury members. Last trial, there were only 2 jurors under the age of 40. This trial, there are 7. Last trial, there were 6 men. This trial, there are 5. The defense should feel very optimistic about the outcome. And that tweet from 2 hours ago already has 157,000 views. So that's interesting. I think a younger jury is going to be a lot more familiar with the tech aspects of this case. I think perhaps they're going to think the use of signal is no big deal. Or MBD. What do you think? I also find, though, from just perusing the cesspool of Twitter, that the women out there are way harder on Karen than the men. But I mean, there's gross in both. Oh, what happened to the verdict clock? Hold on. They had the verdict clock up and now they have it down. I don't know if that means anything. Why does it say 8:34 a.m. Eastern? It's not 8:34 a.m. Eastern. It's 11:35 a.m. Eastern. That must be 8:35 Pacific. I don't know. Who's in charge of the chyrons over there, folks? Come on, man. It's the biggest thing happening in the last 2 years. Biggest trial happening. Get the chiron right. Yeah, Stillwell Angel says, I think the women will be more horrified by Proctor's text, though. Yeah, they could be. Best Gun Losing Detective says there's a no stream order on Richens. And then Gen X says there's the Richens trial is a while away, 2/23/26. If the taillight was red, you must acquit, says entry required. Stedeka, can the juries just ask how to mark the verdict form to get to a specific result if they're confused? They could send out a note if they're confused. No notes so far. No notes so far. Not Sarah Lee. Says, ugh, I actually had hope she'd agree because it's reasonable. Why not improve it for all? It could be make or break. She's obviously setting Karen Reed up for failure. She signed the bottom of Hank's form. She should have signed it. I'll allow it. Yeah. But no, she's not allowing it. Janice Hathaway, thanks for your 20. Jen Borden, lots of parades in Boston area this weekend. Morrissey was heckled relentlessly along his parade route. Meanwhile, the Free Karen Reed float was the most popular in the Bunker Hill Day parade. That's interesting. Reasonable Doubt says the judge is consistent in denying almost all of the motions put forth by the defense team. That's true. There's a little bit of consistency there. Lisa, Free Karen Reed from Dedham. Shout out to my 3 kids, K, T, and J, watching from here to Miami. Anxiously waiting for a not guilty and my first grandson. Oh, congratulations, Lisa. You came from Miami to Dedham? You're committed. My Lexus in Space says, where did you put your YouTube award? I haven't even unboxed it yet. I haven't unboxed it yet. It's not the right time. Gotta wait until we're done here, and then we'll unbox it. So it's still in the box it came in. I found your stream and love it, says Red Hot Chili Peppers fan. Awesome. Welcome. I think you're going to like it here. The chat is called the Snark Tank for a reason. Permission to be snarky, everyone. Permission to be snarky. And so I'm so glad you found us. Welcome. I think you're going to like it here. LB gifted a membership. If you did see a verdict slip with guilty and not guilty on the OUI. That has not been approved. It has been denied. We've been over the motions. It is not real. It has not been approved. The motion has been denied. So we tried, to prevent misinformation in the chat. And so if you did see it on Twitter, it was the proposed verdict slip. The motion has been denied, and that is not the one they're using. The one that they're using is the one that we went over early this morning. Yeah, the verdict clock is down. I don't know if that means anything. Linzer Tort, do you think the judge is still bent with the defense because they asked her to recuse herself in 2023 pretrial hearing? I don't know if that's the reason that she doesn't like them, but I think it's pretty clear to most people watching the trial that she doesn't really like the defense so much. But that's a common motion. It's made a lot in a lot of cases. And so I don't know if that would be the reason for it, but we went over that motion at length, and there was a lot of interesting things that were brought out about the fact that she may know some players in this case and things like that. 3D Pet Sitting became a member. Welcome. Can jury send questions about the jury form? As far as I know, they can. Thank you, M. Monge, for another super chat today. Yeah, everyone has to hit the like button. We gotta hit the like button, or we're going to have to turn off the fan and the air conditioning and all the things. Thank you, Jules. Free cupcakes, appreciation for justice, for gifting 5 memberships. You're amazing. They're randomly doled out by YouTube. I have nothing to do with it. You have to be participating in the chat, I think, and you too can win a membership. Thank you, Austin, for becoming a member, and Shonda Baldwin for becoming a member. The motion was denied. Sorry, I'm late on this one. This nasty Greek votes. Yes, it was. Emmy, for you, want to shout out to my mom, Boston Deb, who's streaming you on her TV every day of both trials, season 1 and season 2. I'll miss seeing you in our living room daily. Oh, thanks, Emmy, for you. We'll be doing something else after this. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. And your mom has great taste. Not Sarah Lee says, I'm sure not hot mics and smartwatches are the least of our worries. I'm truly surprised so many ask about it. I know. Bev's doing way worse things in the open, so why be sneaky? That's what I'm thinking too, not Sarah Lee. Thanks for verbalizing that for me. A desire for civil discourse. Any reasonable person who discovers a person dead near where they dropped them off the night before would consider what could possibly have happened. Anyone? Oh, I don't know why sometimes super chats repeat themselves, but yes, of course. Of course. Acute grief reaction. You may found guilty. You may think you did something to cause such a horrific thing. It's common. Carrie, for Karen, the wind of change by the Scorpions is like a storm wind that will ring the freedom bell for peace of mind. Well done, Bishop. Sage says science can't be wrong, but phone data can. 24 miles per hour produce less taillight damage and 3,000 pounds of force. An arm can withstand less than 1,000 pounds of force before fracturing. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you, Sage. Emonge, song suggestions, Stuck in the Middle with You. I think it's on there. Clowns to left me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Yes, that For What It's Worth by Buffalo Springfield is absolutely 100% on there. I think that one is also on there, but I'll check. Thank you for your time. Why is this taking so long? It just is. It just is. Matea trustee, if she's found guilty, will she go into custody immediately? Likely, she might. Depends on what she's found guilty of. If she's found guilty only of OUI, she may not go into custody immediately. If she's found guilty of murder too, she would. So the answer is, it depends. What is the sentence range for the lesser included on charge 2? First OUI in Massachusetts is incarceration for up to 2.5 years. People say first offenders are never sent to prison. I say perhaps the judge wants to see Karen Reed in prison for any length of time, and there would be public outcry if she was not sentenced to some period of jail. And so That is the Massachusetts sentencing guidelines, or it's in the statute. But the judge has discretion. Why not put OUI on a separate form? Because it's a lesser included under the manslaughter charge, and that's the way they do it in Massachusetts. Ice cream truck special, free silver bracelets. This is all going to be okay. Put my doctor in the doghouse for being rude. You got this. Go to Cancun after this trial and relax. This judge is cemented in stupid, not just stuck on stupid. I love you. Ah, thank you. Thank you. Tiffany says maybe it's a test run for when and if the DA is indicted his next potential client. Oh, you think Hank Brennan trying this case is a dress rehearsal for Morrissey's defense? Oh, well done, Tiffany. I didn't even think of that. Closer to free. Tina says one of Karen Reed's first interviews, she said, I called Jen. She hung up and called me back and said, I talked to Nicole. She said you guys never came into the house. So weird. I don't remember that part of any interview. But Jen McCabe herself says on the stand, I didn't call her at 5:07. If you have it there, show it to me. So it's Karen's word against Jen's, right? Same as it ever was. Nikki Williams Thomas, why is OUI a lesser charge of manslaughter? Surely it being by itself would prevent a hang on a manslaughter charge. Shout out to my dad, Sparky, in the UK. Shout out to Sparky. Marianne, Brennan still has clients on hold, LOL. Well, he's been ignoring them for the entire time he's been on this trial, so I don't know. He's got him on ice. Hello, Mama She. Thanks for being with me for 10 months. I'll allow you being late and catching up on 2 times speed. Tim, thanks for your hard work on this case. Gave many of us hours of enjoyment. Hit that like button. That'll be nice, right? Let me see something. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute. Talk amongst yourselves. I want to find something to play for you while I fill my drink. And then you can grab a snack. Somebody sent me a news clip, but now I can't find it. Hold. Is there any word on what's going on? So O'Connell reported that the jurors are dressed as they always do. I know the jury clock disappeared. Maybe they're on a break. Maybe they're on a break. Here are Zoe B's stats. Hank played 22 separate video interview clips of Karen Reed during trial. 8 clips were repeated during closing. Total of 30 Karen Reed video interview clips. I can't believe she must be, Zoe, you must be a statistician, right? Sirens heard when jury was seated, 61. 35 were during defense team at the podium, 22 during Commonwealth at the podium, and 4 when the judge was addressing the jury. Judge instructed witnesses to correct their actions during testimony 31 times, 24 times while the defense was examining witnesses, 6 times while the Commonwealth was examining witnesses, and 1 time on her own. Alan Jackson's closing was 1 hour and 25 minutes. Brennan's closing was 1 hour and 22 minutes. Yeah, they were only given 1 hour and 15, but the judge did say, I'll let you go over, but don't take advantage. And so, thankfully, to her credit, she did not interrupt either one of them. Attorneys heard speaking their grounds for objection in open court. Because remember, the judge has ruled that there were to be no reasons for no ground. You could not state grounds for objections in your objections. So attorneys were heard speaking their grounds for objections. Hank twice, AJ once, Yannetti once, Alessi twice. The judge said the word overruled 7 times in open court. That's it. Like 33 days of testimony. And she only said overruled 7 times. That's wild to me. Hold on. Somebody said Court TV has the clock up. Okay. But Court TV also has commentary in between that I don't want to listen to. Let me just see. Yeah, it's 4 hours, 34 minutes, and 38 seconds. But I don't want to listen to their commentary, so we can just keep checking the clock time. I don't know why Law and Crime took it down, but I want to keep the fan up in case they come back. People get very nervous when I take the fan down. The defense team request for a sidebar was denied by the judge 11 times. The Commonwealth sidebar requests were only denied twice. Four times the defense team made a second request for a sidebar after first being denied. Commonwealth, 0. The judge said strike that 85 times, 47 times when the Commonwealth was examining a witness, 38 times when the defense was examining a witness. Judge tells an attorney move along or next question a total of 51 times. Hank 15 times. Lally 0 times. Alan Jackson 24 times. Yannetti 5 times. Alessi 7 times. Ms. Little 0 times. Objections during trial when the jury was seated. 1,284 objections. I don't know why when people say like you look tired today, they think that that's like in some way not an insult. I don't know why people say that. Of course I'm tired. Of course I'm tired. I have been fighting for a year and I don't know how long. Like it's not a compliment. Why do people the things people say? Like I should just do like a stream on things people say that are rude. I remember when I had twins and they were babies and I would roll them around in a stroller at Target. Strangers would come up to me because I had, the baby buggy with the 2 and they were obviously twins. People would come up to me in Target and say things like, better you than me. And I would look at them and say, twins are a blessing. Or better you than me. I would say, apparently, and keep walking. Or they would come around and say, oh, you have twin girls? Yeah, twins are only good when it's a boy and a girl. I'm sorry. Are you a stranger? Or they would come and they would say, oh, you have twins? Did you do IVF? I'm sorry. Are you a stranger? Oh, one of the best stories, since we're talking about other things. I remember strolling the twins around and it was in Target. And a little boy came up and he had to be like maybe 4. And he was blonde and he was adorable. And he came running up. And he looks at the twins and he says, oh, double trouble. And I said, what do you mean double trouble? It's double the fun. And sure enough, his twin brother came bounding around the aisle. And I thought to myself, wow, these kids have been told by strangers double trouble for their entire 4 years of their young lives. Like, what is wrong with people? What is wrong with people? I already said I didn't have time to put on makeup this morning. Sorry. For the love of the traveling Mary. Yeah, so can you imagine? It happens. Caroline said there was a brief clip on the news up here on Friday too, and hubby asked if this is what I've been listening to. Yes. Thank you, Robert Berman, for your 10. I appreciate you. Lunchbox Lally and Happy Meal Hank says, Ronnie speaks about the jury wanting to convict on OUI last trial in that Canton Confidential news I emailed to you. He flip-flops a lot, unfortunately. Okay. That's great. What email did you send it to me from? Because I can't find it. So the objections during the trial when the jury was seated, 1,284 objections. Against the Commonwealth, 616. Against the defense, 668. Sustained objections during the trial when the jury was seated, 859. Sustained against the Commonwealth, 344. Sustained against defense, 515. And she's got more and more and more and more. She's amazing. And that is Zoe B. If you see her in the chat, thank her for keeping all of the statistics. Found it. I found it. Thank you. But let me fast forward because if they have some people on that I don't like, I don't want to hear what they have to say. But we can maybe just play Ronnie's portion. For example, I was invited to go on a show that I won't name. And, this person would love to have you on the show. And they also want to have another person on the show who thinks that Karen Reed is 100% guilty. And I wrote back and I said, if it's Joe Krowski, hard pass. Like, no, I'm not coming on. Thanks anyway. But no, I have zero interest in debating with Joe Krowski Jr. ever. I would rather sit here with you and talk about what I'm watching on Netflix than go on any show and debate with Joe Krowski Jr. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen. All right, so here's Ronnie on Friday. Thank you for sending this to me. Let's hear it. This is Ronnie the juror. So Ronnie the juror sat during season 1 talking to Boston 10. Because we have some time to kill and I need to fill up my drink. Oofa. He's a cross between Pee Wee Herman and the child catcher in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Fight me on it. In my opinion, of course, my opinion. This is Friday's Canton Confidential, and this is right before Ronnie and Gilbert Gottfried, right, starts talking. I'll be back. Don't freak out, okay? Jury has not sent questions yet.
Surprising her 3 kids, Willie, Paige, and Haven, with their new home.
Paige is gonna have her.
I'm sorry, what is this? This is not what I was just playing. Hang on.
But I.
Not here. Not now.
You know what? Let's watch a little bit. All right, let's start it here because I can always have a little Alan Jackson in the morning. Oh, Ronnie is at the panel already. He didn't say anything yet, though, right? Okay, here we go. Oh, they show commercials on their YouTube clip? That's annoying.
So that it's a tool for you so that you can make a decision.
So, Ronald, shortly after hearing that, the jury begins their deliberations. You did this a year ago.
Again, this aired on Friday. This is Ronnie, the juror, and this is he deliberated on the first jury, which was hung. Okay. I'll be right back. Go fill up your drinks if you need to. But if people come in and they're freaking out that I'm not here, just reassure them I will be back. Thank you.
Walk us through the process begins.
So that you can make a decision.
So, Ronald, shortly after hearing that, the jury begins their deliberations. You did this a year ago. Walk us through the process. When you get into the deliberation room, what are you doing first?
I think we were all suddenly realizing the scope of what we were about to do.
The weight of it.
Yes.
Yeah. And what'd you do next? Did you discuss immediately what you were thinking?
I think we went our kind of ideas of how to approach it in an easy way.
And what did you decide ultimately?
Ultimately, we said that we need to look at the different charges and figure out, based on each charge, can we make decisions on each charge? And if we can't, then we should look at the evidence of everything. And then one more time at the end, look at the evidence again to make sure everybody is in agreement.
All right, we're going to talk about this. We're getting a closer look at the verdict slip that the jurors will be filling out. You may remember, I'm sure that Ronnie does, that
That's right.
there was talk that the jury was a bit confused over the boxes that needed to be checked. Take a listen.
They didn't have an option on the verdict form to find her not guilty. It's almost like the court is directing a verdict of the subordinate charges.
Okay. I disagree with you. Ms. Giannetti, you've seen verdict slips exactly like this. Okay?
I actually haven't.
Okay, so one major change this year is about the second charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. They have added a lesser included offense of OUI. We have the verdict slip here, and even you said that this is confusing. And so I want to talk to both of you. Explain to me what I'm looking at here. And then, Ronnie, if you can just let us know if this updated version would have helped you at all.
So what we're looking at here is 5 sections that the jury has to decide on. And I think the reason why it's confusing is because they're not individually labeled to each indictment. But if the only charge is that the jury thinks she was operating under the influence, they have to assume that counts 1 through 4 or sections 1 through 4 on the verdict slip, she is not guilty of, in order to get to section 5. So if they believe that she's guilty of anything 1 through 4, they have to stop right there. What the defense attorneys are arguing is that there should be a section next to each section that just puts not guilty or guilty. But the problem is there's no case law to support modifying a verdict slip to fit that narrative.
So, Ronald, on the issue of number 5 that Morgietta was just talking about, this jury can decide to convict her on OUI independent of everything else. Was that an option even available to you, or was it an option at least made clear to you?
That wasn't even an option that was made available. So, no.
Would it have made a difference, do you think, in the outcome of what that jury decided?
I honestly think it would have, because we were focusing on, some of us were focusing on the fact that we believed she was operating a vehicle under the influence of alcohol, and we wanted some sort of justice for that. And there was no other charge or anything to check off.
And I think, to be honest, just because they've been waiting 8 weeks and 31 days, I can reasonably see how this is an easy out. Because what is she gonna, the charges that she's facing, the penalties, she could just get probation. You know, she could get a very small, as they say, slap on the wrist, and that might appease the jury. They did their due diligence, they picked something, but not something that's as grave as what.
I do want to point out, Alan Jackson said, if you find her guilty on anything, then Proctor wins. And that to me was, ooh, they do think that there's a chance
that it's possible.
OUI could
I mean,
be.
the clips are the clips. You really can't take those back. I mean, she said that she was drinking. Now, again, in that section 5, there's 2 parts. It's whether her ability to operate that motor vehicle was impaired, or whether her blood alcohol level, which there was no expert to testify to, was above 0.08. So really has to be 5A.
Okay.
It's such a development because, of course, the defense requested this, not the Commonwealth, and it's usually the Commonwealth that's adding charges to the indictment list. But anyway, let's tackle one of the many viewer questions we got about the jury process. Greg and Stoughton asks, how were the alternates chosen? Well, alternate jurors were selected at random today. 18 jurors in total heard the case, but only 12 will be deliberating. So that means 6 of the panel were selected as alternates. Their numbers pulled from a wooden box by the court clerk. You see that happening right there. The judge is the one who decides who the 4-person will be. That person will ultimately communicate with the judge and deliver a verdict if one is reached. Before deliberations began, Judge Cannoni read off a long list of instructions to the jury. Here's one of those instructions.
Lawyers or witnesses may suggest something about the law. That's not necessarily the law. That's because it's my responsibility as the judge and mine alone to instruct you what the law is.
That brings us to another viewer question. Paul wants to know, is the jury allowed to keep a hard copy of the deliberation as a reference, a hard copy of the instructions, for deliberations? Ronald, the reading of the instructions was pretty long, as Paul points out there. Were you able to keep a copy and refer to it?
Yes. Actually, that was one of the first things, looking back at it, that we kind of looked at, because some of us were still confused when we first walked into the room of what were the instructions.
Did you watch the jury instructions today?
Yes.
Did you feel like it was a clearer process than the one that you experienced?
I felt like it was clearer. It was more outlined of what needs to be, what's the goal, what's the objective.
And don't forget, they sat there for an hour and 15 minutes for the defense's closing, an hour and 15 minutes for the prosecution's closing. They got a half-hour lunch break, and then they had to come back and listen to an hour of jury instructions. I mean, that is a lot to process, considering the wait, as you said, when you walked into that room.
And then to deliberate.
And
afterwards.
deliberate, right.
Yeah.
And you actually get to speak to people after all that time. That
Yeah.
that has to be a monumental moment.
Absolutely.
All right, well, we're now going to see where we go from here, because if Morgietta is confused about the verdict slip, you can't be the only one. That's impossible. So it's going to be something we'll be watching and trying to explain. Thank you both so much. Thank you for being with us throughout the trial, and thank you for staying with us as we await the verdict. We appreciate it.
If you have questions about this case, keep sending them our way. The email address is on your screen, canton.confidential@nbcuni.com. We'll answer as many questions as we can.
And remember to join us every weeknight at 7 on NBC 10 Boston. We'll have a full recap of the latest developments from court, as well as legal analysis. Plus, this week's episodes will be streaming on Peacock on Sunday. You're watching Canton Confidential, the Karen Reed murder trial.
Watch Priscilla Casper and Colton Bradford, weeknights at 6 on NBC 10 Boston.
Win one championship, you're celebrated. Win twice, they call you a hero. 3 times, they say words like legend and dynasty. But when you've won it all 7 times, the trophy speaks for itself.
Present.
This is a story.
And
house, oh, the fan, that's on. And so many people are waiting right now. Any word, and we have you covered. That's our camera shooting the fan. That's inside the courtroom, but outside the courthouse, oh, there's a lot going on there too as well.
Now, that's something that's the same as it was last year, but maybe more. We're learning that. Let's go live outside right now. That's where we find Court TV lead anchor Vinny Politan. Vinny, I was watching you earlier. I couldn't get over the glasses and the people that you're talking to, but what have you heard since we talked to you last?
Julie, Janae, I'll be honest, I could not hear you. The crowd is not making noise, but there's just this palpable anticipation and excitement that is drowning your voice out of my ear. But I'll tell you this, we know what public sentiment is. Every poll that has been done, whether it's by Court TV or others, it's between 80 and 90% of the public believes she's not guilty. The question that we have is, all the people here obviously believe she's not guilty, but what about the 12 who are deliberating across the street inside the courthouse? Those are the 12 that matter. And in recent times here at Court TV, everything's kind of been in sync, right? Johnny Depp case, we didn't know the way the public was necessarily going to react to that one, but it was overwhelmingly Johnny Depp. The jury saw the same trial. Alec Murdoch, same thing. The jury saw the same trial that the public did. But I have a memory. I was down in Central Florida. Ted, I know I hate bringing this up. You know I hate bringing it up, Julia, as well. But I was there for Casey Anthony.
Do we have to say the name? We have to say it for
Johnny Depp was a civil case. I hate when people bring, it's like apples and oranges. Johnny Depp was a civil case. It was not a criminal case. So, I mean, I get what he's saying about public sentiment. Also, Johnny Depp is a celebrity, but I don't like the comparison because I think it's apples and oranges. But do we really need to say the name? Come on with the dribble. I just wanted to get Vinny's.
What's going to happen. And
I just wanted to get, like, why can't they full screen Vinny so we can see, like, who's there, who's in the background? Let me do it myself because, I'm doing the Lord's work here for us.
And despite what the public sees, you don't know what the 12 in the box are necessarily seeing, especially in this case, because it was held in such a small courtroom, the public didn't even get inside the courtroom.
Yeah.
So we literally didn't see the same trial that they saw because they are there inside the courtroom. 10 seats for the media, and that was it. Family and friends. It was very limited this time around.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say this, as we usually the stories on the courthouse steps, but these are the steps across the street from the courthouse. Obviously, this is where Matt's been doing all his stuff.
Oh, okay.
But people are
So this is the Registry of Deeds building across the street. So again, when people were saying earlier that there's tons of people sitting on the courthouse steps, this is not the courthouse steps. This is across the street. It's the Registry of Deeds building. That makes more sense. I'm like, they would never allow all these people to sit on the courthouse steps. And I was right. Oh, I passed Vinny in subs. Oh, that's why I had a super secret competition. I've loved Vinny Politan since the 90s. And I said, I want to beat him in subscriber count. Can you guys help? And we finally did it. We finally did it. Let me just move myself out of here so we can see him better. Hold on.
as close as they can to the courthouse. And again, it's all about that anticipation. So I'm going to literally sit on the steps here and talk to some of my new friends. Although she clearly doesn't want to talk to me, I can tell. She does not want to talk.
Wait, hold on, let me full screen this for you because now they finally gave him the full screen. Okay.
So I'll come over here. So the anticipation, how will you feel if there's no verdict today?
I'm gonna be very upset because she's innocent and she should be, this shouldn't even be going on like this. She should have, it's innocent. She's innocent.
Let me ask you this. The last time I was live, was I talking to you?
You was.
So I keep talking to the same people. I'm not talking to.
Don't talk to me. He wasn't talking to her.
She's always there. Oh, you're new. Okay. All right. Over here. Okay. Then this is interesting that I told you there were people traveling for this.
Yeah.
Where did you come from?
All the way from Scottsdale, Arizona.
That's a long trip. Now, just for this, are you going to the Cape or something? Or?
I did go to the Cape. I went to the Yankees-Red Sox game. Go Yankees. But I obviously had to stay for the verdict watch.
So you'll stay until it's over?
Well, I'm supposed to fly home tomorrow, but I can always change my flight.
Ted, should she change her flight now?
Yeah, go ahead and change it. I don't know. I think it's going to last till Tuesday, Wednesday.
Tuesday, Wednesday. If it's not Tuesday, I think it's hung.
Ted is thinking Tuesday, Wednesday. Julia, what do you think?
I think if they don't come back with a verdict tomorrow, that is going to signal that they are hung.
Okay. So
I
Julie
don't think so.
Janae thinks
I don't think that means
maybe
they're hung.
tomorrow.
Really?
But if it's after tomorrow, you could be here a long
Well,
time.
it's a good thing I'm on Southwest and I can change my flight at any
There
time.
you go. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much.
So nice to meet you.
See, here we go. So the crowd is fully anticipating this whole thing to happen today. Now, obviously, it didn't happen this morning, but most of the big verdicts come in usually in the afternoon. So if it's going to happen today, obviously it'll be in the afternoon. Will there be much warning? What will the reaction be, I think, is the big question. Because I don't know, and I'd have to ask someone. Are you prepared that there's a potential that a jury could come back and find Karen Reed guilty?
I am. I don't know how I'll handle it, but I'm prepared. But I mean, there's so much reasonable doubt. There's so much.
What drew you to this particular case?
Because I once was in her shoes.
Wait a minute.
Tell us. Do tell, girl.
Happened.
I was framed as well in the state of Ohio. I spent 8 years in Montgomery County, 5 years in Montgomery County jail, waiting my trial.
And you got out and you were found not guilty?
Yes.
And you did 8 years for something you didn't do?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
That's powerful.
How are you doing now?
I'm great.
That's powerful, Vinny. Why don't you interview her for the next half an hour? Because, that would be a great interview. 8 years for a crime she didn't do. She was framed in Ohio. She gets it. Wow.
I'm pardoned. Everything's good. So thanks to God, I'm good.
And she's got a good attitude.
Do you still trust her?
Wow, if that was me, I'd be hella pissed. Maybe she had a good civil suit against Ohio and got some money for her 8 years of wrongful incarceration. She got her pardon, so at least, she can have a clean record. But my God, man.
Our system.
Wait.
Thanks to God, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you still trust our system?
I do. I do.
Wow.
I do.
Thank you so much for sharing that story.
Talk about faith.
I'm telling you, Ted, people are here. It's more than just like, oh, it's an interesting case. It's a salacious case. No, it's about a cause.
It's about justice.
People believe that there is injustice taking place here, and that's why they're here, overwhelmingly. They believe not just that there's reasonable doubt, they believe that she's factually innocent in this case, and that things were done by people in the government to make a citizen look guilty. And that's really what drives, I think, the passion of the people who are showing up here. But what's interesting, Ted, I'm going to turn the camera around, so we're going to go this way now, is when I first spoke to you, Ted, I feel like the anticipation is growing, like the conversations, no one is chanting, no one is protesting, but I think the conversations are getting a little bit stronger amongst each other, because I think it's all part of, we believe this thing can happen at any moment,
Well, I mean,
like at a moment's notice.
I don't see one person dressed up in blue. I don't see one person, boots on the ground. You guys are out there doing the Lord's work. Are there any people with their, are there any of the trolls out there live today with their blue shirts on, chanting Karen Reed is guilty? Are they there? Yeah, they're not allowed to make noise, so they can't make any noise. I think also Karen has asked for people not to make noise as well. But I don't know. Boots on the ground. Let us know if you see any of the people chanting Karen's guilty. Curious.
And I'm wondering how that reaction is going to go down. But obviously, we'll be here for that reaction, Ted. Ted, what was it like? And I want from Julia also, I'm sorry to interview you on your own shows, but I think it'd be interesting to compare your experiences at those huge, huge trials, whether it's Michael Jackson or Derek Chauvin, that those moments just before the verdict comes down.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing like it. There's when you hear that there's an actual verdict, the adrenaline runs through your body. You get in there, and especially in a case that could go either way. Michael Jackson was found not guilty in the molestation case in Santa Maria. That's where the big crowds were. And like this, the crowds were waiting for the not guilty. And the reaction outside of the courthouse, you could feel and hear. Peterson went the other way. But again, the reaction, and that when you don't know, it's crazy. Robert Blake found not guilty. I thought he was going to be found guilty. And to Vinny's point, you just never know.
It became a parade for the Derek Chauvin trial. Once he was found guilty, when people were waiting, crowded around their phones, crowded around radios, listening. And once they heard guilty as charged, I mean, it erupted in Minneapolis. And it turned into really a block party, a parade that went on for hours because people were just so happy and so connected to a cause. And though it's unlikely to think about Karen Reed and the death of George Floyd in the same breath, but there's this conviction that people are there for something larger than the person, and that's what it sounds like you're hearing from people there, Vinny.
Yeah, Julian, I just bumped into Court TV alum Michael Bryant. Michael, great to see you.
Hey, nice to see you. Hey, could you give me your thoughts on this verdict slip? I'm asking folks what they're thinking of this second page of the verdict slip. Take all the time you need to figure that out.
It's a little confusing. What are your thoughts about the scene here? Because you've been in a lot of the big cases.
It's unbelievable, and having seen this grow over the last 2+ months, I never would have anticipated this. First of all, let's just say the lawsuits that were filed on behalf of what I'm calling the First Amendment zone led to.
I don't know who's working in the control room of Court TV, but while Vinny's interviewing the people on the street, maybe they could full screen him and let the other two anchors that are sitting at the desk, take a little break. I don't know.
This because
not for me to tell them how to run their channel, but people certainly come on here and try to tell me how to run mine. Yeah, George Floyd. I mean, come on. Nothing like that.
The cops here were brutal in keeping this whole area safe.
All I want to know is what the people on the street have to say to Vinny. And this guy has his own YouTube channel, so we're going to shuffle through.
Camera on. It's all I can say. That it's intense. It's right. Ted, it's intense. It's more intense than it was this morning. That's all I can say. That And it's not just, you know, because we have a camera on. It's walking through the streets. I can't explain it. It's like a simmering that is now bubbling. And we'll see how this verdict ends. But I have the verdict form now. Michael gave it to me, apparently. This page is a little confusing.
There were some issues with that last year.
And this morning.
With the verdict form, where
You bag of
looking the
donuts.
way that the defense wanted it to be, it was
Which is,
debated.
you know, I think that it's safe to say this time around, both sides are going to look for clarification if indeed the jury comes back and claims they're hung.
A little thing called polling the jury.
Yeah.
Even if it's behind closed doors.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Vin, what's your prediction? Do you predict? Or you got another person there?
Well, no. I really feel, because Thursday is a down day, right? So Wednesday, for me, has the Friday feel. If the jury is going to go through the evidence, and I've been at a trial in this courthouse, so it's the same jury pool. It was years ago. Julie Janae was in grammar school, but the jury, it was a very clear-cut case. There was DNA, there was a lot of evidence, but the jury went through the evidence, and they did that on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They didn't even vote until Friday. So if you have a jury approach it that way, it could take some time because of the amount of evidence, the number of witnesses, exhibits. And then if you don't agree, that jury agreed in their first vote, but they didn't take a vote until Friday because they went through the evidence. So the question to me really is, how do they go about this? Do they go about this by taking a vote right out of the gate and figure out where they are and then work from there? Or do they say, well, let's go through the evidence and try to agree on what happened here? And if you talk about doing that, it's like you've got to figure out, was there or was there not a collision? That's the first fact that I think any jury has to determine.
Vinny, who gave you that?
So,
Who gave you that little tidbit? First thing they need to do, was there a car accident? Do you believe there was a car accident? Yes or no? Vinny's watching my show. He's been on my show too. I've been on his show too. That's it. Was there a car accident? Yes or no? If the answer is no, we all go home.
if they try to figure out if there was a collision or not, what are they debating? They're debating expert testimony, which is thick. You're debating digital evidence. You're debating whether or not she confessed. You're debating whether or not the pieces of the tail light were broken at 5:07 in the morning. So there's a lot to go through. But if they take a vote and they're almost there, it could be quick. It could be this afternoon. But I'm thinking Wednesday. If we get past Wednesday and we come back here on Friday, then I'm on high alert on Friday, and then we're getting into a longer delay.
Thursday is a court holiday, and I don't know if the court's also going to close for Friday also because, they're going to want a 5-day weekend at the Cape. And so I would say Wednesday latest. Today's Monday. So there's that. Rico. That's what they should be chanting outside. Rico, Rico, Rico.
Deliberation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Was that vague enough for you, Ted?
Yes, perfect.
And it even reminds us about the first jury. It seemed like they took a vote the first time out of the gate, came back allegedly with not guilty for 2 of the counts, and then spent time really just infighting. They didn't get a lot of evidence back to look over that we sometimes see with juries.
Yeah, and you just never know what's going on. Who, to Vinny's point, if the jury foreperson.
Wah, 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 wah. I here's the thing about Vinny, and I love Vinny, but he can't really say what he really feels. He can't. His employer is Court TV. Think about that. I am self-employed. This is my channel. I run it however I want. Nobody tells me what to say. Nobody tells me what I can and can't say. Nobody tells me what to think. Nobody tells me what to feel. Nobody can fire me. I am my own employer. I am my own company. Vinny has an employer. His employer is Court TV. He may have strict marching orders on what he can and cannot say because he doesn't want to lose his job. However, I've seen Julie Grant, and she has been off the rails with her hatred for Karen Reed. And so, I don't know, go figure. He can't really talk about it because he has a boss, right? And that is why Mariko says, that's why I get more news on YouTube than mainstream media. Mainstream media is dead. Can we just admit it? Why do you think all of the mainstream media people are coming to YouTube to try and start their own channels? Because they see the future. They see the future of the Magic 8 Ball. And when I tell you that I am no great person, I am not a technology wizard at all. At all. I'm a one-man show. I'm a one-woman show. It's me. It's me and a ring light and a good camera and a second screen and a laptop and a Magic 8 Ball, okay? To be able to keep 33,000 people engaged for 8 hours, there's got to be some skill to it, right? I mean, people who are on mainstream media that are coming over to try and start a YouTube channel, maybe it's not going to translate so well for them. I don't know. But people are realizing that mainstream media is dead and they can't control the narrative anymore. And we ain't got no quit. And this brings me to something else. The Fixer says, put your DNA on the like button. I found out a fun fact about Alan Jackson yesterday when I was researching him a little bit more. Did you know that he was a consulting producer on Ray Donovan? Speaking of The Fixer, I did not know that about Alan Jackson. That fascinates me. How do I get that job on a TV show? Be a consulting producer on a TV show involving such things as like Ray Donovan. That was one of my favorite shows. Did you guys like Ray Donovan? Loved Ray Donovan. And so I didn't know that about Alan Jackson, and I find that to be fascinating and interesting. And he's smooth as butter. Oh, they put their verdict clock back up, and now it's at... Wait, am I behind on this stream? No. 4:15:97. It is currently 12:24 p.m. here in Boston. I'm not in Boston, but in Boston, in Dedham, it is 4:15. And I did love Ray Donovan, and isn't that fascinating? Ray Donovan is hot, says Valerie. I'll allow it. I know, Zoe. Magic 8 Ball's 0 for 2 so far based on the questions I asked during last week. All right, let's do another one. Will the jury come back with a verdict today? We're going to ask the Magic 8 Ball. And the Magic 8 Ball so far has been 0 for 2. But today, the Magic 8 Ball says, as I see it, yes. But like, the Magic 8 Ball is 0 for 2. So we'll see. But like I say, would you walk into a casino and put $10,000 down on a roulette table and spin a wheel on what a jury's going to do? I wouldn't. David Johnson, isn't the judge and prosecution suborning perjury with the lies told in number 2 versus number 1? Well, the judge can't be suborning perjury. So the question would be, did Hank Brennan suborn perjury by putting a witness on the stand whom he knew was going to lie? That's the question. And I just don't know. I just don't know the answer to that. The answer to that is stay tuned. Because I think, despite what happens, if Karen is acquitted today, when she is acquitted, eventually, this case, her case, the ripple effects of her case will keep on giving for like the next 10 years. Regardless of what happens here, this will be going on for a very, very, very long time. I predict, not me, this is just me now. There will be more indictments. There will be more things that will come out. We still don't really know what the FBI was investigating. We don't know if they were investigating the MSP. We don't know if they were investigating Michael Marcy's office in general. We don't know what they were investigating. But you can bet your bottom dollar it ain't over. In my opinion, I think. That's just my own 2 cents. Sitting here in my studio, spouting into a closet. But now I have all of you. And there's over 33,500 of you here right now with me. And that says something. What's the seating capacity at Madison Square Garden? Hold on. I got to look that up real fast. MSG seating capacity. 19,500. But is that for a hockey game or is that for a concert? Hold on. Concerts, 20,000. Hockey, 18,000. Right now, all of you in the chat have filled up Madison Square Garden for a concert over 1.5 times. When you think about it that way, that is huge. That's huge. Speaking of which, Annie Elise is going on tour. She just announced a tour. Annie Elise of Serialistly is her podcast, and 10 to Life. I love Annie Elise. I said, I'm coming to New York. She said, you're on the list. I said, good. She's coming to New York. She's coming to the Gramercy Theater. Now I should say, hey, Annie, if you need someone to introduce you on stage at the Gramercy Theater in New York, and also she's coming to Boston, I would do it. I'm not doing a live show at the Garden. What I'm saying is there are more people watching here right now than would fill up Madison Square Garden 1.5 times for a concert. And that's a lot. It's a lot of people. Right? They took down the clock again. Oh, no, jury's deliberating for 5 hours. Not all of that was today. Like an hour and a half of that was on Friday. Bowie the Lab says, I too played at BU, and our coach was always appropriate, professional, respectful, and led with poise and integrity. I, along with my fellow alums, stand with her. Oh, is this the same coach that you played soccer? And this is the same coach that call her daddy, Alex, is speaking out about having sexually harassed her? That's interesting. Thank you, Bowie the Lab. I appreciate your time, and thank you for your point of view and for your experience. Actually, it's not your point of view, it's your experience with the same coach. A Seasoned Life with Allison DeLong. How do you think the defense will respond differently when the verdict is returned, especially if the verdict isn't favorable to the defense? How do you think the defense will respond? I don't know what you're asking. How do you think the defense will respond if the verdict is not, if she's convicted? How do I think they will? Well, once there's a verdict, the gag order ends, so the attorneys can speak, and so they will be able to speak, and so we will hear from them today or tomorrow or Wednesday or whenever it happens. But back to that last comment about that soccer coach from BU. Knowing what I know about SA and about harassment because of my 3 decades of experience and the fact that I represented at least 50, 60 victims/survivors of clergy SA against priests. Just because one person was not a victim doesn't mean that another person wasn't. I will tell you from my experience that predators know exactly who to target. Many of the priests, who were some of the biggest offenders, were loved by their communities. They raised tons of money for parishes. They went to everybody invited them to play golf, outgoing, gregarious, wonderful, wonderful men, so the outside world thought, but they knew who to target. There's a grooming process, and they know who to target, and they may seem like the greatest people in the world to other people who they do not choose as victims. And so, just because other people on the team were not harassed by a coach at BU doesn't mean that Alex Cooper wasn't. Right? In my opinion. No jury questions yet. No jury questions yet. We're here. Sarah, I'm full of questions. If the jury is hung and miraculously the Department of Justice steps in due to misconduct by the Commonwealth, and Bev, would that stop a retrial? Depends. Depends on what they do, what they say, whether they pull the plug on this, whether a new DA is elected and then decides not to pursue. So many paths here, so many possibilities. Camille, if they convict, Massachusetts will become full of tofu zombies. Run. That was so funny when Hank Brennan said to Dr. Laposada, isn't the brain like soft like tofu? And she said, tofu, gross. Tell us some of your funniest, tell me anyway, Snark Tank, some of your funniest quotes from this trial. Ew, gross. Yeah, that was one. My favorite, I don't know, maybe I'm deciding which my favorite was, but my favorite one, I think, was when Hank Brennan said to Dr. Wolf, as in Crash Daddy Wolf, Dan Wolf, and he said, oh, are you talking about I forget. He said, "Are you talking about something?" And he said, "I'm talking about Randy now." And Randy was the crash test dummy, and that was hilarious. The ham sandwich, that was funny. The ham sandwich. But I'm talking about Randy now. Hilarious. Yeah, we have questions about Randy. I'm talking about Randy now. Debbie says, Dr. W, when he said he ate a ham sandwich and stood in the corner waiting on a ride. Yeah. The whole ham sandwich thing. And then he actually, Brennan, brought up ham sandwich in his closing. Oh, a wooden spoon, not plastic. I have wooden spoons. Oh, thank you. That's a great idea. I was told don't put a metal spoon in Manuka honey because it ruins the Manuka honey, which apparently the bees only pollinate Manuka honey or whatever. They only make Manuka honey like 2 weeks out of the entire year. I'm learning so much. You guys teach me so much. You have no idea. You think I teach you things? You teach me more things than I teach you. Wooden spoon. Perfect. Tanya, she also said during jury instructions, they cannot share their notes with the other jurors, right? But they can discuss their notes, right? She also said, I'm going to tell you some instructions and I'm going to give you these instructions to take back with you. But the instructions that I tell you are going to take precedence over what I give you. But you cannot take notes during closings or jury instructions. So good luck, everyone. Peace out. Bye-bye. Don't come back to me until you have an answer or a question. Oh, yes, the Guzma-Coma score. How can we forget the Guzma-Coma score? Hank Brennan doubling down. Dr. Labasada, have you heard about the Guzma-Coma score? And at the same exact time, and you couldn't have scripted this better, Dr. Lapasada and I both said, Glasgow? And then I fell off my chair, literally. And we laughed about it. And he said, no, I know about the Glasgow Coma score, but have you heard of the Guzma-Coma score? And Dr. Lapasada, to her credit, very politely said, it's the Glasgow Coma score. And I know the people in Scotland don't pronounce the W and they call it Glasgow. I'm just telling you how we pronounce it here in the US. And we found out, you guys told me, I'm like, and I'm Googling Guzma-Coma score. It's not a thing. So I was right. And you guys told me that Guzma is a Pokemon character. So I now have him in the corner of your screen as a little mascot. Guzma is a Pokemon character. So Hank Brennan outed himself as a Pokemon nerd in front of a worldwide audience. Guzma is like the head of the Skull Crew. Come at me, 913 says, did you see the video of Alan Jackson asking boots on the ground to keep it down? No, I did not. Thought there's a gag order. He talked to them. Somebody has a video of it. Did not see it. But I do know that Karen has also asked to please keep it down so that they can support quietly. And she asked them to just, use the sign, the ASL sign for I love you, because that's her sign. Yeah, he brought the ham sandwich in the closing. That was crazy. Oh, yes. Dancing Dee Dee says, Alan Jackson whispering, it was the dog. And I also loved the part of his closing where he said, they find him with one shoe on. Where's the other shoe? I don't know. Maybe in the house. And then about the cocktail glass. Maybe look in the house to see if there's a cocktail glass from that set in the house. I've been screaming that since January 2024. That was one of the first points I hit on. They found a cocktail glass outside. It looked like a nice glass. It had a thick base, right? Looked like maybe somebody would have nice rocks glasses like that in their house, in their home bar set. Why did nobody ever go inside to check and see if they were matching glasses? But they didn't. Asking Dr. Russell if she had any experience in crash dummy reconstruction, right? Crazy. Yeah, so Guzma is a Pokemon. There's that. That's right. Hank told us in closing that he doesn't know what happened, but Karen Reed was drunk, right? Nothing will ever be, I don't know, would you maybe see an alligator, says KC22. Linda Morrow says, I want to thank everyone for making me laugh with the crazy comments and pronunciations from Hank. Yeah, Kawabawait. hematoma, counter coup. Doctors, nurses, EMTs, medical professionals, lawyers, everywhere. Anybody who knows anything about anything. We're shuddering across the world. Counter coup, hematoma. No news yet. We're waiting. Still waiting. The Blues Clues painting project with the finger paint. Gee, I don't know. Seller Uniform says, so sassy. It's awesome. Lori says, when AJ said they did a kindergarten paint project. Yes. Natalie says, Brennan and his lies that Arca was told not to destroy phone records, but disobeyed. That was false. Yes, that was false. Coup counter coup. Somebody said this whole trial has been coup counter coup. Oh yes. Can Alexis go to outer space? Yeah. That was hilarious. Yes. I'm an engineer. Anything is possible. The Lexus could have been shot into outer space. He wants us to believe that Chitty Chitty Bang Bang is real. Karen's car, if it was Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, could have flown home in 4 minutes to connect to that Wi-Fi because they kept pushing the timeline of the collision that didn't happen because he knew in the middle of trial he had to change that timeline. Oh, Maureen is an ASL interpreter and her parents are deaf and she loves that she's using the sign. When I was in high school, you could only take Spanish or French. That was it, or Latin. And so I took Latin, which I'm really glad I did. Latin is excellent for vocabulary. And I took Spanish. When my kids are in high school or were in high school, they could choose between, there's no more French, Italian, Spanish, or ASL. One of my children is fluent in ASL because of the high school ASL program, which I think is amazing. Another is fluent in Italian. And so we got to get to Italy one of these days. Nikki says, the whole Higgins thing about were these texts romantic in nature from the most unromantic guy in the world. Haha. Right. And Yuri Buchanan goes like, yeah, no, I don't think they're romantic. Ridiculous. Am I glitching for you? Because I'm glitching for me and I'm on the Ethernet and I think we're just breaking the whole full on internet. We're breaking the internet. Hang on. Why is my laptop not charging? There we go. I don't know. Like it's plugged in. Like, why is it not? Oh, occipital boner. That was a good one too. The occipital boner was wild. Totally was. Stop it. From Wolf to Jackson. Yuri asking the judge if he needs to reread the text and she jumped not so fast. Yeah, how about English is my third language? You know, do you have a Webster's dictionary for the word theory? Because English is my third language. Ridiculous. Hold on one second. I gotta figure out why my laptop is not charging. Let me see if the wall plug has come loose. Hang on one sec. I don't know why. Why did Apple update their settings? Because when I look at the battery thing up here, it says that it's plugged into the power adapter, but it says battery is not charging. And then I go to battery preferences, where are my Mac whizzes, and it says, I don't know, battery optimization. So I turned that off. Battery preferences. What is the average time? There's no average time for a jury deliberating, unfortunately. It takes as long as it takes. You got 12 people in there with differing opinions. They want to talk about it. It takes however long as it takes. Dexter, save us from the Commonwealth. Oh yeah, let's put Dexter up for a little bit. Okay, good idea. Here's Dexter. Because, some people need killing. Oh, thank you. New iOS change settings to optimize charging and prevent overcharging batteries. Yeah, but here's the thing. Text me because I'm at like, I don't know, 14%. Like my battery's going to die. How do I? Apple settings are lovely. Yeah, it's a Michigas. It's a Michigas. It's Shonda. I tried plugging it back out and plugging it in. I just want to make sure I don't go dead. I did. I unplugged and replugged. All right. Well, hopefully we're not going to die. I mean, we're all going to die at some time, but. Do trial days count towards credit for time served in cases of conviction? No, Elizabeth, that's a great question. But they do not. Yeah, I just changed chords and it did the same thing. So I don't know who the hell knows. I don't know. Maybe we're good. There's a man passed out in the snow. That's special case. I'll tell you something. It's fluid. It's a fluid system. Brennan saying coabulate. Randy's no dummy, is he? Oh, when Dr. Lopathana said that's bullshit. Court TV is reporting that they're coming back. What? Maybe it's coming back because she's going to say, eat your lunch now and do not deliberate over the lunch break. Maybe that's it. We'll see. Hold on. We've got everything up and ready to go if they do come back. Oh, they're talking about the Diddy trial right now, that a juror has been lost. So I got confused and thought they were talking about this case, but they're not. So I don't know if that person was confused about that, but law and crime is up. I know. I was crying. I was crying too during AJ's closing. I was totally crying. Well, so I don't know if that's fake news or not. Court TV said they're coming back, but I don't know if they're talking about Diddy. I don't know if they're talking about this. I don't know. So, again. Okay. Hang on one second while I try and troubleshoot this tech issue. Hang on. All right. Do I have a Mac expert here in the chat? I blew it out with the air duster thing. It looks like they changed their battery settings. So it says that the power adapter is connected, but the battery is not charging. And it looks like they changed their settings. Hold on. Let me shut out of some. Could be a bunch of stuff, says Grace. Yeah, so I have like the Ethernet. You know, the MacBook only has like 2 little ports. The Ethernet is connected to one. There's a dongle connected to the other, and then there's or like a like a port. And my power adapter is plugged into that. You really need to reboot the Mac. Try a different outlet. So like when I go up to the battery settings, it says power adapter is connected, but is not charging. And then battery preferences, turn off and restart. Yeah, but I think it's going to. I don't think will it end the stream? I know, I did, I unplugged it, plugged it back in. But if I reboot, it may. Cut off the stream. I did, I changed the USB-C ports. Plug the charger directly into the, I can't because I unplugged my Ethernet and I tried plugging it back in and it still wouldn't work. It's too hot, says Fire Garden. It's too hot. It's getting hot in here. If you're using a power strip, make sure it's on. Yep. Except the plug for the Mac is plugged directly into the wall and then into the whatever this dongle thing is. And then try the power strip. It's not plugged into a power strip, but it's plugged into the wall. Like it says it plugs in, it's plugged. No, it's not a port. It's the actual official Apple charger. IT person here, you have to restart. Good thing, Max, restart. But will it? Don't reboot. Unplug the charger from the computer, flip the charger and plug back in. Almost always charges within minutes. All right. You guys are wicked smart. Wicked smart. Look at Beth. Separate the charging block, wipe the silver piece down, reattach. Swap the ends of your charging cords between the Mac and the block. Oh, thank you, Beth. Okay, let me try that. All right, let's see if this works. Look at us. We're like learning things. I even have this little air duster thing here, which apparently you're not supposed to huff. Do not huff. Do not huff the air thing. It's dangerous. All right, we're going to swap these out. Let's see if that works. I don't know. It says the battery not charging. Light switch. All right, here's what I'll do. Put the battery on low mode. Should be a light on the charger connection where it connects to the Mac. Well, the thing that it's plugged into, the port is working because there's other things plugged into it too. I don't know. I tried another charger too, and it wasn't that. You know, it's like this thing. Let me see if I can go into the stream from my phone and then restart my computer, and then it won't end the stream because I don't want everyone to have to come back and find me on another stream. So this is another challenge because StreamYard makes you go into Safari. It's like a whole damn new thing. So hold on. But now I think you don't need to use Safari anymore. I think they finally. This is unbelievable. I know. I'll reboot, but let me just go sign in on my phone so that at least it'll keep the stream going. Is anybody tweeting anything of interest? Hold on. Okay. So now I'm on my phone. I'm restarting my computer to stay there. That's annoying. Okay. Can you hear me? Can you still hear me? All right, good. So at least this is one way of doing it. Although it doesn't really let me see the chat on my phone, which is kind of weird. Kind of weird. We are having technical difficulties, but we will be back up and running soon. As soon as my computer reboots, hopefully. Nothing's happening. The jury's still out. They're probably eating lunch right now because they like to eat lunch at 1 o'clock. And we haven't heard much. They haven't sent out any notes. Now I'm on here twice, but it still is not. Jury's at lunch. Let me log off my phone. Oops. They're not coming back. Back at 2, verdict at 2:27. That's your prediction? Nothing is posted about the verdict other than somebody says I need a new battery. Yeah, I tried it all. Try checking your battery settings. I don't know. Where's the battery on my? It could need the battery replaced. It's not that old. Somebody said, what version of iOS are you using? I don't know. Let me find out. You need to cool down. It says you need to cool down. Lunch from 1:30 to 2. They're still deliberating. All right. It is plugged directly into the wall. It's connected to a dongle, but I can't plug it into the computer because then I have to unplug the Ethernet. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Don't worry, it takes hours. That's what I may have to do. I may have to go swap out my laptop for another laptop. I'm going to put up the break sign. So they are, needs to cool down. My power percentage now is 12%. Yikes. When I click on the battery icon, it says power source, power adapter, battery is not charging. Using significant energy, Google Chrome. Then you go to battery preferences. And it's not even getting me in there. Battery preferences. Okay, come on, man. You guys are so eager to help. I know. I love you guys with all my heart. Run a battery health check. I don't know how to do that. No, the motion did not take the battery out for like 5. I'm on a laptop, Mac. Well, there's something else plugged into the outlet that is working, so I could do that, or I could just go grab my daughter's laptop. The new charger didn't work either. I think the battery might be dead. You guys might be right. Right, I can't take the battery out, right? I did reboot already. It didn't work. All right, there's nothing happening right now. I'm gonna put up the break sign. We're gonna take a break. I'm gonna go grab my daughter's laptop and swap it out for mine, and that should work just fine. So that's what I'm gonna have to do. So let's put up the break. Everybody go get a drink, go get your snacks, and we will come back. Give me 10 minutes, all right? Okay. All right. Thank you. Be right back. Okay, can you hear me now? I mean, I'm gonna have to restart my other computer, so I'm just gonna keep myself up on this stream. So just hang tight because I don't want to have to start a new stream because there's a lot of super chats I haven't gotten back to. So just hang on for a bit. Okay. Okay, thanks. Okay, so Hank Brennan's faux outrage. Whatever you told me to do, I already did. So just hang tight. The SMC is what you're telling me to do. I got to do that, but I got to do it off camera. So just give me a minute. I don't know. I tried everything that you guys told me to try. I reset the SMC, but you know what's going to happen is I'm going to have to just go buy a new laptop is what I think. Because you can't replace the battery in a Mac, right? Battery doesn't come out. Let's get to the super chats because there are 100 of them here, and I want to make sure everyone has theirs read because I'm on, I don't know, 11% power, but whatever. You know, I'm like one of those adults who the worst, and I try and teach my kids this too, the worst decision you can ever make as an adult, one of them anyway, is I'll get gas in the morning. How many do that? I'll get gas in the morning, and then the next morning you wake up and you have no gas and you have to go somewhere and you're like, oh, I forgot to get gas last night when I had the time to get gas. This is really a non-issue because this has to do probably with my battery health, which it says my battery is healthy, but it's just not charging. I've tried 4 different chargers. I can't swap to a different laptop because the software for everything, my camera, everything is on my Mac. So that's me. Last thing, don't buy Apple projects. Oh my God, don't buy Apple stuff. You can't have a Mac battery replaced. I don't know. It seems like, you know, of course it's going to happen today, but the jury's still out. They've been out for 6 hours. Let's check the super chats. Diffusers Randy and Flummoxification. Thanks for becoming a new member. Let's put this back up here so that we can still watch the fan for as long as this battery holds out. Because, you know, that is, you know, it's just Murphy's Law. It's Murphy's Law. I had a friend named Murphy. Got a lot of friends named Murphy. I don't like Murphy's Law, but it's here. On top, thanks for your super sticker. Kara says, can we talk about the thought process we learned from jury? Ronnie, oh yeah, we did. We went and we reviewed some of that stuff. We did that. We did this. Caroline says, thank you for this. When I get up, I tend to play fast till caught up. AK time makes it a very early morning. I think you meant to say UK. UK. I don't know. AK. I don't know where you are. Oh, you're in Alaska. You're in Alaska. Oh, yeah. It must be really early there, right? Let me switch the background because that's a little distracting. Go back to purple. That's the news clip we just watched. Lunchbox Lally, we just watched that one. Thank you, Sage. Where were we here? New Hampshire dude, 603 says, just because you rock. Thank you for your unwavering, insightful, heartfelt coverage. Love you in a non-sexual way. Cupcake, thanks. Oh, that's cute. Thank you for that. Sage said, question, if she was convicted and they appealed, can the SJC dismiss the charges? If she's convicted and they can send it back for a new trial is what they can do. Yes. Or can they only grant her a new trial? Yes. They wouldn't dismiss the charges. They would send it back for a new trial. They would say reversible error, go back and send it to the trial judge because they are there to decide the law, not the facts. I don't think they would overturn the verdict itself. I tried a new charger. It's not the charger issue. So I've tried 3 new chargers, 3 different chargers, and it's all giving me the same issue. Yeah, I could take it into Apple, but I can't do that today. And if there's a verdict today, I'm gonna stick a fork in my eye or jump out the window. Or have to do it from my phone, which is like completely lame. Emily says lunch to 2:30. I blew out the port with the thing, whatever. Let me just do these super chats and then I may have to start a new stream and try and figure it out and put the software onto another thing. It's my battery. I know. The battery health says, when I go to battery health, where is it? It says the health is normal, but it's just not charging. And I tried 3 different chargers. So it says battery health. Battery condition, normal. Mac batteries, like all rechargeable batteries, are consumable components that become less effective as they age. Maximum capacity, 86%. I don't know what that means. I don't know. It could be the C port, except for it's got a dongle plugged into it and all the other stuff attached, like the monitor, the ring light, all that other stuff, the camera, the mic, all of the other stuff is working. That is not. Maybe it needs a fan. Whatever. It is what it is, and I can't waste so much time on it. Hopefully the jury's coming back tomorrow and it's not going to be an issue. Right? Thank you, New Hampshire dude. Appreciate you. Love my flip-flop said it. I've always wondered if those involved in the framing of Karen Read ever worry about their eternal souls. That's an excellent question. Excellent question. Kirsten, trial 1, Aunt Bev's verdict form. Trial 2, prosecutor's dishonorable discharge. Today, I wait to leave the land of the lost. Oh yeah, Chaka. Let's put up Chaka. We have Chaka from the land of the lost. He's also a mascot here. Occasionally, we put him up in the corner to remind us that we are still in the land of the lost. Please don't crash into me while we wait for justice and a victory. Love you all. Put your DNA on the like button, everyone. If they decide OUI, more should be handed out like Oprah giveaways. You get an OUI, you get an OUI, you get an OUI, says Eliza Lewis. Well done. Thank you, Magical Menagerie. Love watching you along with the other favorites. Who thinks after this trial, some of the jurors might dive deep into everything to see what they missed? Oh, I would imagine all of them, right? After sitting there for all of this. Yeah, it's not on a dimmer switch. I plugged something else. There's also a power strip plugged in. That's working, so I don't think it's the outlet. I even switched the outlet between like the upper one and the lower one. So it is directly into the wall, other outlet. I know, I did all the things and stuff, but what else? What else? Thank you for watching me from Minnesota, Chloe / Cora. I'm just going to ignore it. Maybe it'll just fix itself. Thanks, Maurice Endy. Berkshire Girl, thanks for being here for 8 months. Play it before the hot mic. Everyone's in the courtroom. However he was filling in. Thank you, KW Dread. I don't know what that means. Good morning. Your opening song is in my head most days, and I have a question. What is the word before Latin? Please inform. Speaking Yiddish and Latin. That's what it is. Speaking Yiddish and Latin. Thank you, Amor Valesi. Boarding a plane for 4-hour trip, no Wi-Fi. Oh, Liz, you gotta fly JetBlue. Gotta try JetBlue, free Wi-Fi. New planes. I like it. I served in child essay cases. We were not told no readbacks. Compromise verdict with only one count instead of multiple because no readback. Massachusetts justice for you. You were not told no readbacks, so you did get readbacks? Yeah, not a fan of the Massachusetts justice system. Martha says, free Karen Read. Happy Bloomsday. 6:15 if you know. I don't know what Bloomsday is. Sending not guilty vibes. Thank you, True Crime Kangaroo. Love you too. BS Sneeze, hot mic. Thank you, Dennis the Menace. Masshole here, says Madeline. Thanks for both trials. Free Karen Read. Free Karen Read. M says, don't think the Commonwealth will embarrass themselves again by retrying her. They will. You know why? Because they're so deep into this that they will not let it go. They will not let it go. They want to see the girl go to prison. And I think there's a lot of powerful people that could be severely compromised if they don't keep going, right? I mean, that's just what I think. I don't know for sure. Darlene, is it true that nowhere on the verdict slip it says not guilty? Is this normal? No, it does say it. It's at the top. This is from 11:30. We went over the slip very early, first thing, so you can rewind to the beginning if you want to watch that. The process is the punishment, says Christina. Yep. Yep. It is, isn't it? Women are often harder on other women than men, says Duncan, Idaho. I agree with you. Did the state do worse or the defense do better this time? Little of both, I think, Naz, a little of both. I think the defense focused on John O'Keefe did not hit by a car more than try and figure out who did do it, but Karen Read didn't do it. And I think that the Commonwealth, in failing to call so many of their problem witnesses, made it look like they were hiding something from the jury. What do you think? What say you? Great question. Makes us think. Tom says, I've been arguing nonstop with my mother who thinks Karen Read is guilty. It's like talking to a wall. Here's Tom, do this. Have her watch only Alan Jackson's closing argument. That's it. It's an hour and a half, soup to nuts. Anybody who knows nothing about this case, have them just watch Alan's closing, and it explains everything in a way where I have a girlfriend. Shout out to you. You know who you are, Joanna. Didn't know anything about the case, hadn't been following it at all. Watch Alan Jackson's closing argument. She's like, holy F, like, really? This is what's been going on? It's a great summary of everything that has been happening. So show that to your mom. Tom, that's my advice. Elle, hi to the UK. I'm about to do a spin class while watching you and hoping for not guilty for all charges. Thank you for your coverage of this trial. Elle, can you spin for me too? Do like 90 minutes for me. Thank you. Michelle, I hope some of the jury is in STEM to understand. Michelle is an engineer. She's been pointing out things throughout the trial for us. She's amazing. Kelly, did anyone keep track of Alessi motions? I think Canoni denied every single one. Zoe did. Zoe, if you're here and you did keep track of Alessi's motions, did she deny every single one of Alessi's motions? Tag Zoe Kelly R. Tag Zoe B, and she will answer that for you. Chloe Albert's revenge. Bev has 12 toes, and may she stub them all. Tipple, is it common to have all those charges for the jury to choose from? There's nothing that is common or normal about this trial, but I will say many times, as a matter of law, the lesser included charges are always included. And so it depends on the jurisdiction. And if any of you watched the Daniel Penny trial with me, which was a New York case, not televised, I did go to court at least one day. In the middle of jury deliberations, when the jury said they couldn't agree, the prosecutors in the Daniel Penny case withdrew the top charges. And the jury only had to decide on the one, and he was acquitted. So, yeah, it's common. It happens. Denise, thank you. Says, thank you for helping all of us empaths get through this unbelievable and terrifying case for Karen Read. Godzilla from Canada showed this case to retired law enforcement. Russia in 90s dealt with gangs and tons of DUIs, crashes. The reaction was instant. Injuries not consistent with a car accident. Thank you. In the 90s, they kept better evidence logs than Massachusetts. VHS of interviews, photos. Yes. Yes. Thank you for your very generous 50 and for tuning in from Canada because the world is watching. Thank you, Zimmy from Germany. Laura, young people are fed up with the injustices happening in politics nowadays. I think they'll vote not guilty. From your mouth to God's ears. John, I went through emotions surviving the station nightclub fire. You question everything and the chaos after. Court stuff didn't heal much. She's innocent. Thank you. And I'm so sorry that you were involved in the station nightclub fire, but that you survived. And Dr. Lopasada was the head ME of Rhode Island during that fire, and she was questioned about it at length. And Hank Brennan tried to discredit her for her handling of what went on in that mass casualty event. And I just wonder how that landed with you, John, being a survivor of the station nightclub fire, how that landed with you, what Brennan tried to do to Dr. Lopasada. Thank you, Nell. Trisha, does John O'Keefe's family believe that Karen really ran him over? I think they do. Come at me more. Did you see AJ asking supporters to keep it down? No, somebody else asked me that too. I didn't see it. San Francisco's in the house. Thank you, Bernadette. Crafty Councilwoman says, I walked around with as little as 4 of my 7 kids, and people would say things like, haven't you figured out how to prevent that yet? Like Dr. Russell's gasp heard around the world. I know. People say the stupidest things. Why do strangers feel like they can come up and insult you? I don't know. So I started coming up with snappy comebacks. You remember that from Mad Magazine? It was like, what was that called? It was like snappy answers to stupid questions or something. I know. It's wild, isn't it? Ginger, I preferred to watch trial 2 without commentary, but I had to join your stream today because I need the moral support for this verdict. Anxiety, not guilty. Thank you, Ginger. Thank you, Ginger. I don't know how you did it. If you watched it without commentary, it had to be on like Law and Crime and Court TV. And I don't know how you survived in the chat over there. Maybe you just kept the chat off, but it's personal preference. Thank you, Ginger, for coming back. You can ring Hank's diary while we wait. Thank you, Emily. I know Emily. Oh my gosh, Emily out there doing the Lord's work too. I don't want to open too many tabs now because now I got an issue with my charger. But Emily on Twitter has been writing Hank's diary entries daily, and they're hilarious. And you should follow her on Twitter. Hold on, it's Emily. Emily C. S-E-E. Emily C. S-E-E. For example, oh my God, this is so funny. I'll read you just one because Emily's awesome and she deserves it. I'll read you the latest one. Are they all on the same thread, And they're in chronological order and they're hilarious. We did read through a whole bunch of them one day. But like, for example, oh my God, too funny. See, I'd have to pull these up on the screen to really get the full effect of the stationery and all of the work that you put into these. A note from Hank's legal pad on day 23. B, how do you think we did? I know you can't really tell me, smiley face, but how do you think things are looking for us? What has MM been saying? Did he mention me at all? Tell him I saw him at the parade and he looked so handsome. Thanks for your help with that Trooper Paul situation. God, Elise just won't quit. Oh yeah, also thanks for not making Juddy answer any of his stupid questions. We're meeting for clause tonight if you want to join. XOXO H. Yeah, it's a MacBook Air. Hank Brandon's Faux Outreach. It's a MacBook Air, and it is running on Mac OS Big Sur. Can someone please go? I can DoorDash one to myself. Genius. I could just DoorDash myself a new one. How long would it take? Oh my God, genius. Yeah, it is a Mac OS Big Sur. It's got an Apple M1 chip in it. So I don't know. I mean, it's a couple years old, I guess. I don't know. I suggest upgrading the power block that plugs into the wall. The power isn't sufficient. Yeah, I even plugged in like the faux chargers that I have, and none of them worked either. Thank you. Hank Brennan's Faux Outrage. I think I just made DoorDash myself a new one. I can DoorDash it, right? It's probably time for an upgrade anyway. No, not the charger, Melanie. Mel, is it unlocked? Sometimes you need to unlock it so it will charge. What do you mean? My laptop is unlocked because I'm working on it. I tried different ports. I tried it all. Don't worry. I'm at 13% and it's going up now. Now it's at 14%. So something's happening. The angels are here. The angels are here and they're working their magic. And so we're just going to keep on keeping on. You know what? Because that's what we're doing. We're keeping on and keeping on. It's 14%. It's like being like 10%, having 10% of your gas left. But your gas is replenishing itself like a starfish. I did reset the SMC, Sharon. Thank you, though. I did it. I did it while I went off camera. Didn't work. What else? All right, we're here. There's no verdict. It's like, It's not the end of the world. Emily, I will. Lori Viking Toast became a member. Welcome. Alessi for President says, my family would ask me, how are the twins? Knowing I have a daughter 2 years older, I would never refer to them by their names. Only the twins. Drove me crazy. Things people say. You just can't make them up. GM of 9 says, I wish I looked like you with no makeup on. Oh, girl, it's a really good light. It's a really good ring light. Thank you, though. Looking tired is my badge of honor and my mom's stripes. Yeah. I mean, listen, it's not easy what we do. And our generation, especially, too. Our generation is taking care of children. We're raising children and taking care of our parents. We are like the sandwich generation, right? It's not easy what we do. We should start a GoFundMe for Rescue Randy. He sacrificed his body for the greater good, says Chadwick Canuck. Crazy. Sandy says, if someone said I look tired and look like you, I would take that as a huge compliment. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mama Roll, jury foreperson took 0 notes and juror with a ton of notes dismissed. Could the jury be tainted? Then what? People who have been inside the courtroom said, don't worry about him not taking any notes. He's paying attention. Many people do not take notes. And so that doesn't scare me at all. Doesn't scare me one bit. And so thank you for your super chat. I just disagree. I think that a lot of people are just not note takers, and I'm not worried about it. Seems from the people who have been in the courtroom looking at that juror says he's highly engaged. He's highly paying attention, and maybe he's got a photographic memory. I don't know. Majesta Alexander, do you think onboarding course would be beneficial? A jury onboarding course? Well, they do show them a video when they come in for jury duty. Regarding burden of proof, chain of custody, reasonable doubt, expert versus witness testimony, etc. I don't know, something I'd have to think about. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that's ever needs to, something's got to give, right? Something's got to change. Berkshire Girl, after 2 years of watching and supporting Karen, hubby Johnny V asked Melanie Little, right? As he pulls you up on the TV. Yes, honey, attorney Melanie Little. Here's looking at you, lovely lady. I appreciate you. Free Karen. Hey, Johnny V. Hey, Berkshire Girl. And so I'm glad you got your husband watching the trial because maybe you've been screaming about it and he has no idea what you're talking about. Get her name and get an interview with the lady who was framed. Maybe. Thank you. Thank you, Manj, for your super chat. Maybe. Right now, I have bigger fish to fry in the immediate future, such as like getting through this stream with enough power to not die. Rescue Randy's compound fracture. People are going to take to the streets if the jury F's this up, which I highly doubt. However, if they do, I may have to join them, even though I'm terrified to fly these days. Free Karen Reid. I don't know what's going to happen. Kay Willis is here. She's a realtor south of Boston, and she has gifted 5 memberships, and she's also ready and willing and able to sell if you'd like to leave and move out of Massachusetts. Thank you, Kay. Appreciate you. Sharon said, oh, Sharon, thank you for your super sticker. Kat, thanks for gifting a membership. Who plays AJ in the movie? I say Shia LaBeouf. Oh, I don't like Shia LaBeouf. I say no. I say John Hamm. Can we agree on John Hamm to play Alan Jackson in the movie? I'll take suggestions in the chat. We could cast the whole entire movie. But my vote's for John Hamm. What do you guys say? I don't know. I don't know how tall John Hamm is. Rob Lowe? Rob Lowe is another good option. Alan, I think, is about 60. So we need somebody in the 60 range. John Hamm. I think Rob Lowe is also a good choice. John Stamos. Somebody said John Stamos. Yeah, because he's so invested in the movie. I don't know. Something about Shia LaBeouf, and I can't remember what it is or why. I'm not really a fan. And something happened with him, and I can't really remember what it was. And Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is not tall enough. John Stamos, of course. Hold on. Well, that person over there that I had just asked said that John Stamos is 6 feet tall. Robert Downey Jr., that's an interesting choice. I love the comeback of Robert Downey Jr. I mean, that guy, Jason Bateman. Robert Downey Jr. has one of the best comeback stories in Hollywood, I think. I mean, there was one at one point. At one point, Robert Downey Jr. was totally blacklisted. And I mean, talk about getting sober, marrying an amazing woman who like stood behind him and helped him come back. She's like an amazing person in Hollywood too. I forget if she's a producer. I forget. Her name is Susan, I think. And he couldn't get hired. And he came back, and what a comeback. He's worth bazillions now. I love him. I love that man. I love that man. And I love a good comeback story. And who doesn't, right? But that's a great question, Mama Roll. Keep putting in your suggestions for the casting of Alan Jackson. And you know what? Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll because we haven't done a poll today. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to cast the movie. And so we YouTube only lets us have 4 options for the poll. So I'm going to make an executive decision to pare down the poll. And we are going to say who should play AJ in the film. And then we are going to go with, we'll put John Stamos first because he did shout out Karen Reed. We watched that earlier. And then we will put John Hamm. And then we will put Robert Downey Jr. And I think Rob Lowe, right? I don't know if I would pick Bradley Cooper for Alan Jackson, but I want Bradley Cooper in the movie for sure. And also I want there's some other good choices in here. But we need a real A-lister. So George Clooney? I'm going to put Rob Lowe in here. Oops. And it's interesting because out of the 4 choices, 2 are John's and 2 are Rob's. It's just an executive decision on my part. And so fight me about it later. All right, here we go. And starting out, who should play AJ in the film? John Stamos, John Hamm, Robert Downey Jr., or Rob Lowe? Get your votes in. Get your votes in. We will cast the members one by one. Thank you, Mama Roll, for starting us off on our poll today. We have 25,746 people, so let's get a good sampling on the poll. Let's save another role for Bradley Cooper. Like maybe Bradley Cooper could play David Yannetti. Remember, he played recently Leonard Bernstein, right? Matthew McConaughey just not, I mean, I like Matthew McConaughey. He just doesn't read to me as like as genius as the level of these attorneys. You know what I mean? Like he's a good stoner. No shade to Matthew McConaughey. He does what he does and he does it well. But you guys vote first. Let's vote on Alan Jackson, and then we will vote on the other characters. Ashley have to raise money for Karen Reed if trial 3 is needed. She's already said I can't do it again. I can't do it again financially. AJ reminds me of Harry Hamlin in LA Law. So smooth. Oh, yeah, kind of, right? Chrissy, ACLU, Washingtonians, Post, and others trying to get Johnny Depp and ruin him. That is why that was so powerful. Words matter. Not one person should be able to ruin you out of anger. Thank you, Chrissy. I was just saying that Johnny Depp trial was not a criminal one, and so I find it differentiated that way. As far as like public interest, yes, I can see that. Hank has dog bites as practice areas on his website. I don't know what that means, Michelle, but it's funny. Rescue Randy's compound fracture. Melanie, I'm sure you have had an impact on the Karen Reed trial. When it's all said and done, I'm sure you'll be recognized as a hero leading a powerful movement for justice. You rock, Mel. Oh, Rescue Randy's compound fracture. Thank you. Lori is sending a memo and nominating Tom Hanks as Bob Alessi. Okay. let's start one. Let's vote on this poll. And I guess that will be the next character that we cast will be Alessi, and I will allow Tom Hanks to come in as one of the choices. So we need 3 more. Because who doesn't love Tom Hanks? And I mean, rumor has it Bob Alessi is 67 years old. I don't know. I'm not going to believe it until I see a birth certificate or driver's license, but that's what they're saying. And we know he's jacked because we saw a picture of him in the glare, like flexing in the stairwell. Thank you, Sidebar Shenanigans, for your super sticker. And thank you to Joanne, who says, I have followed this, but now get timed out. Why? Could be a mistake. I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't time anybody out. I'm here talking to you. I have moderators for that. Sometimes it happens. Mark Ruffalo. All right, we'll put him down. Sometimes it happens by accident. Sometimes I don't know. I don't know, Joanne, but thanks for your super chat. You can tag the moderator that timed you out if you need an explanation, but I back my mods 100%, and sometimes it happens. There's over 25,000 people. It can happen. Jennifer, telling the truth and have passion about what you're talking about will always keep you going and going better than mainstream media. Thanks, Jennifer. Bradley Cooper for Yannetti. All right, I got to slow the chat down because it's getting hot in here. Make sure that you're subscribed to the channel. Some people, YouTube has been so glitchy that people are getting unsubscribed without knowing it. And then the notifications are not popping up for them. And it's a whole thing. So make sure that you are subscribed. It is free. You just click the button. Alessi at the courthouse. Okay. The fan is up. We've got it going. We've got it going here. And make sure your notification bell is set, because some people say I don't get notifications. And what has been happening is I have to search for you on YouTube and I'm not getting the notifications. And so YouTube is glitchy. StreamYard, they're all glitchy. Everybody's glitchy. Cece said, not funny, but bothered me. When Hank heard a response he didn't like, he said, undoubtedly so. Why? He said a lot of things that bothered me, to be honest, Stace. I can't even pick just one. I gave up a long time ago trying to figure out why people do what they do, because you'll never get an answer that's satisfactory. Especially, I mean, he's the poster child for why people hate lawyers, in my opinion. So there's that. So many things. I mean, we could go on and on about him all day, but I don't want to bring us down. I want to bring us up. I want to bring us up. So vote in the poll. The poll is, who should we cast in our fake movie that we are fake casting as Alan Jackson? Would you cast John Stamos, John Hamm, Robert Downey Jr., or Rob Lowe? We only have 5,600 votes, and you guys, we can get better. We can do better. Lawyers are back in the courthouse. Okay, we got it up. We're waiting. We're ready for whatever happens next. Thought I'd make you smile and let you know that someone was passing out cupcakes down here at the buffer zone. That is awesome, Jess D. That's awesome. Michelle, if jurors can't take notes during jury instructions, does that mean they hold as much weight as closing arguments? Well, they can't take notes, but they do get the printed up jury instructions to bring back with them to go over in the thing, in the jury room. So they get to read them back there. So there's that. Thanks for the Insta follow. Love, mean it. Bling is the new black. Oh, thanks. Oh, I don't know. What's happening here? What is happening? Well, they just said jury's been deliberating for 6 hours. Verdict clock is at 6 hours, 17 minutes, and 48 seconds. Ice cream trucks equals free silver bracelets, says, just to understand the free silver bracelets, Jennifer McCabe said, the FBI was like, the ice cream truck, silver bracelets are the handcuffs awaiting all these crooks. Clink, clink. Oh, I know what free silver bracelets means. I think I made that joke one day too. It's like, who wants free silver bracelets? Children. Oh, children. He really is the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Don't you think? Kale said whispers because their dog bites. Yeah, that was good. Queen Lizzie says, funniest, you and Mark cracking up over Randy. Oh, yes. 'Tis only a flesh wound. I did a whole Monty Python thing. We both did. Yeah, poor Randy. That was fun. Yeah, you know what? That was funny. That was a really funny day. And it was funny. It looks like the clock did stop, 6:17:48, because the fan is moving and the clock stopped. I don't know what that means. People said they saw Alessi. They saw Alessi. They're saying it's just paperwork. Could be a note. Don't get all excited. Don't get all excited. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. I was thinking of funny quotes from the trial, but that was a really funny day. Thank you, Queen Lizzie, for those of you who watched it. It was funny. It was Monty Python. 'Tis only a flesh wound. Poor Randy. Talking about Randy now. Sonia Woods, can I make a request? Can you call my name really loud? If a verdict comes in, I need sleep. I'll leave you playing on my pillow on low volume so as to not wake the 2-year-old, but I'll hear you if you shout. You know, Sonia, if I do it for you, I have to do it for everyone. And that would be impossible. Vinny says just paperwork, no verdict. I think the FBI is waiting for the case to be over to arrest somebody, says John Jackson. You might be right. You may be right. I may be crazy, but it just may be a lunatic you're looking for. Turn out the light. I think that's on the playlist, isn't it? Little Billy Joel for everybody. Rebecca Davis, I need to send you a clip of you laughing. Oh, thanks. Real deal around town. I don't know. Metal spoon is okay. Oh, you're a beekeeper. Okay. Beekeeper equipment is metal. Metal spoon is okay. Thank you, Real Deal Around Town. Thank you. We were talking about not putting a metal spoon into Manuka honey because it was going to somehow lose its efficacy. I don't know. Lady Lindsay Early, I want to see Randy interviewed. If only Randy could talk. Thank you, Lady Linda, for your super chat. Don't forget to hit the like button. Free Karen Reed. Thank you, Kay. Deb's in space. Thank you. I think to prove they performed due diligence, MB Max says, the jury has to review all 200 plus exhibits before announcing their verdict of not guilty due to common sense and reasonable doubt on all counts. My favorite Hank Brennan line, Randy is no dummy. Randy is no dummy. Thank you for your super chat. Deb's in space. Forgot the message. Where will Karen Reed and her team be right now in your experience? Well, they were told they had to be 10 minutes away from the courtroom. They also have, well, I don't know if the jury took lunch, kindergarten cop, actually, because I don't think she's going to call them back in to just tell them to eat lunch. Like whenever their lunch comes, they're just going to eat it. They have a satellite office that is 10 minutes away, and they asked the judge if they could be 15 minutes away, and she kind of said no, be back in 10 minutes. And so they would be somewhere in their satellite office if they were given 15 minutes to come back. And so I hope that's where they are, because hanging around the courthouse ain't no fun. Camille, curious if you would let the Dream Team sign your YouTube plaque. I just think it would memorialize that you stood for truth and justice. That's awesome. I don't know. It's like metal, and I don't know. There's got to be a marker that you could sign it. I mean, I don't know when I will ever see all of them to have them sign it. Would I? Of course, if there was an implementer right on, of course I would. Am I going to chase after them for autographs? No. No. Am I ever going to see them all in the same place ever? I don't know. Am I going to mail it around to everyone and have them sign it? No. Once I open that thing, I am not ever parting with it. Stephanie, my husband called me the other day to ask some questions about the landscaper and did it in a cross-examination format. That's hilarious. He said it was because I turned him into a Karen Reed trial watcher. We had a good laugh. That's funny, Stephanie. Kaylee's a paralegal. We need a laugh. Play your episode day 28 with Mark at the 625 March. Mark, I watch it when I need joy. I'm assuming that is like 6 hours and 25 minutes. Day 28. Because it's not 6 minutes in, right? 6 hours, 25 minutes. Oh. I'll take it under advisement. I heard they're back at the courthouse, so I don't know. Are they hanging out at the courthouse unless he ran out to get some cereal and then came back? I heard he eats a lot of cereal. He's very strict with his diet, and maybe that's his secret to looking the way he does. Jackson, oh, did you? After Dever dropped, she talked to the FBI. Oh, did you? Yes. Yes, that's a good one. Thank you. Call me Jeeve. She says, fun fact, my oldest senior this year is taking ASL, and my youngest turned 10 days ago, is mostly nonverbal, and they're able to communicate so I can understand what he says. That's amazing. I love that. That is a fun fact. Thanks, Mama She. You're always a very kind and generous contributor to the channel, and I love you with all my heart. Philly, thanks for your 5. Which text read was cringier? Neighbor Kurt during the Turk trial or Brian Higgins from Karen Reed 1.0 trial? Oh, that is good. That is good. I think Kurt. Because Kurt did not want to read those. Kurt Pfannenstiel did not want to read those messages at all. And it seemed like Brian Higgins didn't really mind reading the text messages because, after all, he's the one who went to the FBI, met with his friend Matt Kelch, and Matt Kelch taught him how to use the kiosk to extract those messages. And so Higgins turned those messages over willingly, and he read them willingly. And I really didn't think that he was offended as he should have been reading those text messages. So I'm going to go with Kurt on that, but that's a great question. And I thought Yuri's cold read of the text messages, once he got warmed up, he really got into it. Like, he really read those messages with feelings, right? With feeling, right? Kevin Bacon. Robin Rose says, Kevin Bacon plays a great bad Boston cop for Proctor. Yes. Kevin Bacon, I just watched Sirens, and he plays the husband in Sirens with Julianne Moore and Megan Fahey. It was good. Kevin Bacon played the husband in that. Interesting choice. Christian Bale for AJ. Well, we have our AJ selections already up there on the screen. Please vote. If you're watching on replay, I'm sorry that you can't vote because you're on replay and it's only available to the live viewers. Battery needs a side boss as white. Maybe. I mean, it looks, look, I don't know. Something's going on because I'm at 17% now. So it says it's not charging, but it's getting better. It's getting better all the time. If it's going to get better, it starts with a feeling. If it's going to get better, it's got to take time. Name that tune. Because I know everybody can feel it. You liked Sirens? I thought the ending was, I mean, the more I think about the ending, I guess there's 2 ways to feel about the ending. You loved it, you hated it, right? Kevin Bacon was in City on a Hill. That was a show about crooked Boston cops in like 70s or 80s. City on a Hill. Rescue Randy's going for a ride with HB, says Edmund. Good morning. Your signal's 5 times 5. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was at 1 o'clock. I'm way behind in these. Sorry, guys. Sandra. Yeah, I did all the things. I tried all the things. If always on charge is protecting battery. No, I don't have it plugged in all the time. It wasn't plugged in overnight, and maybe occipit boner. That's what happened. Occipit boner. Who said occipit boner, by the way? Who do we credit for that line? Or was it the closed captions? I think it might have been the closed captions. Oh, I'm way too old to play Karen Reed. Karen's only in her early 40s. City on a Hill was loosely based on the rampant police corruption in Boston during the 90s. Okay. And Jill, who played his wife, Kevin Bacon's wife. She was great. Welcher said occiput boner. That sounds like, first of all, something that Hank would say. Welcher said it. It was the closed captions. And everyone says Welcher said it. I don't know. Rambo became a new member and Jennifer became a new member. Welcome. And Melanie, just buy a new charging cord. I had to do that when it wasn't my battery. But that's the thing. I just tried 3 different charging cords and none of them worked. So why worry about it today when you can worry about it tomorrow? That's what I say. Maybe it's time. The battery had all it could take of Brennan, says music to my soul. Yeah, I maybe that's it. Battery quit. The battery quiet quit. And was like, if you play that man one more time on my screen, I am quiet quitting. I did an SMC reset. Thanks. Thank you, sweetie, Alicia. I don't know what that says. Mega. In the UK on my birthday trip to Isle of Sicily. Normally I got told off for being on my phone, but today I have a free pass. Waiting on the verdict for birthday, not guilty, not guilty. And I go, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Mega Ray JP. Happy birthday to you. It was definitely spoken, eh? My battery turned into Lally, said Little White Lie. Oh, and Julie Dawn says emotional states often mess with electronics. Maybe that's what it is. It's the group vibe. All you guys on chat, me out here screaming into a mic. Maybe that's what it is. But it is occipital bone. Welcher failed his anatomy course at Classic Clippy. Deb Prentice became a member. Welcome. Catherine, a group skiing in Park City as well, but Corey Michiolo trial is absolutely devastating. I have not been following that. Love Park City. Love Park West. Love Deer Valley. I don't know what they call it now. I think they've all maybe they all have changed names. I don't know. You need a desktop also. It says lesson plans and legal drama. I don't know. I'm just a girl with a microphone and a lot of opinions. And I'm not a cupcake because I can't make everyone happy. Arthur says, does the Walling unit have that little restart button? No, it doesn't. Nope. No, but it says like the power adapter, it says is plugged in. The battery's not charging. And yet we're at 18%. So we're going up. We're going up. We were at 11% at one point. So I'm just keeping the faith. That's all I could do. That's all I could do. Yes, a MacBook can still function if its battery is dead, provided it's plugged into a working power adapter. Fantastic. Thank you, Algorithm Leaks. So you mean you're saying I got a chance of making it through till hopefully maybe there's a verdict today. But I just don't think there's going to be a verdict today anyway, but I still want to chat with you guys. Tried it, Brian. It didn't work. Tried it. Got him, need him, got him. Thank you all for like paying super chats to help me. You guys are so helpful and I love you so much. I love you so much. If the jury is hung, Joey A says, would they have a third trial? I think so. I think they would. I think they are going to see this through until Karen Reed is in jail or acquitted. Because I think there are so many people that are so deep into this that have so much to lose. Essie says, I'm bored, so I'm just going to keep tapping the love heart button. I'll allow it, Essie. I'll allow it. I don't know how you feel about that love heart button. I think it's kind of annoying. But if you guys like it, I'll keep it up. I don't know how to get rid of this top fans thing. And it's like the top fans of the day, and somehow you've won points. So I have no idea how this works. I'd like to shut it off, but I don't know how. But I may as well shout out the top 5 fans for today because I don't know what it means. I guess it means you're most engaging in chat. Number 1 is Kimberly Lore. Number 2 is OKDK7. Number 3 is Gen X 1968. Number 4 is Patty Minko. Number 5 is Ashley Rose. So thank you. Thank you for, I don't even know what that means or how you get to be a top fan, but it's weird. Dennis the Menace and Nasher says, Is your battery hot? Put a fan on your Apple. I like it. Somebody else to put an ice pack on it. I'm just gonna ignore it and maybe it'll go away like all my other problems. If you know, you know. Rachel says, fellow Crypt Keeper here, always classy. Thank you, Rachel. Michelle, Best Buy's Geek Squad can figure out the issue. I don't got time for that, Michelle. I gotta be on the air tomorrow again. I'm door dashing. Neuro Nanny, hi to Germany. Dreamt out Kelly Dever last night. She was hanging out with her colleagues, watching the Sally Port footage from Saturday and cracking up laughing. Love your channel, Mel. That's a funny dream. I had a dream. It was funny. I had a dream that I was in a really fancy car with John Mayer going to my girlfriend's house in Westport, Connecticut for a party. And I literally woke up at 5 a.m. and texted her and I said, I need to tell you that I just had a dream that John Mayer and I were headed in a really fancy car to your house for one of your amazing parties. And I have to text it to you right now so that I can go back to sleep and finish the dream. And also so that I don't forget that I had that dream. And that was pretty funny. Do you take notes on your dreams when you wake up? A lot of people don't dream at all. A lot of people take notes on their dreams. They wake up and they write down their dreams. The dreams have meaning. Edwina Grimley, will the jury rewatch closing arguments? No, they're not allowed to do that. That's not evidence. They can't bring it back with them. They couldn't take notes during closings either. They can't rewatch them. After the trial's over and they go home and they're done, maybe they will rewatch them, but they can't rewatch them in the jury room. And that is a great question. Thank you for your time. John Mike said, I had a dream that this was all a dream. We're all in on the same joke, right? They didn't play that video clip during this trial. The defense didn't. And they could have played it because it was Yuri Buchanek's body cam footage the second time she was arrested and brought in. But they didn't, and I wonder why. Unless I blinked during that portion of Yuri Buchanek's testimony. Did they bring that video in this time, you guys? You know what I'm talking about, right? When they upgraded her charges to murder, they went and they arrested her at her house at the back door. They wouldn't let her put underwear on. And they also brought her down to the station. There was body cam footage of Yuri sitting behind the desk. And Karen said, we're all in the same joke, right? My taillight was cracked and John was pulverized. Maybe because it mentioned Colin. Courtney, as I was saying that out loud, Courtney Lopez said, maybe because it mentioned Colin, right? My taillight was cracked. John was pulverized. Brian and Colin beat him up. We're all in on the same joke, right? It's probably why. Yeah, they didn't show it. And you're right. I think that's why. Trish, if there's another mistrial, could the Commonwealth offer Karen and Alfred plea? Do you think Karen would take it if offered for no time served probation? No, I don't think so. I mean, would they offer? Well, first of all, let me first look it up if it's available in Massachusetts. And then I'll explain to you what it is. That was this. Did you guys watch that miniseries, The Staircase? That guy took an Alfred plea. I forget his name. In Massachusetts, an Alfred plea allows a defendant to plead guilty while maintaining their innocence, conceding that the prosecution has enough evidence to likely secure a conviction. I don't think Karen would ever take an Alfred plea. This plea is essentially a guilty plea, but with a claim of innocence. A judge can accept an Alfred plea if they're convinced it's voluntary and that there's no factual basis for the plea. No. No, in a million years, I do not think she would. She didn't. John was not hit by a car, and a car didn't hit John O'Keefe, and I say hell to the no on that. No, but thank you for having me look that up because apparently it is available in Massachusetts. And here's the benefit: an Alfred plea can be strategically beneficial for defendants facing overwhelming evidence, allowing them to avoid the risk and uncertainties of a trial while potentially securing a more favorable sentence than if they were convicted after trial. No, because there's not overwhelming evidence on an Alfred plea. I mean, here, in my opinion. Thank you, Trish. Great question. Made me think, made me Google. I like it. Breaking news, says Chloe Albert's Revenge. I'm currently working at 90 Center Street in New York City. 2 court officers were just stabbed next door at 100 Center Street. Oh, no. That is Manhattan Criminal Court. And that was at 1:44 p.m. Thank you, Chloe Albert's Revenge. I will take a look for that. And you're working there? Are you a court officer? What do you do in the courthouse? Now I have questions. Better tweeted about it. All right, I'm going to end the poll on Alan Jackson's casting. So please get your last final votes in. Last call for alcohol. Last call on voting. I'm going to throw somebody in the ring for Karen Reed. Amanda Peet, who is also coincidentally in that show with John Hamm right now. And she's around the same age, same body type. And I love Amanda Peet. And I think that would be excellent. Chloe Albert's Revenge. NYPD. Civilian, 80 Center Street. Thank you, Chloe Albert's Revenge. Hank Breenan's faux outrage. My dad, who was an engineer at Boeing for over 40 years, called me to tell me how he saw Rentro's testimony. He said his testimony made so much sense and dismantled the Commonwealth case. Not guilty. And your dad is or was an engineer at Boeing for over 40 years. See? Jessica Biel for Karen Reed is another good one. Hold on. Amanda Peet. Jessica Biel in why can't I think of it? Riley Keough is another good choice. The Sinner. Did you guys watch The Sinner? Great series. Highly recommend. Thank you, Hank Breenan's faux outrage, and thank your dad for his service and for his common sense. Look at Led Zeppelin fan paying me $2 to say I emailed Apple. Don't shut, restart. I tried that too, sweetie. Oh, you're so amazing. Thank you. Jennifer Garner is good too. Barbara, thanks, Forrest. It says something that I think you did not mean to write. And I'll just skip the first sentence and say, I loved your spontaneous panel on Friday with Beto O'Runkle, etc. More of those. Thank you. Thank you, Barbara, for your dad. And for the first sentence that I didn't read, that you probably was autocorrected, which is funny. She was phenomenal in The Sinner, right? John, this has made me realize that we don't have a justice system. We have a legal system. And some prosecutors are looking for a conviction, not necessarily the truth. Thank you, Hank Breenan's fire. MacBook Air comes with a 30 watt power adapter that isn't sufficient for your workload. I would buy the 75 watt power adapter advertised as fast charging for Air. Thank you. That's genius. 75 watt power adapter. See, now DoorDash could probably get that to me in like 30 minutes. From Best Buy, right? For MacBook Air. This is a community. I did turn off my battery optimization. That's not working. Trust me, the geniuses in the chat have been troubleshooting with me, and I like that. Thank you so much. This is so cool. The community that we have built here not only is about justice, but it's about helping each other, women lifting up other women. It's about helping other creators. That is about so much more than just the lore. The lore. LORE and LAWR. All right, I'm going to end the poll at 12,489 votes, unless anybody wants to vote real quick. Who should play Alan Jackson in the fake movie that we're casting? John Stamos, John Hamm, Robert Downey Jr., or Rob Lowe? And we have 12,568 votes. Get your final votes in, folks. Get your final vote. Get your votes in. Final call, final call. Last call. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Olivia Wilde. Okay, I'm going to write that down. Dakota Johnson. Love that. We might have to narrow it down. Piper Perabo. What has she been in lately, Piper Perabo? Maybe she needs a job. Pedro Pascal as Alessi. All right, ready? Let's get it to 13,000. We're at 12,955 on votes for the casting of Ellen Jackson. When we hit 13,000, I'm going to end it. There we go. 13,010 votes. Ready? End. And here's what you guys voted. Here's the final votes are in. Here it is. Who should play Alan Jackson in the fake film that we are casting? 43% of you, and there were 13,000 votes, voted for Robert Downey Jr., 23% Rob Lowe, only 16% for my man John Hamm, and 16% for John Stamos. So overwhelmingly, Robert Downey Jr. has been cast in our fake movie. Aw, thanks, Kat, for the new laptop fund. I appreciate you. Christopher Maloney needs to play King David. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I'll allow it. I'm going to have to start a whole new piece of paper. King David. Chris Maloney. He might have to lose some weight and stop working out. I don't know. But I do love Christopher Maloney. You know that I've been gunning to try and play his new love interest in Law and Order Organized Crime. Verdict clock is at 7 hours and 15 minutes and 11 seconds. Here we sit. Thank you, Radine, for your 10. J.D. Qualls for Hank. I don't know who that is. I'm going to write it down, Kelly. I'm going to look it up on IMDb in a minute. I think Pee Wee Herman should. Is Pee Wee Herman? No, he's probably going to be around. J.D. Qualls. Mark Wahlberg has to be Turtle Boy, says Angel. Mark Ruffalo for the movie. Please love him. We can find that role for him. We're going to have to find John Hamm another role too, because he must be in the movie that I definitely need to be a consulting producer on, because if Alan Jackson was a consulting producer on Ray Donovan, which we literally just learned, or I just learned yesterday. I do like Mark Ruffalo a lot too. I have a feeling though that he's not as tall as we think he is. Hold on, let me ask. Oh boy, ladies. I don't know if you know this, but Mark Ruffalo is 5'8". Not that there's anything wrong with that. Thank you. And you know, if that's the official height, it really probably means 5'6" or 5'7". But that's good then. Mark Wahlberg could be Turtle Boy. I mean, not Mark Wahlberg. What did I just say? Mark Ruffalo. Well, I don't know about Mark Ruffalo. That's Turtle Boy. I don't know. Sean Hayes as Brennan. So Lori. Thank you, Radine. Alan Jackson plays himself as Inspector. Walt Goggins is the only option for who? Tons more cowbell. Yes, do like him. Where are we going to put him? Where are we going to put Walt Goggins? We've already cast Alan Jackson. The people have spoken. Chat has spoken. Alan Jackson is going to be played by Robert Downey Jr. Hang on. Ladies. Robert Downey Jr. is also 5'8". Alan Jackson's taller than that. You know what? We can make him wear lifts. It's okay. We can work around it. We can work around it. He can wear lifts. I'll allow it. Corey Stoll for Yannetti. I do love him, Jody Lynn. Hold on. Corey Stoll. He was in Billions. If you know, you know. Right? What time do you think she's going to let them go until today before she lets them go home? Like 4 o'clock? Thank you. Tons more cowbell. Lady Bunny should play Judge. I don't know who Lady Bunny is. Should I? Thanks, just Mimi Sue. Teresa, Gabriel Macht, Harvey, Specter, Suits. Oh, Harvey from Suits. To play who? Thank you, Teresa. Dustin Hoffman to play who? Dustin Hoffman is older than you think. And so I don't know who he would play. But thank you, Vic. Vic Damone. Oh, there's a reference. Isn't Vic Damone from the movie with Stacy? Stace, I gotta go. I gotta go. Fast Times at Ridgemont High? Isn't that Vic Damone? Michael says the jury's going to be working a full day, so Bev will let them go at 3:30. Yeah, probably. Pamela, Vinny P and a panel of 6 just said 4 to 5 days for a verdict. No negative energy, but who after this trial needs a 5 days to see the facts? Should have taken less than 4 hours, love you. I mean, they got to go through everything. They got to go through all the exhibits. It doesn't freak me out, you know? We would like it to be fast, but we would also like them to do a good job. And I don't know who the people on this panel were, but you know. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, Radine, for another super sticker. RJ Larson says, as a recovering alcoholic, I love Robert Downey Jr. Big fan. That's awesome. Congratulations on your sobriety. One day at a time. Steve Buscemi for Brennan. I think he's older than you think, too. I don't know how old Brennan is. Do you? War Pig, Linda Blair for Judge Canoni. Thanks for your time. Rihanna, thanks for joining. Thanks for becoming a member. Dean Winters from Allstate Commercials for AJ. Thank you, Andrew Butt. Robert Downey Jr. already got the part. Victoria, Michael Costabile to play AJ. Thank you, Victoria. Bring Kevin Spacey back to play Hank Brennan. Thoughts? Oh, wow. I think he's a lot older than Hank Brennan. Because we really kind of got to get in the rage. We are already in the rage. The range, age range. That would be funny, wouldn't it? Pills, potions, and poisons. Who is John Stamos? Oh, he was in a TV show called Full House. He also has a very full head of hair. He's had one for he was like a teen idol. And there's a TV show called Full House. He played Uncle Jesse in Full House. And he's been a celebrity for a long time. I think going all the way back to like the Tiger Beat. Anybody remember Tiger Beat magazine, Teen Beat magazine? Wasn't John Stamos like always on the cover with Scott Baio and Leif Garrett back in the day? If you know Teen Beat and Tiger Beat, you know. And so that is who, and John Stamos plays with the Beach Boys. And recently he gave Karen Reed a shout out. We played it earlier. And he said, I invited Karen Reed to come to the concert. I'm so invested in the trial. So that is who John Stamos is. I don't know what's going on out there. Leaf blower convention. Bradley Cooper as John O'Keefe. In flashbacks. How old is he? Interesting. That's interesting. Bradley Cooper. Turtle Boy. Free Karen Reed. It's Connie Rose Stevens. Henka Slugworth from Willy Wonka. So now this is a game, says Brian from Philly. We're just filling time, Brian. We're just filling time. Unless you're talking about, so now this is a game, bring one of your favorite quotes from the trial. Austin Powers as Hank Brennan. Thank you, Kurt. Marcel Deschelle as La Posada. Says no collision, just collusion. Thanks, Marianne. Hugh Jackman, says Joe. Joe Ernst. Peaky Blinders. Is it Cillian or Killian Murphy for AJ? He's already been cast, Crystal. Margot Robbie for Karen Reed. That's a good choice. Could add that to our list. We need Sean Penn in the movie as Alessi. Sean Penn's good. I could put him on the Alessi list as such. Sean Penn. I think Kevin Bacon was in there somewhere too, right? But I wasn't sure for who. Both Peter and Papa Tragos decided not guilty after watching the second trial. Peter was kind of surprised that his dad came to the not guilty decisions. I watched his dad a lot. I kind of thought his dad was always leaning that way. So, did they actually come out and straight up say it? Thanks, Denise. I try not to talk about other creators in the chat just because people sort of feel like that's like a free pass to start like bashing other creators, and I don't like that. I don't like people to do that, so please don't do that. Thanks, Marianne, for gifting a membership. Can we get Jim Carrey, circa Liar Liar, to play Brennan? Oh my gosh, wasn't that so great? Wasn't he so great? Love HR Puff and Stuff says, Land of the Lost Rocks. Do you remember the Sid and Marty Krofft shows? I do. If I was a juror and rewatched the trial, fake Sweet Bev would have me ticked. Right. Eddie Redmayne is Alessi. I'll write that down to the Alessi list. It is 2:41. 2:41 p.m. on the East Coast. FDSER654, thanks for your 20, says, thanks for all you do. My wife and I lived in Canton going back 5 years until a couple of months ago. Wow, you got the hell out, huh? The case was definitely one of the factors for the move. Please give a shout out to TA and free Karen Reed. All right, there it is. You got your shout out, TA. You made it out alive. That's the important thing. Thank you for your 20 and Godspeed. Solomon Landscaping. I've been so busy with work that I haven't been able to watch the live streams of Mustard Style. I drove by Courthouse today and saw hundreds of supporters everywhere. Thank you, Melanie, for all you do. Thank you, Solomon Landscaping, for all you do and for watching. I need a quick break. What do you guys want to watch while I go on a quick break? Because my voice is getting tired and I need to take a powder. So we've been here for 6 hours and 3 minutes so far. I think I only got up once. So, oh, you think Johnny Ham should be an Atty? Okay, cool, Dawn. Maybe. What do you want to watch? AJ's Closing? I was thinking about that too. Let's watch AJ's Closing again. You want to watch it? It was so good. And you can watch it this way without interruption. Oh, episode 28 with Mark. I watched it twice. Do you want to watch The Closing, or do you want to watch Mark and I talk about, or do you want to watch Paris Ray and The Crush? Don't worry. Taking this long is not a big deal. Don't get discouraged. Somebody just said yes. I don't know what it's for. Let's watch AJ's Closing again, because really, this is going to go down as one of the best closings in the history of closings. And so I'm going to vote for that. Let me just find a good feed. You know what? Let's shout out Trial Channel. We'll play theirs because doing the Lord's work over there, clipping every single witness for all of us to see. Shout out to Trial Channel, who's now up to 33.9 thousand subscribers. It's called At The Trial Channel. Give them a like and a sub. Hold on. And while you're watching, Think about it. It's an hour and 26 minutes long. I'm going to put it on a little higher speed because we're probably not going to get through the whole thing because something's going to happen and we're going to come back. So, you want me to put it on a little bit higher speed for you? Microdots says it all. I know the thing with Microdots is sometimes he's got videos that have music, and so I can't play it because I'll get stricken for the music that he buys the rights to make those videos, or I would. I'd be happy to share Microdots with you. Let's do the closing while I take a free. The problem with the openings, I did find a good stream. Let's watch his closing again. Just let me take a 10-minute break. I'll be right back. Everyone go refill your drink, go do all the things and stuff. And I'm going to make a banner for this so people don't get freaked out that this is like live or something. So, jury still out. And then you can tell me what the favorite parts of your closing, like what resonated with you the most. And then I'm just going to write BRB because I will be RB. Okay? Your girl needs a break. All right. Let's share this instead. Shout out to the Trial channel for doing all of the amazing work that you do. Give them a like and a sub if you wouldn't mind. I'll put on the captions so you can hear it better. Oh, look at this freeze frame of the judge. This is her L'Oreal moment. So fast forward a little bit. Also, pay special attention to like who's in the gallery. She did say, I've given each lawyer an hour and 15 minutes and I'm not going to stop them. Okay. All right. So we'll start with the defendants. Here we go. I'm taking a quick break. Be right back.
Jackson.
There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. I want to take a minute to start off with thanking you. I want to thank you for your attention. I want to thank you for your patience. I want to thank you for your diligence. This is not an easy undertaking. Most of all, I want to thank you for your courage, because courage is what this moment demands. Not just to listen, but to stare directly at injustice and say, not here, not now, not on our watch. That's what you're being asked to do. Stare down injustice. I want to start with a simple truth. You folks, not us, nobody else in the courtroom, you folks are the last line of defense. The last line of defense between an innocent woman and a system that has tried to break her, that falsely accused her, that tried mightily to bury the truth. This case was corrupted from the start. It was corrupted by biases and conflicts and personal loyalties that you heard about. And most fatally, it was corrupted by a lead investigator whose misconduct infected every single part of this case from the top to the bottom. In our opening comments to you a few weeks ago, we told you what to watch for. We warned you what to watch for. We begged you what to watch for. Watch for the physical evidence. Pay attention to the medical facts. Pay attention to the science and the physics. But also pay attention to the integrity, the very essence, the integrity of the investigation. But you also saw something during the course of the trial that none of us might have expected, something that should sadden us, something that maybe would anger us. On full display, you saw the lengths to which some police officers will go to protect their own at the expense of the rest of us, at the expense of Karen Reed, an innocent woman. Before we examine the evidence in the case, which we will do, we need to understand the very foundation of the entire system of justice in which we operate. It's the bedrock on which this entire system is built. Reasonable doubt. This isn't just a technicality and it's not a slogan. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the government from punishing without proof. The Commonwealth has the high burden to prove every single element of every single charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. As I said, those powerful words are not just some legal jargon. They're your mandate, they're your obligation, they're your community's protection against injustice. In our system of justice, Karen Reed sits here today, presumed innocent, cloaked in the presumption of innocence. That presumption is not fragile. It doesn't just disappear because there's a charge or a badge or a theory. That presumption stands firm unless and until the Commonwealth clears that high bar, the highest bar the law provides, proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. That means at the end of this case, at the end of the trial, you think about one or more of the charges, you think, you know what, maybe that's true. It might be true. Then you vote not guilty. If you think it's possibly true or probably true, your vote must be not guilty. If someone among you thinks it's likely true or even very likely to be true, your vote is not guilty. It's because none of those standards, maybe, might be, possibly, probably, likely, very likely, none of those meets the extraordinary burden of beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. A moral certainty means a level of confidence so strong, so incredibly unshakable that you could go home, you would go home, look your loved ones in the eye and say, I am certain. Not probably, not likely. I'm morally certain, and my certainty remains unshakable. The law defines moral certainty as the highest level of certainty known in all human affairs. Think about that. You must be that certain about the entirety, not part of, the entirety of the Commonwealth's case. As we discuss this case, you'll see that the Commonwealth comes nowhere near, nowhere close to reaching that extreme burden of proof. Ladies and gentlemen, on January 28th, 2022, it was a Friday night. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed made plans to meet up with friends, go out for drinks. You saw through video evidence and eyewitnesses that they were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits throughout that evening. They started off at C.F. McCarthy's, which you've heard about, and eventually made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. When they got there, the Albert family, they were already there, and they were already drinking. The Albert family, it's been established as a very well-known family in Canton. They've got quite the reputation. Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there. She was with him. His brother, Chris Albert, who was a Canton board selectman. He was there. His wife, Julie Albert, their daughter, Caitlin, and his sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, whom you met, and her husband, Matthew McCabe, whom you did not meet. They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. But also present at the Waterfall that night was Brian Albert's friend, Brian Higgins. We know that he had a romantic design on Karen. That becomes an incredibly important fact as we discuss the facts of this case. As the bar was closing around midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house. They wanted to keep the night going. But the evidence revealed something interesting, that the invitation to John O'Keefe appears to have been for a different reason, an alternate reason. Think about the video of Brian Higgins and what Michael Proctor in his investigation completely and utterly ignored. Higgins was agitated after a day of drinking, agitated that it was John and not Karen, John with Karen, not him. Recall that ominous text that he sent to Karen with her and John standing just feet away. Well, he got no response. And then we see this. That's what Brian Higgins was confronted with following his well text. What of all things starts going through Brian Higgins' mind? Where does his mind go? What is he thinking about after seeing this, after witnessing this? He shows you. And if Michael Proctor had been the least bit interested, this video would have shown him too. Take a look. Sparring, practicing, fighting techniques. Where was Brian Higgins' mind? What was he thinking about? And then what happens? Before you look at the next video, think about what you're going to see. This next video is after he sees John kiss Karen on the forehead, after he sends that aggressive text to Karen with her standing just feet away. Watch closely, and this is what you're going to see. This is what Michael Proctor and his investigation completely ignored. Higgins is very clearly upset. He's agitated. Chris Albert tries to control him. He tries to talk to him, calm him down perhaps. Chris forcefully grabs Higgins' arm. You'll see that in the video that you're about to watch. It appears that Chris is trying to calm him down from something. Brian Albert's standing right there with the other two men, but Brian Higgins is having none of it. He appears to be hyper-focused on one person and one person only, John O'Keefe. In an instant, Higgins angrily jerks his arm away from Chris. Higgins rubs his brow, and he directly gestures at John, a gesture that looks a lot like, let's step outside. Let's go outside. But John looks at him, takes a swig of beer, completely ignores him. Take a look. Michael Proctor, the lead investigator in this case, had all this footage, but he did nothing. He had access to the exact same thing that you saw. Why did he do nothing? A few minutes later, Higgins then texts John directly. You coming here? 3 question marks. It's now 12:20 a.m. These guys are not good friends. They barely spoke or even acknowledged each other when they walked into the bar together, other than a quick greeting. So why was Higgins coaxing John over to 34 Fairview? You coming here after this? And why not text Karen? Because at that moment, he wasn't interested in Karen. He was interested in John O'Keefe. This is about 5 minutes before John gets out of the SUV and walks toward the house. About 5 minutes before Karen sees him alive for the last time. So what happened inside that house, or that basement, or that garage? What evidence was there for the investigators to look into? What did they ignore? Laceration over John's right eyelid, black eyes, a large dog at the home, an obvious dog bite on John O'Keefe's right arm, a head injury from falling backward onto a hard surface, alleged surface, a text from Higgins, one of the last people to ever communicate with John O'Keefe. You come in here? Those words now echo in the wake of John's death. But Michael Proctor, he didn't listen. When John didn't come back outside, Karen, very oblivious to what had happened, thinking she was just left alone in the car out in the cold in the middle of the night, she got frustrated and she drove home. She arrived back at home and her Wi-Fi connected to her phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. It's an important time, 12:36 a.m. She left John voicemail after voicemail after voicemail. He was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. Her voicemails reflect that frustration after the fact. That's the frustration that you hear in her angry voicemails. She uses harsh words and foul language. She's obviously upset. She's obviously irritated because he didn't come back out of the house and he wasn't responding. But Karen did not know what you know. She didn't know what the investigators should have known. She didn't know what was happening with Higgins and Albert and with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. When he didn't come home at about 5 a.m., Karen went looking for him in a panic. As you know, her worst fears were realized when she found John beaten, battered, bloody, and left in the snow in Brian Albert's front lawn. At 6 a.m., when Karen found John, you heard about the scene. It was described in detail. It was chaos. To use Mr. Brennan's word in his opening statement, it was bedlam. The screams for help by Karen, the yelling and the hollering, ambulances, emergency lights, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol officers, all of them swarming all over the lawn just under Brian Albert's bedroom window. And of course, as you learned during the course of this trial, Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder trained in being a first responder, never came out of the house. Never went outside to help a fallen fellow officer who was laying on his own property. Never came out. And you learn through the undisputed evidence that the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, for his part, never went into the house. The Commonwealth has struggled to try to prove that John O'Keefe ended up in Brian Albert's front lawn because he was struck by a vehicle. They have failed. They cannot and they will not ever be able to prove that John was struck by a vehicle beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because the science does not lie, the medical evidence does not lie, the physics do not lie. Their investigation was flawed from the start because their investigator was corrupted from the start by bias, personal loyalties. Folks, they cannot prove a collision. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. There was no collision. So let's start there. I want to take a minute to discuss the actual science, the actual physics, and the actual medical evidence that was presented in this case. The science, it's an old saying, is known as the silent witness. It doesn't lie, it doesn't forget, and notably, it doesn't take sides. If there was no collision, what are we doing here? In order for there to be a collision, there has to have been an impact site. The vehicle had to have struck John, period. I want to remind you of some of the most important testimony in the entire case, and it comes from the Commonwealth's own medical expert, Dr. Irini Scordivello, the Commonwealth's medical examiner, someone governed by law to make these decisions. We know that a person struck by a vehicle suffers massive trauma, broken bones, fractures, soft tissue damage, torn ligaments, contusions, soft tissue injury, severe tissue injury, crushing blows. None of that was present with John. None of it. Nope. Not anywhere on his body, including his right arm. Not one bruise. Nothing. The fact is, the injuries are not from a vehicle impact. Not his head injury, not those scratch and bite wounds. Not a single medical expert. Think about this. Not a single medical expert called by the defense or called by the Commonwealth has testified that John was hit by a car.
That right there, in my opinion, is the most important part of this case. Not one medical expert in the entire trial called by either the Commonwealth or the defense has said that John was hit by a car. Think about that. You know, if you've been following me for a long time, that I have been screaming that since I started covering this case, since I went on Court TV in January of 2024. When Jennifer Coffendorfer tried to, and I use the term lightly, make me look like an idiot for saying these injuries are not related to a car accident. I have handled thousands of car accidents in my 3-decade-long career as a trial lawyer, not to mention dog bite cases, medical malpractice, all kinds of cases. And these injuries did not come from a pedestrian being hit by a car. They just didn't. They just didn't. Really, that is where the case begins and ends. That is it. Boy, did she try. She's still out there on the cesspool of Twitter, defaming Karen every chance she can get. Like, she really hates Karen. I don't understand why. And then after she, came at me, I was like, all right, maybe I'm being gaslit. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me find a guy who's an expert in dog bites to come on my channel and do an interview and tell me what he thinks. And one of my amazing mods pointed me in the direction of Garrett Wing. He's got a YouTube channel. He's got well over 2 million subs. Garrett Wing, what's the name of his channel? American Canine. He's a dog trainer. He's also a police officer. His father trained canine dogs to bite and bring down the perps and catch the perps. And he came on my channel. He knew nothing about the case. I showed him a picture of the arm. I said, what do you think this is? So that's a dog attack. But it's not a trained canine dog. It's a pet. I said, okay, can you come on my channel? He's like, sure. I'm like, I'm not going to tell you anything about the case. Just come on my channel. And he did. And we did a great show. And that was all the way back before the first trial. And then he was on the witness list for the defense. He was not called. I don't think they needed him. But he was amazing. Jennifer Coffendorfer was almost always wrong. I don't think they needed him, Don. I don't think they needed him. I think that the truth was out there, But, don't try and prove me wrong, because I'm just going to go out then and I'm going to double down on trying to prove that I was right. And the experts are going to come in. All right, so here's what I did. I ordered a 140-watt USB to C power adapter from my MacBook Air. And DoorDash will have it here by 4 o'clock. So hopefully that's going to fix my issue. God bless DoorDash. The greatest invention ever. You can get them to bring you things from Best Buy. Who knew? I didn't know about this until very recently. Hopefully it's going to help. That's right. You don't fudge with a woman lawyer. Bring it on. Bring it on. Thanks, Marianne. Appreciate you. Let that island keep going. And it's great. I think it's great that they focused on this more in this trial instead of bringing up all of the extraneous stuff that we really wanted to hear, the drama, all of the other people that were in the house. And listen, last time Lally brought all those people on. But this time it had to be streamlined. It had to be kept simple. It had to be John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. Let the FBI sort the rest of it out. DoorDash delivers champagne too. Let's all get it on speed dial. And you know what else? Sephora. I run out of mascara. I can have the mascara on my front porch before I'm even ready to go. Well, usually not, because I go live earlier than Sephora even opens, but crazy. They go to Home Depot for me too. I need something really heavy. I'm not going to get it. I'll pay a DoorDasher to go get it for me and bring it to me and put it on my porch. By the time I even think about getting in my car to go to Home Depot, which I really don't like going to Home Depot anyway, it will be on my porch. So just hot tip to anybody out there who needs a personal assistant but can't afford one, DoorDash is your personal assistant. It will bring you anything you want from CVS, Rite Aid, whatever you want. They'll bring it to you. JJ says, don't tell my wife Sephora delivers. Please, we spend enough on Amazon. Here's the thing. DoorDash is going to be to me within an hour. Amazon, I got to wait until tomorrow. Some stuff comes same day, but It's all right. DoorDash is amazing, right? I know. I'm so glad that I'm able to share secrets with you because that's what we do here. We share secrets. I have them go to I need Pool Shock, right? You know, it's heavy Pool Shock. Liquid Pool Shock comes in a case. I'll have a DoorDasher go get it. Tip them $10. It's worth my $10 not to go to Home Depot. I'm just saying, time is money, people. Time is money. And when I'm sitting here talking to you for what is now 6.5 hours, I can't be going to Home Depot. Melanie is our DoorDash spokesperson. No, but they should. They should sponsor me because I'm a big fan. I am a big fan. And plus it's giving people work. There are people out there who want to do this and go pick things up for me. And if they want to, and I'm willing to pay for it, why not do it? Yeah. Home Depot. They'll go to Stop and Shop. They'll go to Target. And you just go on the DoorDash app and go into Target and you find all the things you want. And they will shop for you. If they don't have what you want, they will send you pictures of what they have in the store so that they can buy it for you. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. All right, let's let AJ keep talking. Moving on.
Not one. Think about the irony. Not one. That's not just significant. It's literally the most important point in the entire trial. Listen again to Dr. Scorty Bellows' words. Question. You did not include in your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you? Answer. No, I did not. She told you, quote, I did not see any evidence of an impact site, end quote. She was talking about John's body. The Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scorty Bello, performed the autopsy. She did it personally. She's the only one to have personally examined John's body, and she found no evidence of an impact site on his entire body. That
Right. When Billy Bush asked me, who do you think the best witness was for, the defense? And this was before La Posada had testified. I said Irene Scorty Bello, the medical examiner, because she says John was not hit by a car. And she opened up his legs to find fractures, and there were none. Irene Scorty Bello. Tanis Yannetti is in the house. Queen Tanis, sister of David. Says, me and Mama Yannetti love you. What is there to talk about? I don't know what they're talking about. I always tip my DoorDash driver. I over tip my DoorDash driver. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, tips are very important. They have so many exhibits to go through. So many exhibits. DoorDash needs to deliver a not guilty verdict. We love you, Queen Tanis and Mama Yannetti. You raised some really great kids, Mama Yannetti. Hold on. DoorDash needs to deliver a not guilty verdict, says Marcia. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Yo, Mel, how fast can they dash you some red Solo cups and a leaf blower? I got some red Solo cups in my garage. Ed Wallace, when he came on with us the other day for the group stream, he had a Stop and Shop bag on his head with some eye holes cut out. Yes, everybody loves Tanis and Mrs. Yannetti. They're watching, sending love to David and prayers, and what an amazing job. You must be so proud. Yes, and are we going to have an acquittal party? Can we have an acquittal party, Tanis? Tanis, can we go to a spa for a weekend with your mom and you and me and Kelly Reed? Can we do that? We want to go to a spa. We need a spa weekend, or maybe like a whole entire week. I'll allow it. Let's do it. Should we cast David Yannetti while the Yannettis are here, while Tanis and her mom are here? So we are casting our fake movie, and we had 4 choices to cast Alan Jackson, and the overwhelming favorite was Robert Downey Jr., who has won the role. He's going to have to put lifts in his shoes because he's 5'8". So Mrs. Yannetti and Tanis, who would you like to play your son and brother? We have some nominations so far that we have up on the board, and then we're going to do a poll. We've got Corey Stoll from Billions, who has been nominated. Also, Chris Maloney has been nominated. But I'm curious to think who you would like to see play your son and brother in the movie. Adrian Brody. I just don't like Adrian Brody. No offense to Adrian Brody. I'm just not a fan. So let's think of who we're going to put in the mix. Only right now, I'm only taking nominations to play King David right now. Matthew McConaughey. Is he smart enough to be David Yannetti? David Yannetti's wicked smart. I was going with Bradley Cooper, actually. I think that was Bradley Cooper, I think, was my pick to play David Yannetti. Ben Affleck, Ralph Fiennes. We have got a lot of nominations here. Oh, can we make John Hamm into David Yannetti? Ed Norton? I know we do want to cast John Hamm as Matt Damon. John Corbett. That's an interesting choice. And where's he been lately? Ed Norton, Ben Affleck, Nicolas Cage, Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds might be too young. Who's Liam Neeson? Look into John Hamm. He's a bad dude. Yeah, I know. I know about his past. Matt Damon. How old is Matt Damon? Ray Donovan. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Somebody tweeted James Spader. We need an Italian. Somebody's saying Kevin Costner. Kevin Costner, I'll allow it. Hold on. We're going to have to whittle this down because they only give us 4. Tanis, you can text me if you have any suggestions. We need Kevin Costner in this fake movie that I'm making that I need to be consulting producer on, which I didn't know. Tanis, did you know? And Mrs. Yannetti, did you know that Alan Jackson was a consulting producer on Ray Donovan? I just found that out yesterday. If I wasn't reading fake news. The guy from Suits. All right, Corey Stoll is a dead ringer for Yannetti, though. And Corey Stoll's really good. I loved him in Billions, didn't you? He's dreamy. He's dreamy. Are we pretending we're in the 90s? Well, I mean, we need a man of a certain age, right? Stanley Tucci. No, Stanley Tucci's too short. Stanley Tucci can play Judge Halal from the Turk trial. They're at 7 hours and 41 minutes and 39 seconds. Bruce Willis. I can't remember his lines anymore. No. Yes, I was aware of that. Thank you, Kmart, for pointing that out. Just tweeted there will be no court Thursday or Friday if there's no verdict before then. Yes, because Thursday is a holiday, and then there's no court Friday. That was an original. That was the court had said that they were not going to. The guy who played Derek Shepherd in Grey's Anatomy. All right, let me let AJ play while I get the nominations ready.
In and of itself is reasonable doubt. You don't need anything more. The Commonwealth's case is done. It's cooked. Their own experts said there is no evidence of a collision, no evidence of an impact. If you want to know what an impact looks like, take a look at this.
No, don't show it.
This is what a body looks like after being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. And this is what a car looks like after hitting a person at 25 miles an hour. These are exhibits from
Patrick
Dr.
Dempsey.
Welcher.
Yeah, why did Welcher bring in that really, really horrific, creepy exhibit with a dead body in a different pedestrian crash that they blatantly showed worldwide television? That was crazy. Why did they do that, Jake Gyllenhaal? Why did they do that? That was like so inflammatory. It was so unnecessary. It was like another guy in another pedestrian accident. He put it in his PowerPoint. They showed someone else's dead body. It was so disrespectful. I was not happy with that, right, Mimi? That was bad. That was a bad look. I don't know that Jake, I don't know how old. All right, let me ask. Yeah, Jake Gyllenhaal is 44 years old, and I believe that King David is early 60s, I gotta say. And so we need somebody, Patrick Dempsey. All right, let him keep playing.
The Commonwealth's expert. John didn't even have a bruise. Make no mistake, Dr. Scortibello was presented with the Commonwealth's theory of the case, the same case that you've been presented with, and she refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide. She flatly refused to conclude that there was a collision. And you know who agrees with that? That silent witness, the science, the physics, the data. Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler, you just met them recently. They explained they were not initially hired by the defense. They were asked by another agency to conduct their analysis. They looked at the evidence from both sides, not taking a side for the defense or the Commonwealth, completely independent. They looked at the damage to the SUV on the one side of the coin. They looked at the injuries to John O'Keefe on the other side of the coin. Both PhDs, both engineers determined there was no collision. I'm not saying it. The science says it. That SUV's taillight was not damaged by striking an arm, and John was not struck by a 6,000-pound SUV. Period. Full stop. Dr. Dan Wolf did the testing on the taillight. Actual testing, not some ridiculous blue paint kindergarten project. He did lab testing. He did field testing. He did data testing. Actual impact force analyses. In every single test at every single speed, the taillight damage was inconsistent with striking an arm. In every test, the taillight damage was inconsistent with damaging the shirt, the sweatshirt. Remember that severe internal damage to Karen Reed's taillight. Not just the outer lens. The internal diffusers were completely smashed, completely shattered. ARCA testing established that all the internal components of every single test taillight, especially the diffusers, remained completely intact. Conversely, on Karen's taillight, the diffusers were almost completely gone. Folks, understand something. If any part of that diffuser portion of the taillight is broken, there is no light. It doesn't illuminate at all. It's just black. Let's take a look at a couple of photos. At 5:07 a.m. at One Meadows, that's the photograph on the left. What do you notice about the right taillight? It's completely illuminated. Later, at 4:12 in the afternoon, photograph on the right, it's lit up. How can that be? How can that be if the Commonwealth claims that those diffusers, the portion that lights up the light, were already scattered all over 34 Fairview? That's their theory. But don't believe your lying eyes. The taillight's completely lit up. That would be impossible. Dr. Andrew Rentschler, a PhD, a biomechanist, explained that at those speeds, the other side of that coin, John's arm would be basically destroyed. Contusions, swelling, torn ligaments, hyperextensions, dislocation of joints and bones, fractured, broken, and shattered. But as you know, John's arm was pristine, save those dog and claw bites. He didn't even have a bruise. Think about this. Think about that photo of those x-rays.
Oh, it's the x-rays. Okay.
You can manipulate a taillight fragment. That's not that hard. You can't manipulate a bruise. If they claim the car was going fast enough to shatter the taillight and shatter the diffusers, then it was also going fast enough to destroy and shatter John's arm, and it simply did not. How do they square that? They don't, and they can't. So they spent nearly $400,000 of taxpayer money to hire someone to dress up and look like John and paint his arm blue, which told you exactly nothing. The ARCA testing, conversely, also established that it is impossible for John's sweatshirt sleeve to be damaged by an impact with the taillight. The Commonwealth's theory is that the sleeve of John's hoodie sweatshirt was damaged by flying shards of taillight slicing through the shirt and through John's arm. I have 3 questions. Number 1, John's arm had about 36 abrasions. How did 36 shards of acrylic go through 9 tiny little puncture holes? How'd that happen?
Yeah.
Somebody needs to answer that. Number 2, why are there no slices or cuts in the hoodie? All the defects are punctures. Punctures that you might get from, say, I don't know, canine teeth. And number 3, if the shards cut bloody gouges into John's arm, that's their theory. Why is there no blood, no skin, no tissue on a single shard of taillight that they claim came in contact with John's arm?
Perfect.
The Commonwealth cannot answer a single one of those questions because John's arm was not impacted by the taillight. It doesn't make sense simply because it didn't happen.
It didn't happen. The poll is up. The poll is up for our fake casting of King David Yannetti. And here's the poll. I had to take Bradley Cooper out because Bradley Cooper is like in his early 40s. And so although we could age him up in the film, I think we got to stick with some men of a certain age. So your choices are Kevin Costner, Jason Statham, Corey Stoll, and Chris Maloney. I could only put 4. I could only put 4 options. We may have to go to round 2. We may have to go to round 2. But Kevin can look younger. We may have to have like multiple rounds on this one. Kevin Costner has a special place in my heart for, well, first of all, he had me at Tin Cup. But second of all, the first videos I ever did on my channel, the first live stream I ever did was about Kevin Costner's divorce. And so I got that. Yeah, we could de-age Kevin, right? We can do that. They've got the technology for that. I think, well, David's in his early 60s, right? Kevin Costner is 50. Bradley Cooper is 50? That's not what my you-know-who just told me. My you-know-who just said something else. Kevin looks nothing like David. Did you see Kevin Costner play Leonard Bernstein? He looks nothing like Leonard Bernstein either, but he certainly did. He certainly did. After they got done with him in hair and makeup. Kevin Costner, Ashley Rose points out, was also the bodyguard. Yannetti is basically Karen's bodyguard against the O'Keefe. That's a good point. It's all right. We can disagree. We can agree to disagree. We haven't landed on an answer yet. Right? Hank is Chuck E. Cheese. He's so good. He's so good. Is anybody tweeting from inside the courtroom? Do we have an update on anything that's happening? What, if anything, is happening? Yannetti looks much. All right. Well, Kevin Costner is my favorite. I had to put him in there. If you don't like it, then, I'm sorry, but I'm not. Maybe he'll win. Maybe Christopher Maloney will win. Who knows? It's not real. It's not real. It's not real.
Compare and contrast the ARCA experts and their actual testing to Judd Welcher. He came to you in the Commonwealth's case in chief, and he told you that for the better part of $500,000, he'd come in and testify that John was tall enough to touch the taillight with his elbow. That's it. And even in that basic demonstration, he had to lean in to manipulate it. to get the results that he wanted. Dr. Welcher then claimed that the reason he didn't do the reconstruction, the actual testing, think about what he said. There isn't enough evidence to determine what happened. I beg your pardon? What happens when
There's not enough evidence to determine what happened. I beg your pardon? That's a polite way of saying, what the F? Listen.
lean in to manipulate it, to get the results that he wanted? Dr. Welcher then claimed that the reason he didn't do the reconstruction, the actual testing, think about what he said. There isn't enough evidence to determine what happened. I beg your pardon? What happens when there isn't enough evidence, in his words? You vote not guilty. That's what happens. That's out of his mouth, not mine. The Commonwealth also used the same company, Aperture, to try to establish a time of a collision that never occurred. The Commonwealth called Shannon Burgess, the supposed expert from Aperture. There is a cardinal sin for experts, folks, a cardinal sin. It's called confirmation bias. It's when you decide to change your opinion to fit a theory. The most important takeaway from Shannon Burgess' testimony was how brazen, how shameless he was in trying to change the data to try to suit the Commonwealth. Remember Mr. Brennan's opening statement. He made some promises to you. He said, this case is about the data. He stressed it over and over again. They've had 3.5 years to get this right. The Commonwealth has had this case for 3.5 years to get it right. So his top expert, Dr. Welcher, prepares a report. And that report says that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's SUV at 12:31:38. Note that time, 12:31:38. He was struck, he was immediately incapacitated, he was immediately unconscious. So says Judd Welcher and the Commonwealth's theory. But there was a huge, huge problem with that. And somewhere in the middle of trial, somebody must have realized it. They must have realized that the very data they produced unequivocally establishes that they are wrong about a collision. It could not have happened. Why? Because John was interacting with his phone after 12:31:38. Remember, the collision immediately incapacitating. How could he be interacting with his phone afterward? He was on his phone, opening his phone, checking his phone, reading text on his phone, and locking his phone, all of it, after 12:31:38, which is the time Welcher clocked for the moment of the impact. And he was taking steps and walking with that phone after 12:31:38 also. That's what their own data showed, and it devastated their case, and it devastated that false theory.
That's right. They had to pivot. They had to pivot in the middle of the trial because, they had to have Shannon with one end go do some extra work and everybody go do some extra work because their case was killed. Yo Kelly says Karen Reed is Jamie Lynn Siegler. Need some Bostonians, Wahlbergs, Damon Affleck. Where have they been? I say no. You know why? Because if you're a Boston actor with a huge following and your entire career is based on your Boston accent and being from Southie and all that other, where are they? Why are they not coming out and speaking out for Karen Reed? Why? Has anybody, aside from John Stamos, who as far as I know is not even from Boston? You know who else did? Actually, it wasn't even in favor of Karen Reed. It was just that he was watching the trial and he started live streaming a little bit, the comedian, live streaming a little bit on YouTube. Why the hell can I think of his name? Glare and I were both like in his chat, like, come on my show, come on my show. My brain is mush. I can't even imagine everybody who's been out there every single day. Your brains must be mush too. Why is nobody from Boston with a huge platform speaking in favor? Dane Cook, thank you. I know somebody would get it. Jen K. Dane Cook started talking about it. Then did he stop talking about it? But he didn't really have an opinion on it. He just said he was interested in the trial and the case, Dane Cook. And then did he get scared because people were trolling him and like saying bad things about him? Maybe. I don't know. But where are all the Boston people with all the clout and all the platforms? Why haven't they been saying anything? I don't know. Mark Wahlberg, didn't Mark Wahlberg have a deal with somebody in like Turtle Boy or somebody involved in it and then backed out of it? Like didn't follow through? I don't know. And so no, they're not getting any roles in my fake movie because they don't have the cojones to come out and say anything about it. Oh, tennis, Viggo Mortensen. Oh, tennis, we already started the poll. All right, we'll do another one. Viggo. The Yannetti family wants Viggo Mortensen to play. David Yannetti, what say you about that? I think I'll allow it. Hank's little Bulger says, Bev played by Mickey Rourke. Maybe Kathy Bates would be good. Meryl Streep can play anyone. Right? Tommy Lee Jones as Yannetti says YouTube turns. Thank you, Stacy. Harrison Ford as Alessi. Dustin Hoffman as Alan Jackson. Dustin Hoffman, hold on. Vic Damone, Dustin Hoffman is 87 years old, which coincidentally is your name, Vic Damone, 87. You might still be living back in the times of Fast Times at Ridgemont High when Dustin Hoffman was a lot younger, but I'm going to see your point. And Harrison Ford also is up there, I believe, in age. Didn't he marry Ally McBeal? Harrison Ford. Let's take a look at pictures of Viggo Mortensen so we can see. I wasn't really familiar with who Jason Statham is, but because I don't watch, isn't he in like a lot of Marvel movies and stuff? But you guys put it up there, so I put it up there too. Let's see. Hello. Oh, I like this pick. Tell me what you think of this. Here's Viggo Mortensen. This is a nomination by David's sister Tanis. Take a look at this. I mean, how can we not allow it? He was in Green Book, yeah. I mean, I think we have to do what the family wants on this. But I'm going to let you guys still vote because he was not contained in our initial poll, but I think I like it. Is he good enough to play King David? I say yes. I say yes. He was in Lord of the Rings. I think this is good. Okay. Is AJ through? Well, AJ, this is just a replay of AJ, so we're going back and letting him finish. Moving on.
Have been panic, I'm guessing, in the room. What do we do now? The data shows John wasn't struck by the car. What do we do? Enter Shannon Burgess. Yes. Question. Can you believe him? Can you believe Mr. Burgess? He came up with a brand new story right in the middle of trial. You might ask yourself, would an expert actually say something he knows not to be true? Would an expert actually say something he knows is not supported by fact? Would an expert shade the truth? You don't have to look any further than Shannon Burgess's CV to answer that question. That was a shame. Even with the pull and push and stretch and manipulation of the time data that Mr. Burgess came in here and told you about, it still shows that John O'Keefe was very much alive and walking around after they claim he was hit and incapacitated. Think about that. Matt DeSogra looked at Burgess's report and told you that in 30 out of 30 scenarios of the possible time skews that Shannon Burgess identified, he came in the middle of trial and identified all these other time skews that he called it. In every single scenario, John was alive and walking
My
after
DoorDasher needs
they
me.
said
Hold
he
on.
was hit. And that's a problem for them because there was no collision. Just look at Mr. Whiffen's data, Ian Whiffen. John O'Keefe took 31 steps at a steady rate, about 83 feet. And then think about this, in a westerly direction. That would be right toward the house. Remember, it's 78 feet to that garage door. That's not a coincidence. The Commonwealth's witnesses, or the Commonwealth's witness, and Mr. Ian Whiffen himself conceded that he has reasonable doubts about the accuracy of John's location data. You remember that question and answer on cross-examination by Mr. Alessi? Do you have doubts? I do. Are those doubts reasonable? They are. And remember, it's still the Commonwealth's burden. If their own cell phone expert has a reasonable doubt about John's location, so should you. John O'Keefe was inside, and the phone battery temperature further proves it. This is not speculation. This is science, and it's irrefutable. It tells us that he was not laying outside in the cold. He was inside somewhere a little bit warmer. Ian Whiffen told you that when the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, think about these numbers. When the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, it will drop from 81 to 21 degrees in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. That's a 60-degree drop in 15 minutes. Now look at John's phone. It was laying, according to the Commonwealth, it was laying directly on frozen ground. He arrived at 34 Fairview and his phone dropped only 20 degrees over the course of an hour. Then inexplicably, it stayed steady, never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours, never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours, basically through the entire night. He was not outside. He was someplace warmer, like a basement or a garage. Dr. LaPosada confirmed that John O'Keefe did not have hypothermia. No telltale signs, no telltale Wisniewski spots, no frostbite on any extremity. He did not die of hypothermia because he wasn't outside. Dr. Isaac Wolf, Dan Wolf, Elizabeth LaPosada, Judson Welsher, Andrew Rinchler, all agreed. Every expert agreed. This is how John O'Keefe died. A rearward fall from a standing position.
I remember he hugged it out with the crash test dummy.
What could make you fall straight back like that?
I know.
Let's just think about that for a second. What could make you fall from a standing position as Judd Welcher just showed us? Standing up, falling straight back. Add a laceration to the right eye consistent with a fist or a punch, and you've got your answer. He certainly didn't sustain that wound on the back of his head by falling backwards onto a lawn.
Nope.
Dr. LaPosada told you that the patterned injury on the back of John's head could only be produced by hitting a hard, ridged, or ledged surface, like a concrete stair or step. What's just through that garage door? Michael Proctor never stepped down in that garage to find out. What a shame. And look at the arm. Just look at John's arm.
No, I
You don't
can't.
need the top
That's where I
experts in
got
the
to shut it
country.
off because that's when YouTube
That you had him.
shadow bans you. Sparky in the UK says, thank you for the shout out. Could you do the same for my beautiful daughter, Nikki Williams, Thomas X? Love your coverage. Thank you. Thank you, Marcy's sixth chin, from tuning in from the UK. 16-second video. Please, may the 4th be with you. Email. My email's in the show notes. You got to be able to find it to email me. But also, you have to send me like a YouTube link because if you're sending me something that you screen recorded, I won't play it because I'm not like letting the Russian hackers get into my computer. And the other thing is my DoorDasher. Okay, forget it. Forget everything I said about DoorDasher or DoorDash because my DoorDasher just said, as he's checking out at Best Buy, he says, well, it had to be translated because it was in a different language, but it said, I'm sorry, but hold on. I don't even know what this means. And I don't know if he had to cancel my order or what, but he said, and maybe you guys can tell me what this means if you use DoorDash. It says, I'm sorry. Hello, how are you? I have to cancel your order. The reason is because the Roma shopping cart didn't work and I can't pay for the items. I'm sorry. Well, I don't know what a Roma shopping cart is, but I paid for the items already. I don't know how that works. Do they give the DoorDashers like a card to buy the DoorDash items, and then the card that he was given by DoorDash did not work? I have no idea. Do I get my money back? How does that work? I don't know. Don't worry. Don't worry that it's taking too long. Don't worry. Because you know what? Somehow, even though it says my battery's not charging, I'm up to 32% now. So I got that going for me. Yeah, they get a card from DoorDash and it didn't work. But it's okay because everything's working out. Yeah, I guess so. I was wondering how the DoorDashers pay for the items. But now it says it's running behind. I don't know. Like everything is why is everything a problem now? Why is everything a problem? It'll work itself out. Everything always works itself out, right? They'll get another DoorDasher to pick it up. All right, cool. Does anybody here drive for DoorDash? Is that an issue? Like they give you a card to pay for stuff and sometimes it just doesn't work? Like what's up with that? All right, the verdict clock is still up. And it is at 7 hours, 43 minutes, and 30 seconds. It'll work out. I'm not worried. I just didn't know what a Roma shopping cart is. Never heard of it. I'm like, I didn't pay with a Roma shopping cart. No, I'm not in New York City. No. Somebody said, "Oh my God, you're in Rome. You're in New York City. They probably stole the items." I mean, I've heard of DoorDash. Somebody said I've never had my DoorDash card not work. Somebody said like sometimes the Uber Eats people or like the DoorDash people will like steal your food and eat it. I've heard of that before. Sue just said there is court on Friday now. I don't know. That clock is wrong. You wrong. Well, that's because time drifts, girls. Time drifts. Oh, you know what? It's also because I'm a little behind. So you're right. It's now at 8.5 hours, 8:31, 8:32. Let's see if anyone's in the courtroom. Tell us what the hell's going on. Time drifts. Time drifts so badly. Let's go back to some questions for a bit because we have so many. I did message the driver. I did. It's all right. It's all right. Don't worry. Dub love. Okay, Mel. Love this channel, but okay. Anytime anybody starts a sentence with that, love this channel, but what's coming next? Matthew McConaughey in A Time to Kill and Amistad plays a brilliant lawyer. Brilliantly. You're right. I take it back. I take it back. I just don't think he's right for David Yannetti. Maybe he could play a different lawyer in our film, our fake film. But I don't think he's right for you. But I do love Matthew McConaughey. Listen, I do. So you can still love the channel. Don't feel bad. And you made a great point. You made a great point. He lives in an Airstream trailer down by the ocean, right? His Airstream trailer is pretty cool. Love a Little says, me and my 13-year-old Ben are praying for you, Karen. Oh, we know Ben. We love you and support you. We will be down there tomorrow if no verdict today. Thank you, Melanie, for your trial coverage. We love your channel. You're amazing. I love you. I love you guys too. A lot of kids are watching this case, a lot of kids, and I'm glad because our children are our future. And our children need to know the shenanigans that are going on out there. And our children need to be able to stand up and fight for justice. This is the next generation. All right. And we have 6,800 votes in our fake poll. to play David and Atty in our fake film. And 50% are with Kevin Costner, 17% for Jason Statham, 8% for Corey Stoll, 25% for Chris Maloney. So 50% of you voted for Kevin Costner. And then the family came in and said, we want Viggo Mortensen. So we'll see what happens with our casting. Sometimes, you guys, we got to do things to pass the time. Sometimes, maybe, every now and again, we got to stop talking about Karen Reed or we're all going to go crazy. If we weren't all crazy, we'd all go insane. Yeah, Rue, maybe you weren't here earlier, but Robert Downey Jr. was voted to play AJ. So there, good morning. Good evening in Australia. My dog Karma as Chloe, says Karma and Gaga. Tanny, I wonder if Vinny Politan has a super secret competition to catch up to you and subscribers. Good job. Thank you. I don't know. We're actually friends behind the scenes. Glenn Close for Ben, says Bev, says Marianne. Jenna, not Jen. Massachusetts resident disgusted by my state. Question. If the jury checks not guilty on one, says including all lessers, wouldn't the OUI be included? Yes. Saying it's lesser included? Yes. That would be correct. You're correct. Yes, that would be a not guilty on the OUI as well. Kathy Bates to play Auntie Bev, says Saucy Skins. Annie Pops. Melanie, I love you. I'm listening to you all day while I'm working. P.S. Drink blackberry brandy with tea. Drink the whole bottle with the pot. Well, let me tell you what. Took a couple of spoonfuls of that Manuka honey, and I can tell a difference in my voice. Can you? Even though I used a metal spoon, it seems to have done the trick. And so highly recommend. Shout out to whoever suggested that. And I realized I had a whole jar of it downstairs. Get their signatures engraved onto your plaque, says Michelle. Just, that's like more work for me. Then I got to go find a place that like does engraving and like, listen, unless a DoorDasher can do it for me. I once this trial is over, there are so many things that I need to do in my real life that it's insane. Like, because I'm here all day between 9 and 5 and regular business hours for everything else, like I got doctor's appointments, I got dentist appointments for my kids, I got, I got to find a notary and house thing notary. And I can't do it because we're here all day long. Like, the madness needs to end. Karen Reed needs to get her life back. And we all need to get our lives back too. Barbara, these are Dave Matthews Band special edition earrings from a guy in Mexico, in Cancun, who makes these every year. I think this was the fire dancer from 2 years ago from the Cancun shows. This year, I have other ones that have like a sunburst behind them. So thanks for asking. Shout out to Javier in Mexico. Would they stop the clock for lunch? This must have been early. No. Stephanie, hi, I've been wondering about Proctor's texts. How did they get the ones he sent at the end of the last trial about worrying about the outcome? I would imagine the FBI. Right? What other explanation would there be for that? At the end of the last trial, having those text messages from Proctor to Lally, the O'Keefes just went into court. Okay, so something's happening. They may be dismissing the jury for the day. Thank you, Claire Brown. Yes, court is off Thursday and Friday. That is true. Thursday is Juneteenth. It's a court holiday. And then Friday, I think, was a planned scheduled day off. And the jury knows it. And so they may be like, yeah, we got to wrap this up by Wednesday because we want a 5-day weekend and we want to be done with this. I don't know. There's so much. I'm going to tell you, my information has been Friday has always been a planned scheduled day off. I know that people were reporting differently, but remember the other day when I said, trust me, you guys, trust me. When mainstream media was all reporting that the defense had rested and the defense had not rested. And I said, you guys, I've been doing this a long time. Please trust me, stick with me. And they have not rested because it has to be done in open court. We stuck around. Judge came back. It was confirmed they had not rested. So just trust, okay? Trust the process. Trust me. If the court told the jurors during jury selection or whenever they were impaneled that this Friday was going to be a day off, they likely will not take it back from them because, like us and our real life problems, situations, and errands that we need to run, So does the jury. I don't know if the verdict is in. Huh? Don't be fake. Don't be, says who? If you spread fake news in my chat, that's like an automatic block. So I don't know anything about that. All I know is that somebody sees the O'Keefes going back in the courthouse. It's minutes before 4. They're probably sending the jury home. Okay? Listen, I got sources too. And if there was a verdict, I would probably have it right here where I'm looking. And so, how many times do I need to tell you guys not to trust the mainstream media? They told you that the defense rested when the defense did not rest. Until I have it from a real source that is official, they are just, it is my opinion, my educated opinion, that at 3:55 p.m., the O'Keefes are walking into the courthouse because the jury's going to be dismissed for the day. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. Either way, we're here for it. In Melanie we trust. And that's, I should have t-shirts that say that. In Melanie we trust. I mean, I suppose I should put a little lip gloss on just in case something happens, you know, like Bev did the other day when she came back with the lip gloss. I was like, oh, the lip gloss and the earrings together. It's like something's definitely happening. I'm aware. I've said it 4 times. The O'Keefes are going into the courthouse. Tell me you haven't been watching me without telling me you haven't been watching me. It is what it is. It is what it is at this point. I just could not even wake up this morning. I just couldn't. They have to come back to be dismissed, everyone. So could you please just trust in the process and in Melanie we trust? If you guys want to believe Sue O'Connell over me, go ahead. I don't care. I don't care anymore. I'm not gonna try and stick up for myself. They are sending the jury home, in my opinion. Okay. Just everyone take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in. Oh, there, that's better. Breathe out. I think the FBI got Proctor's text. That's what I think. Stephanie, I can't confirm, but that's what I think. Colin did it. A pooper, Proctor production. Belina says, it's the 1-year anniversary of the passing of my Bella, 15 years and love of my life. I threw myself into Karen's case in honor of my beloved in paradise. Free Karen Reed. I'm so sorry for your loss. So sorry. Thank you, sweet Lorraine, for your suggestions. Thank you, Robin. Thank you. Josh Charles can play Proctor. Looks like him too. I don't know who that is. Chazzy Dazzy or Chazzle Dazzle says Kermit the Frog to play Hanky Spanky. Al Pacino as a Leslie. Salt Life Ma, he's like 80-something years old. Come on. Come on. I mean, yeah, in his younger days. But you know how much he would cost? He would blow our whole entire budget. He would blow our whole budget. Heads everywhere. Denise, Dirt Ron is checking our memory with questions about every hour during Vertigo. It's fun. Okay, great. Ooh, I don't know why there's a fly here. Are you trying to say Duty Ron? Love you too, Denise. Thank you. It said Dirt Ron. So I think that was a typo. I think. Heidi, my girlfriend and I are listening to Verdict Watch with you at the Golden Gate Bridge viewpoint overlooking the bay. Oh, love the Bay Area. Hi, Erin. Hi, Heather. Thank you, Melanie, for everything on this trial. Free Karen Reed. Innocent. Okay. They're taking bets on this trial in Vegas, by the way. I think they're coming back to send the jury home because it has to be done in open court. That's just what I think. Heidi's got an amazing. Listen, some people put the fake news out there because they want like the engagement on Twitter. You have to stop. Don't believe everything you read on the internet, please. Jesse Greer, Matthew Reese for Alessi. Have you seen him in Perry Mason on HBO? No, but I will check it out. Thank you. Holly can only see Sean Hayes from Will and Grace playing Hank. They are taking bets in Vegas. You can bet on anything, Green-Eyed Southern Girl. You can bet on anything. You betcha. Sandra Bullock as Karen. I love Sandra Bullock, but she's a bit older. She's not early 40s anymore. She's in her 50s for sure, right? Thank you, James. He's proud to be a cupcake. Wouldn't be anywhere else. Thank you. All right, so the jury's coming back, right? Should we change the banner to jury coming back? Coming. Oops. And attorneys. Okay. Yeah, somebody said they're not dressed up today. They're just in their regular clothes. Ice cream truck special equals free silver bracelets. Thanks for your $50 for you to have a dream. I am in that car with John Mayer. I am in that. All right, you got it, girl. Thank you so much for your super generous. Hillary Swank is Karen Reed. Thanks, Angie. Jennifer Aniston. Look, I love Jennifer Aniston too, but we're skewing. We got to skew early 40s, guys. Early 40s. So we got some other choices like, well, I think Dakota Johnson is in her 30s, right? I think Amanda Peet is close. Wait, no, because I did look it up with the other day when I was watching that show. I think Amanda Peet is, I don't remember. I don't remember. Eugene Levy should play Robert Alessi. Thanks, Mikey. Thank you, Sparkly Cupcake. Johnny Depp for Alessi, says Lily B. Goggins for Alessi and Paul Giamatti for Lally. We're casting a fake movie if you're coming back. It's my thought that the jury's going to be dismissed for the day and told to go home. And we are casting our fake movie. Emma Watson for Karen Reed, says Chrissy. Benedict Cumberbatch for Alessi, says Kanoni's Baloney Jadzia. And somebody said Sutton Foster as Karen. That's interesting too. Did you watch Younger? Listen, the fact that they're out a long time doesn't mean anything one way or another, other than they are taking their time as well. They should. Wouldn't you want them taking your time if it was you looking at life in prison? Corey Stoll is he's only 6'2". I don't know why I thought he was like way taller, like 6'4". Was everyone else in Billions really short? Is that why he seemed so much taller, Jody? Thank you, Arthur. It's like Kevin Spacey. John Hamm is Yannetti. Yeah, these are from earlier. Anyone notice 617, 621, 616? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. I don't know what that means, Breezy, but thanks for your super chat. Thanks, Melissa. I'm talking about Randy right now. That was fantastic. John Hamm, Crash Daddy number 2. Dr. Wrenchler. Chris Evans is Yannetti. Stephanie McKay says Drea DiMatteo to play Karen. She looks so much like her. Did you guys watch Nona's? I know I highly recommended Nona's to you guys. It's a Netflix movie with Vince Vaughn, Susan Sarandon, all-star cast. So good. Drea DiMatteo is in that. She's so good. She's another one who somehow got blacklisted and started an OnlyFans, Drea DiMatteo, right? From Sopranos. Oh, speaking of Sopranos, not only is Drea DiMatteo in it, Lorraine Bracco is also in Nona's. It's a real restaurant. It was so good, that movie. And I love Vince Vaughn. We're waiting for them to come back. The fan is up. We're here. Hillary Swank for Jen McCabe, says Guzma, professional tool. Billy Bob for Hank. Oh, I do love Billy Bob. And Billy Bob can really stretch. Landman, he's so good. Goliath, one of my favorite series of all time. If you have not watched Goliath, it is amazing. And if you like Mark Duplass too, Goliath is really one of the best TV shows I think ever made. It's fantastic. So good. Did you guys watch Goliath, anyone? It takes place in Santa Monica, and he like lives in Shay Shay, the bar, and he lives in a seedy motel next door. So good, Billy Bob. And I was never a Billy Bob fan until I started watching Goliath, and then I was like, oh, now I get it. Now I get why Angelina Jolie was married to Billy Bob Thornton. Gabriel Macht has got to be in it. Rick Hoffman as Lally. Thank you. I went to the sidebar with Melanie Little. I forgot how to laugh, says The Rock for Proctor, Elizabeth Olsen for Karen. And Monge, I just watched Alessi's speech at the fundraiser and I shed a tear. He gave all the praise to Karen and her parents. It was wicked cool. Yeah. Yeah. His daughter was there too. She posted some pictures with Auntie Deb, my friend Jimmy, hanging out with Queen Laura Alessi, who's also amazing. I think that's supposed to say Sandra Bullock can play me. Oh, thanks, Billy Momzilla. That's a compliment. Blonde Kathy Bates is Beverly Canoni. Well, you know, Kathy Bates can morph into just about anything. I mean, she's an amazing actress, you know, as is Meryl Streep, as is Sarah Paulson. Sarah Paulson can play anybody. Just ask, you know, the guy who makes all the series with Sarah Paulson in it, in every single American Horror Story as a different character. Sarah Paulson is awesome. Jim Parsons for Brennan, can't unsee it, said Karen. Bubba Hodge said French Stewart as Hanky. Jasmine said I had the exact same problem with my iPhone, not just the power, but also the power that the cable can transmit. The problem only became noticeable when using it, but it's my laptop, not my phone. So I don't know. I don't know, girl. Is it Cillian Murphy or Killian Murphy? A lot of people have suggested that for Alessi. Somebody said Melissa McCarthy as Higgins. I mean, Rescue Randy's Compound Fracture has come in not only with so many super chats today, but also with so many funny comments that I have to shout you out as being maybe the funniest in chat today. And Jessica said, did you cast Alessi yet? If not, James Marsden. Oh, dog. Speaking of James Marsden, Jury Duty, Amazon Prime, watch it. It is a cross between Candid Camera, Punked, and something else that's really funny. It's like a reality show. A guy thinks he's on jury duty, but he's really not. Everyone in the courthouse is actors, including the judge and the other jury members, and chair pants are involved. And James Marsden is on jury duty too, and he plays the most douchiest version of himself, and it is hilarious and heartwarming. Because I was a little worried. I was like, as I was watching, I was like, I mean, the joke was on us, right? But the court is convening at 4:20 per Sue O'Connell. Well, isn't that apropos? Because I think we all feel like we're high all the time when we're watching this trial. We must be. James Marsden played a crazy version of himself, and it was fantastic. Sidebar Chick says, listening to Brennan is as bad as listening to Janice on Friends. I stick ice pick in my ears if I ever had to listen to him laugh. That is funny. Yes, thank you, Rebel. Thank you. I think we're working it out. Winona Ryder says the Zen Master for Karen. Drea DiMatteo, another one for Karen. Emma Watson for Karen, says Chrissy. Tom Cruise could play Alessi. French, we're past these already. Tom Cruise for AJ, says Free Karen Reed 2024. Robert Downey Jr. actually won with like a huge margin in the poll, because we only can have 4 in the poll. 4 choices for on YouTube. Joaquin Phoenix for Brennan, says Tebow Ducks. That's an interesting choice. Thinking outside the box. D-Hack, you. I think he's older than you think he is. Me. Dustin Hoffman is old AF. 87. Mama G, I can't think of the actress's name, but Stifler's mom for Bev. Jennifer Coolidge, of course. Also in White Lotus, and finally getting the recognition that she so deserves, Jennifer Coolidge. Love her. And that would be fantastic, wouldn't it? And the Bend and Snap, Legally Blonde, Jennifer Coolidge. Yes. Yes, Mama She. Another Joaquin Phoenix for Alessi, says Erin, Discworld, Natasha Lyonne as Bev. She's not old enough. But I do like Natasha Lyonne. Violet Energy, John Krasinski is from Massachusetts for Hank Brun. Again, another person with a huge platform from Massachusetts. Where are they? Where are they? Why are they not speaking out? Why do they have nothing to say? Thank you, though, Violet Energy. Jeremiah Strong from Succession as Hank, says Fight the Fix. East Coast, Mark Strong for Yannetti. AJ Harvey Specter. High Kier in Rentham. Henry Cavill for Wolf. I will die on this hill, says Becca. I think that's a hill worth dying on. You know what? I might allow it. Emily says Tony Goodwin from Ghost with shaved head is Yannetti. Not just from Ghost, girl. He was in Scandal. He was President Fitz. Love him. Tony Goldwyn. Yeah, Goldwyn. He's part of the Metro Goldwyn Mayer family. Like, he's Hollywood royalty. And he was Fitz. Oh, that was a great show, Scandal. Kristen Wiig for Bev, says Justin. Here's my list. Sosie Bacon for Karen Reed. Josh Duhamel for John O'Keefe. Marky Mark for Jackson. Eddie Cibrian for Alessi. Dax Shepard for Brennan. And Chris Maloney for Yannetti. Well done, Ashley. Lori. Kathy Bates for Dr. Russell. Dan. Liev Schreiber as Brian Albert. Oh, interesting, Dan. Okay, who's playing Karen and Jen McCabe, says Gail Brennan. We'll have to do that tomorrow because I'm pretty sure they're sending the jury home for the day and we're just waiting. They're supposed to be here at 4:20. It's 4:20 somewhere. Michelle Pfeiffer for you. Mike, the situation for Turtle Boy. That's funny. Dusty Truth. That is funny. Mike, the situation. Cumberbatch for Alessi, says Billy's mom Zilla. Susan Davis. Benedict Cumberbatch as Brent. A lot of you guys like Benedict Cumberbatch. Glenn Close for Canoni. Oh, Karen Duffy, great choice. Another great, one of the greatest TV shows of all time. Did anybody ever watch Damages with Glenn Close? That was an amazing TV show. She was like a power lawyer. That was a great show. Damages. Highly recommend. Don't be depressed. There's no verdict. It's okay. We get to come back and hang out again together tomorrow. All right, look. Always look at the bright side of life. Do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. That's also from a Monty Python show, I'm pretty sure. Always look on the bright side of life. I think that has to go on the playlist now because I just sang it with my terrible voice. But we gotta just keep laughing or we're gonna cry. It's okay. It just means we get to hang out tomorrow too. And maybe tomorrow we can do the joint stream that we were gonna do today with Allie and Bob and Andrea and Runkle and whoever else wants to come on. It is a very hard thing to man or to run, because all the chats come into the host. It's a thing. Maybe we could do it for like an hour or two in the morning. Tell me who you'd like to see on the panel, and I'll see if I can put it together. How do I know there's no verdict? I have my sources. Monty Python's Meaning of Life. Yep. David Mark Strong, Alan Colin Firth, Alessi. Colin Farrell. Oh, he was really good. Wasn't Colin Farrell in... Was it Colin Farrell that was in Banshees of the Inisherin? Did you guys see that? That's another great movie. Watch that. John Stamos, General Hospital, says Therese. Raul Esperanza from SVU looks just like AJ, says Billy Marie. John Hamm as Vinnie Politan, says EKG. Jamie Dornan as Dr. Wolf, says Dr. Wolf's Dimples. Dumois. Oh, Hannah, you know I love Dumois. Anon, please. Mrs. Debris Fields is in Cancun with Randy. Well done. True Crime Junkie says Crispin Glover, George McFly for Alessi. Meryl Streep for Bev, says actually Ashley. Obi-Juan Kenobi says Nicholas Holt as Stank Brennan. Rick Hoffman. Louis Litz from Suits as Brennan. Yeah, that could be good, Amy in Arizona. That could be good. Pee Wee Herman is no longer. Pee Wee Herman is at the Endless Heaven Buffet, as Kathy would say, from Gossip Rumor and Innuendo. Dawn became a YouTube member. Welcome. Dennis O'Leary's got to play somebody, says Wendy, darling. They're coming back, and we're still waiting. Alan Cumming for Brennan, says FKR 2024, son of Paul Rubens. Oh, so he's the son of Paul. Alan Cumming is the son of Pee Wee Herman? How did I not know that? You guys are laying all kinds of knowledge on me today. Thank you, Free Karen Reeve 2024. Chandra says, this is a great community. Amanda Seyfried as Melanie Little. Oh, she's way too young to play me, but that is a sweet compliment. And this is a great community. And we're all here for the same thing, right? Justice for John O'Keefe. But if John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, is incarcerating Karen Reed justice for John O'Keefe? I think not. Caitlin says, my sister Nicole, nephew Cody, and I are at the courthouse patiently waiting. Hi, Mom, Auntie Kath, and Chrissy. Free Karen Reed. Mulva, I always love a good Seinfeld reference, says Rick Hoffman for Brennan. Denise, Meryl Streep for Judge Canoni. Karen's actress has to be able to do the accent. Matt Damon, Ben Affleck seem obvious. Maureen, Postcards from Heaven should be Bev. Thank you, Wendy. Oh, look at Amanda Tavares, my first super chat ever. Maureen Hancock as Judge Bev. She does parodies of her already strong resemblance. That's, that's an interesting choice. We could probably get her for less than Meryl Streep or Kathy Bates, right? Thank you, Maury, for your 20. Thank you, Radine, for coming in with another 10. Radine's hot today. Beantown Beaver, Tanya Harding for Judge Bev. Tanya Harding might need a gig. She might. Brendan Fraser, make millennial hearts happy. He can be the defense tech guy. Oh, yes, Brendan Fraser. Well done, Stina. Corey Michael Smith simply must play Brennan, says we are all Karen Reed, Skellen Skarsgård for Yannetti, and for the Jen, Julie, Carrie, click all the actors from Heathers. That is so funny that you say that. I was thinking about the movie Heathers last night. I don't know what I was doing, but that movie popped into my head for some reason. And I thought, isn't the movie Heathers kind of like what's this movie that we're watching here? The film that we are all in on the same joke of. I think I've seen this film before and I didn't like the ending. Heathers is a great cult classic movie. Megan, it's my birthday today. Happy birthday, Megan. And all I want is for Karen Reed to be freed. I've been binge watching your channel all maternity leave, sending justice vibes from the winery today. Oh, I'm so glad that you're at the winery. Happy birthday, Megan. Bristol, United Kingdom in the house. Angie is here. Didn't know or heard of Karen Reed until halfway through the second trial. OMG, makes us feel very scared for my grandchildren. The world is watching. Karen could be any one of us. Yes. 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 Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Ain't it the truth? Jesse, song for Lucky, Ain't Nobody. Chaka Khan, thank you for the channel. Thank you. Thanks for your 20 and thanks for your song suggestion. Ain't Nobody. That's a good one. Lucky. Lucky's the man. Christine, towards DoorDash. Thanks. Thanks, really do. Love you, Mel. Yeah, I was freaking out a bit. But you know what? Even though it says my computer's not charging, it says the battery's not charging, but I guess the laptop is. And it's now up to 36%. So you know what? If they canceled my order, maybe I don't need the thing anyway. Maybe I should just get it. I thought I was going to have to buy a whole new laptop. So disaster averted. Thank you, Christine. I appreciate you. Jury's coming back and everybody's coming back. And my instincts say that they're going to dismiss the jury at about 4:20. It's 4:18. We can work around Robert Downey Jr., says Catherine Smith. Small men annoy me. I'm 5'6", Napoleon complex. And I applaud all of the recovering alcoholics in the crowds. Well done, tough road. But keep the faith. Keep praying. Yes, one day at a time, Catherine. One day at a time. Sidebar chick suggestion for your next poll: title movie of Karen Retrial, the episode, best quote from the trial. Do you have problems with your memory? Actor Gary Sinise. Thank you. Dr. Russell, it's not the first time she's gasped. We have a viewer from Norway, and that is her username. Dr. Russell's gasp heard around the world, I think. Titus Welliver from Bosch for David Yannetti. Thank you, Berkeley G. Hello, KK of the Bay. Hi, Melanie, joining late. Sorry if you were asked this. If they come back not guilty on 1 and 2 but are hung on OUI, will she be acquitted on 1 and 2? Yes. You mean 1 and 3? Is I think what you mean, because the OUI is in count 2, and that would be a hung verdict. Count 2 would be hung. That would be the entire manslaughter, page 2, but she would be acquitted on 1 and 3 if the jury fills out the forms and they do it right this time. War Pig, did you see Colin Farrell in The Penguin? No. What makeup? He could easily play Aiden Carter. I did not. I'm not a big like Marvel fan. I don't know. I just don't get into it really. I'm sure it's good. No shade to anybody who likes that Marvel stuff, the superhero stuff. Brennan, sorry, not sorry, Esquire. Brennan should be played by Squidward from SpongeBob. If you know, you know. Heather, Steve Buscemi or Michael Shannon for Hank. He was an awesome in Boardwalk Empire. Pretty much anyone from Boardwalk Empire could play Hank. Thank you, L-Star, for the DoorDash tip fund. Thanks, really do. If it wasn't for DoorDash, I wouldn't be able to run most of my life while I'm sitting here with you all day. Sometimes they bring me lunch, breakfast, coffee, because it's hard to, leave the chair once you're in the chair. Happy birthday to Kennedy, who turns 9 today. Happy birthday, Kennedy. She loves Auntie Mel. Oh, I love that. Thank you. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, APB Bolo, for Bev's Graves concerns. Yeah, the super chats have been, thankfully, to all of your generosity flying today. And so happy birthday to Kennedy. She turns 9. This was sent at 3:46. So hopefully she's watching still and we'll see it. Absolutely. Almost double digits, Kennedy. You're almost there. And what a great name you have. I love it. Living that GP life. Sloth Style says, best coverage. I'm proud to be a cupcake. Even got my husband interested since it's all I've been watching since the beginning. Oh, I love you with all of my heart too. Thank you. And says also, comes in with another super chat, living that GP life. Robert Elizabeth Allen David READ Karen's team was meant for her. If Betterow had been allowed to join, it was the dream team. Because the M would have been in there for Mark. And so it's been pivoted to Reed instead of Dream. Magnolia Gypsy, hello. Johnny Lee Miller as Officer John O'Keefe. Tad older in reality, but only by a few years at least, not 10 years or more. Thank you. Heidi, thank you. I thought this jury might have thought they were on jury duty at times. Yeah. Like when was Ashton Kutcher going to pop out of the corner and say they were punked? Or, Alan Funt, if you want to go all the way back to early days Candid Camera. All right. Sound is up in the courtroom. Thank you, Kelly. Oh, it's Jim. Is it sad that when Jim clears his throat, I know that it's Jim, the court clerk? That is so sad. Thank you. We're back. She's smiling, a fake smile at the jury.
We're back in session. You may be seated.
All right, jurors, we appreciate how hard you've worked today. It's been a long day. I'm going to send you home. So I do have to give you those cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. And I think what's a good idea to do is when you leave here, just leave the case here. Literally, figuratively, just clear your head. Beautiful day, get some fresh air, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay? Thank you.
All right, so please.
They're going home at 4:23 p.m. 4:23 p.m. going home. Gary Busey as Bev, says James Jameson. See if she has anything to discuss with the attorneys. Thank you, Cynthia. Thanks, Wendy. She says Diane Lane should play me.
All right. So we'll see everybody tomorrow morning, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
What time? Do we have a time in mind? Thank you, Ophelia Wild. That's very sweet. All right, no verdict today, you guys. No verdict. That's okay. We're coming back tomorrow. We're in it for the long haul. We're in it for the long haul. Every single day ends early. It's 4:25, and she's sending them home. Look, they're tired. Let me just change this banner. They're tired. They've been working all day. You never know what's going on inside the jury room. But I had said earlier this morning that I thought it would be Tuesday, so that seems to be where we're at. If not Tuesday, as far as I know, Thursday and Friday are going to be days off. There will be no court on Thursday and Friday. There's a court holiday, and also Friday was a planned scheduled day off. Is anybody filming like the walkout that we could pivot to? But the sound outside is so bad. Let me just see if, we'll see maybe if Court TV has it. We'll see if Karen says anything to anybody. If she was going to speak to somebody, who would it be? Boston 10. Oh, Vinny's outside. Let's see if Vinny can get an interview. He's keeping an eye out for Karen Reed. If they pivot to it, I'll go back. Oops. Thank you, Ophelia. Thank you, Never Never. Lindsay, thank you. No verdict today, you guys. Sorry, but there's nothing I can do about it. It has nothing to do with me. If you're choosing to take off before we go through the rest of the questions, kindly hit the like button on your way out. I promise you. Just put your DNA on there. They won't get your DNA at Canton PD or MSP, and even if they did get your DNA, they wouldn't know what to do with it. So there's that. You got that going for you. The technical issues today are just off the charts. Thank you. I'm gonna have to go to my phone for my email because I can't open my email or my Gmail. Let us see. We have many questions as well as such in the Venmo section of things, and so we will go there. Thank you, Holly, who simply says you're the best. Thanks, Holly. Jennifer says, thank you. I live in Plymouth and County and work in Norfolk County. You've brought me hope and comfort throughout all of this. Kathy says, thanks so much for streaming the trial. I love it so much. So happy I found you on YouTube. Free Karen Reed. Thank you, Kathy. Oops. Thank you, Jim. Lynn says, thanks for your excellent coverage. Can't imagine watching anywhere else. Susan says, wowsy. What an all-star team. That was an amazingly generous Venmo. Thank you, Susan. What an all-star team of lawyers and Detective Wallace that you had on. You're the best, Melanie. Thank you so much. That was, you must be on the replay. Let me go back to here. Hang on one sec. Sarah says, your panel Friday was awesome. Best show ever. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Allie, Brennan always saying the quiet parts out loud for the jury, referring to Proctor as the boogeyman in his closing. Yeah, that was a good part. Connie, I'm waiting for the message from the jury that comes out and says these verdict slips are too confusing. Can't wait to see King and Eddie's face and the I told you so judge moment. Mm-hmm. Patricia from earlier this morning said, I predict 1 hour deliberation and not guilty. Taillights don't bite. Well, Court TV has ended their live stream on YouTube, so there's that. Unfortunately, we're coming back tomorrow. They're not done yet. Thank you, Tracy, for your Venmo. Jonas, late here in Seoul. I have a 4 a.m. call trying to stay awake for good news and thinking good thoughts. Well, Jonas, go back to sleep because it ain't happening today. Betsy early this morning said, today's the day. No, not yet. Not yet. Stay in there. Thank you, Shelly, for your hot toddy recipe. Lisa, thank you so much. Says it seems like updating the verdict slip would be a no big whoop. Yeah, of course it would be a no big whoop, but not here. Not now. Not this time. Joan, why did the basement floor removal company never get questioned or subpoenaed? Well, because the person who jackhammered up the basement has close ties to the people who owned the house at the time, and therefore I do not think they would be a friendly witness. If you know, you know. Lisa, thank you for your generous Venmo. Your legal expertise and coverage of the Karen retrials are greatly appreciated. You're intelligent, serious, clear, and kind. I enjoy your channel and commentaries. The law colleagues you have introduced us to are also top-notch. Thank you, Lisa from Connecticut. Linda, thank you for thanking me. Marie says, this is a good one. Listen up. What do Vinnie Politan and Kelly Dever have in common? They both have bosses and their careers depend on what they say. That's awesome. Michelle, thanks for your very generous Venmo. Says, I've watched every stream from season 1 and 2, and I won't watch anywhere else. Thank you. Oh, I feel like we could be besties too, Michelle. Also, my face has subtitles too, she says. Thanks, Lori. Says Tom Hanks for Bobby Alessi. Beth says, great show. Thanks, Beth. Lauren, thanking me. Thank you, Lauren. Holly says, thanks for getting me through my 6-mile run. Well, can you run 6 miles for me too? Thank you. Kevin says, I sent you an email. Okay, I'll check later. Amanda, watching from Cancun on vacation. Love you. You know, it would make that better if you had your, I went to Cancun with the Turn on You Melody little sweatshirt on in Cancun. And you probably do. Lindsay, thanks for helping us get through this trial. Julie, very generous. Thank you. I'm heading to the courthouse tomorrow. A little under 5-hour drive. I will be, she says I will be listening to Paris Ray and the Crush. Love their music. That's awesome. Thank you, Julie. Riddle me this, says Dove's House. Why do true and false questions need both options? Because if only true is shown and it's left blank, we can't tell if the person meant false or just skipped the question entirely. Well done. I mean, well done. It seems like it would be easy to just add a not guilty box everywhere on that form, but no, it was denied quickly in Scribble Scrabble. L, wearing lipstick and bombs all day because of you, watching from a beautiful day in Colorado. Oh, my heart. My heart is in Colorado always. Free Henry, not guilty. Come on, universe, hear us all. I think it'll be tomorrow. The sun will come out tomorrow. The sun will come out tomorrow. How many people were ever in a school play of Annie? Raise your hand. I remember I saw Sarah Jessica Parker play Annie on Broadway back in the day when she was little. And we're like the same age, so long time ago. Steady breathing. I have to see a man every week. He doesn't know why I got smitten with him all of a sudden last year. He's the complete image of Unetti. Same build, height, hair, and mannerisms. His doppelganger. That's crazy. That is crazy. RPM. I think the fix is in with the jury. This should have been in the real world. Such an easy not guilty on all counts. Kangaroo court. I don't know. I'm not going to go that far. I'm not going to say the fix is in. It's okay. It's been it's been one full day of deliberations, you guys. One full day. They only deliberated for like an hour on Friday, And so maybe they want to go through all the evidence and maybe they've decided not guilty on everything. And now they're just arguing about whether she was drunk driving only. And it could be what's happening. And we don't know what is happening. We just don't know. Aaron Ashley says, bring in Auntie Deb, Nurse Kim, Larry Foreman, Bettero. This group would have me losing it with laughter. Thank you for being with us all day. Thank you. Like, I'm so chapped right now. We're glitchy. Catherine says, I'm the mom with the day who has leukemia. I'm so sorry. 2 daughters and much younger son. I can't imagine if this was my daughter on trial. 18, 17, 10. Oh boy. You have leukemia? I'm so sorry, Catherine Smith. Sending you all the healing vibes. Melanie Little's agro massage therapist. I need to see you today. Are you available? Can you come over? Can I DoorDash a massage? Thanks for your channel. Special shout out to Boots on the Ground and my friend Amber, who's there today. Hi. Okay. You guys are so crazy and incredible. There are 255 unread. No, not unread. Because wait, I read through some of these, but I didn't delete them. So I'm going to quickly put them up on screen and thank each and every one of you, because my mother always said you have to personally thank everyone. Thank you, Deanne. Thank you, Sandy B. Thank you, Duncan, Idaho. Thank you, Rachel B. Thank you, just Mimi Sue. Oh, your sweetheart. Thank you, DMB. No, I didn't, but I will go take Duty Ron's quizzes. BA Voice, thank you. Sonia Cassidy is Jen McCabe. I'll have to look her up. Don't know her. Kathy, thank you. Leanne, thank you. I Am Woman. Yep, I remember I Am Woman. 7th Gen Boston Irish, Natalie Portman to play Karen. Thank you. Mia's Dolphin, first chat. Love your merch. The zip hoodie is so comfy. It is. The Bella and canvas is so soft. Heard you have twins. Yep. Being a twin and growing up in Canton. Blessed. Baby and Melanie's latest at the Carnival Solo Cup for the wheels. Yes, go watch Karen Reed trial.ai on TikTok. The video is so cute. Thank you. And thank you. I am honored, Mia's Dolphin, that you would send me your first super chat ever. That makes my heart is full. Thank you. Inray, Celia V. Alessi. I've got Mary Louise Parker for Karen. She's technically older, but she looks young for her age. And has that beautiful, tough, smart girl who ended up in a jam vibe going on like she did on Weeds. Thank you. That's great. Thank you. Ginny, thanks for your 10. Next time I get a tech problem, I need this chat. Best genius bar ever. I know. I got to go back and read it. Although the problem seems to have resolved itself. So much ado about nothing. Connie, thank you for becoming a member. 7th Gen Boston Irish, Emily Blunt or Kira Knightley for Karen. Thank you, Lieutenant Pez Dispenser Tully. Wrenchler's Scandalous Ham, Sammy. Thank you. She loves my face. I love your face too. Becoming a cupcake cake is the best decision ever. And you've only been here for a month, so just imagine how much more fun we're going to have after this is over and we can move on to something else that maybe we're not as emotionally invested in. The problem is the cases that I cover, I do become emotionally invested in them. If Brian Camp was convicted, I might have had a nervous breakdown. He became our collective adopted son. If you didn't watch that trial, please go back and watch it. It was in Hampshire County, Massachusetts. Tom Kokonowski was his defense attorney. He's been on my channel several times. We love Tom Kokonowski. He defended Brian Camp. He was acquitted by a Hampshire County jury. He never should have been prosecuted in the first place. He killed a home intruder who tried to. Oh, now it says my order is approaching from Best Buy. So I guess they got another guy to deliver it, whatever. Please go watch the Brian Camp trial. It's only like 4 short videos on this channel. I have a playlist for it. These are the cases that I cover. Nobody was covering it except Kathy from Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. Court TV wouldn't touch it. The Massachusetts media did not want you to know about it. And Brian Camp became our adoptive son, our collective adopted son. And when he was acquitted, we cried like real tears. Like it was so emotional. And so that's why I cover cases that I'm passionate about. So yeah, I can't say we won't become emotionally invested in the next one, because we will. But we're out here fighting for justice, you know? I mean, somebody's got to do it. And a lot of people do. This has taken not only a village for the people who have been speaking out for Karen Read, but an army, like an army of people. I've met some of the nicest people I've ever known just from speaking on this case. The jury went home for the day. See, no verdict today. Sorry. Other YouTubers, people on Twitter, people on TikTok. I mean, look, Emily C. I didn't know Emily C. before I started covering this case. Please go follow her on Twitter. Go read her diary entries every day from the courthouse. She's hilarious. We didn't get to it, Emily, today because we had problems. Technically, it's not perjury. Technically, if you didn't understand the question, technically. So many amazing people that I've met from covering the Karen Read trial. It takes an army, not just a village, a freaking army. And we're not being paid by the defense. That is BS. They tried to spin that. But look, I would never have known the girl with the sunglasses if I didn't start covering this case and she popped up on my TikTok feed. I wouldn't know Auntie Deb. I wouldn't know the Glairer. I wouldn't know. I mean, I don't know if the defense team looks stressed. I didn't see that, Colleen. How long did the jury take to acquit Brian Camp? That's a great question, Jill. Does anybody remember? I think it was same day. I think they acquitted him same day. I don't know, Tom, if you're here. Everybody's tired. Everybody is tired. People are, everyone's tired. They are working 24/7 on this case. They are tired. It has brought out the best in people. People who really feel strongly about justice. Mark Betterow. I wouldn't know Mark Betterow if it wasn't for this case. He's my bestie. Now, so many people. Try to blow air into the charging thing. Oh, I have the air can. I blew air into it with the air can thingy. Thank you. Thank you, Pink. Thank you, BB. John Mayer as Dr. Daniel Wolf. Who has been in a couple of movies? Dave Matthews. Remember he was in that movie? I forget the movie. Something about a girl and a dog. A desire for civil discourse. Thank you. Thank you, TPMCB. Lauren, thank you. Lauren Musler. Virginia XM, thank you. Annie from Southie, thank you. Demarison Juliano, thank you so much. She says, I'm the only person she wants to be on verdict watch with. Thank you. Imagine how we will rejoice together at a not guilty. I know. From the UK. The UK is watching. Thank you, Pink216. That's hilarious. Jeff, do you think the fact that they're still deliberating means she will be found guilty? No. No. It means they're talking it through. Maybe they're hung on the drunk driving charge. I said this from the beginning, and I don't know if it's true because we may never. Okay, thank you, Not Guilty Rising. Brian Camp's deliberations were 4 hours. But I think there was also only one charge, right? The thing is, they may just be hung or not able to agree on the drunk driving. They may have acquitted. And I said that from the beginning. I said, when they added that, the defense wanted that added. I said, that may cause them to deliberate longer. Do you remember when I said that? I said, it may cause the deliberations to go on because some people may be like, hell no, they can't prove she was guilty of drunk driving because they didn't breathalyze her at the scene. She could have drank when she got home. And some of them may say, hell yes, because this guy said the extrapolation was XYZ. Winn-Dixie, thank you, Ashley Rose, because of Winn-Dixie. And that's not true. The longer the wait, it can't be good. No, it's not true. Remember, there have been some acquittals that have taken days and days and days. This literally is one day. They've been out for one day. So no, Jeff, I don't think so. But I love your question. Chandra Wilson from Grey's Anatomy to play the black lady that's out with Yuki one day. Oh, rescue Randy's compound fracture. You are on fire today. Are you a comedian? We all saw it. We all know what you're talking about. And we all love Grey's Anatomy. And yes, she would be perfect. Carrie Russell as Karen Read. Thank you. Tails. Thank you, Justin. WM3 took an Alfred plea because Arkansas sucks. Anna Kendrick is Karen Reed. That's an interesting one, strong leg. Karen Reed is tall. Anna Kendrick is short. And so I don't know. I don't know, but I do like Anna Kendrick. I don't know how old she is. Storm Dancer, thank you. Sharon, thank you. Melissa, Bubba, Tebow Ducks, thank you. Goalie Russ, OKG. The Pickin' Pilgrim. Slinky. Woohoo Worldwide. Says I should play myself. Ice Cream Truck Special. Free silver bracelets. Big Bird is Brennan. Chell D. Willem Dafoe. Eileen, thank you. Laura Linney. Jody Lynn. Thank you. Amanda Pete for Karen Reed. She's great in Friends and Neighbors. John Hamm's wife. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of too. I'm watching that show right now. I got to get back to it. Jason Statham says more of a Lessie. Yo Kelly, thank you. Odin's Fur Mom, thank you. Dawn, thank you. John Hamm is Unetti, thank you, Dawn. Tracy Davis, thank you. Another Anna Kendrick vote. Do the jurors see the supporters outside? I think they do. They're there. I don't know if they go out the back door, but I'm pretty sure they see them. You guys can let me know. Do they go out a back door? I mean, I'm not there, but it's a great question. Tag Kim McMillan in your answer. Jen, thank you. Thank you to the following people. Sassy Lou, Matt617 Boston, professor in mathematics and science. Karma knows your address. Oh, I love it. Kelly, Sherry, Mick of Time, Team Wicked Smart versus Pure Wicked. The other Linda, Anna, John, Leslie, Vivendo con Edna. Tallis, Tribal Girl. They do go out the back. They don't see anyone. Okay. Well, they didn't have to find 18 people who had never heard of this case. They just had to find 18 people who didn't already have a preconceived opinion on guilt or innocence, right? Who could be fair. They had to find 18 people who could be fair. Anybody who hadn't heard of this first trial was living under a rock, and you wouldn't want them on your jury anyway. Ken Weber says, considering the fact that OUI is jail time, why would the defense ask for it? There's no way Aunt Bev lets Karen Reed walk out of the courtroom and guilty is feasible. Well, she's only convicted on the OUI. Although the statute says up to 2.5 years, if the judge were to, and this is what Massachusetts lawyers tell me, if the judge were to sentence her to any prison time, it would be quickly overturned on appeal because she would be the first one ever. And so the defense asked for it because I'm imagining the juror who now sits on the defense team from the first trial says, listen, this is what people wanted to do. I think you should include it. And that way it gives some finality here and it's over. That's what I think. Nana Bear looking at AJ now. Ben Affleck, thank you. Arthur, thank you. Aria became a member. Welcome. Sidebar Bev says, can we read John's lips when he responds to Higgins calling him out? I just noticed John responding in the side-by-side video at the bar. I don't know. I didn't read him. I didn't know. Maybe someone did. Thank you, Jeanette, for becoming a member. And Christine, thanks for the DoorDash money. Watching the OnlyFans motion for Melody to join in and stream the Monday Fun Day with Andrea Runkle Defense Diaries sequel to Friday's Fun Times. I'm exhausted and I couldn't host because I was having tech issues. We tried. It just didn't work. Yo, Mel, how fast can they dash you some red? Yo, we did that one before. Thank you. Thank you from the UK. Pie Wacket. Kevin. Ham Sandwich. Tammy. If convicted, how fast could she be pardoned? I don't know how it works in Massachusetts, Tammy. Mary. KJ. Oh my God, what time is it? 3:19. Mickey, who's the guy behind AJ during closing? Gray hair. Gray tie. Behind the defense text person, not with the O'Keefes, and looks like a fat. I don't know. Anybody knows? You know, it could be. It could be Joe Krowski Sr. He's there every day. He's like Hank Brennan's biggest cheerleader. I don't know, though. Oh, during the closing? I'm not sure. Thank you. Amory, John, Sarah Buckley, Lalo Me, Lisa A, Justin Watts, Blueberry Bubblegum, Kimberly, Mersteeler Girl, 7th generation Boston Irish. I'm mad at Ben Affleck and I'm mad at Ben Affleck and the other one for not having an opinion on this. Ben Affleck and what the hell's his name? The one who was married to Jennifer Garner. Oh, that's Ben Affleck. Matt Damon. Where are they? Free Karen Reed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Team Wicked Smart versus Pure Wicked. Thank you, Peavy's dad and Breezy and Stinkerbell and Jane or Janet. I'm sorry. Deb. Mike from Providence. Smitty. Hannah. Wendy Darling. Nana Banana. Robert. De Niro. We went through all these, I think. Pokey. Breezy. Listen, I got to put all these up. People get mad if you don't put up their super chats. It's a thing. It's really a thing. Judd Welcher. Thank you. Chandra. Tallis. Elizabeth. Shannon. Technically perjury. And there's no questions in here. Otherwise, I would read them. Therese. Thank you. Jim G. Mary B. Awkward. Wait, Chell. The duck walked up to the lemonade stand. Michelle. Gwyneth Paltrow is me? No. Hannah, that's nice, but she's skinny. Joey Walsh. Jen. Shannon. Palumbo Genofi. Edie Falco. Marissa, better with the Irish. Sadie. Karen, I think Karen Reed should play herself to earn some money after she's found not guilty, says Karen. Sadie. Matthew McConaughey. AIOFE. And I know how to pronounce this name because my daughter has a friend. Oh, man. I'm going to screw it up, aren't I? Aoife? I'm sorry if I butchered it, but thanks for becoming a member. Sidebar Bev, Shrek as Paul O'Keefe. Aoife. It is Aoife. I was right. Thank you, Fairy Raven. Yay, me. I listen. I'm a mom who listens. See? Aoife. I did it. Joe. I did it, Fairy Raven. That makes me really happy. See, it's the little things. Shrek as Paul O'Keefe, says Sidebar Bev. The Breeze. What the hell's taking so long? Well, they're gone for the day. I'm a little behind on these super chats. Thank you, Jack. Wendy Darling. Linda Tripp for Auntie Bev, says Dix Ray. Thanks, Sheila. Thanks, Brooke. Happy Karen Reed Day from Southern Norway. Thanks, Jeanette. Erin Toby McGuire as Barrows. Thank you, Kev and Lauren. Magical Menagerie. Do you think the jurors have any idea how big this case really is? Oh, yeah. Considering they're not supposed to know anything beyond what's presented in court. I mean, yeah. I mean, look, she said, leave the case at home. Leave the case here. It's hard. I know it's hard. I know it's really hard not to look at your phone. Every time they turn on their phone, they must have a million notifications from TikTok with Karen Reed videos, And so I do think they know that it's big. What do you think? Do you think they know that it's big? Theorist. Another vote for Natalie Portman. Whoever said Piper Parabo as Karen nailed it, says Devin. I haven't seen her in a long time. I got to look it up. Hannah will only accept Meryl Streep for Auntie Bev. Thank you, Dave Hackett. Andrea Clark, I'll get to you in a sec because that's good info. Thank you, Marae. Lizzie. Chandra. And Elise. You guys all have some really great casting ideas. Angela, Vince Vaughn as Alessi. Vince Vaughn is super tall. He's like 6'4". How tall is Bob Alessi? Does anybody know? I love Vince Vaughn. Amanda Pete is 53. Okay, so she's too old to play Karen. You guys are really having fun with this. Monkey number 3. We love Toni Collette. Thank you, Castle Rocker Mom. It just did. JDI Auto. Lauren Graham, says Nicole Marie. James, Elizabeth Banks. Thank you, Toasty Buns. Is Gilbert Gottfried still alive? I don't know. Thank you, Judd Welcher. Thank you, Kelly. Dave Hackett. Chloe Albert's Revenge. I love Rose Byrne. Yeah, Rose Byrne was great in Damages. You know what? Glenn Close and Rose Byrne. We could get them back together, Glenn Close and Rose Byrne. That would be cool. No, my poor daughter, who I need to have something notarized for, says verdict today. No, sorry, I still can't get that thing notarized. Who wants to tell her? Just me. Anonymous nobody. I did try multiple outlets. Yep. It's working now. I don't know. Chaffee, thank you. Thank you, Bill. Priscilla. Funniest comment today. No, they can't be in my fake film. They aren't showing support with their following. That was good, right? Thank you, Priscilla. I know I didn't get a lot of jokes today in, but Larry Foreman as Dr. Wolf. This is Kay. Circa, thank you. Twice Baked Potato. Carmen Matters. Stina G. Nathan. Hannah, I'm getting exhausted, you guys. Bear. USMC Cowgirl, can you tell? I'm out of gas. County Cork. Terry Wright, I'm here at the courthouse and Mr. Reed said it's not happening today. I'm here. Thank you. Well, there's some good info. We were here for it and it didn't happen. Thank you, Nick. J. Michael, if they vote not guilty on 1 and 3, but hang on a lesser included on 2, is that a mistrial? If they acquit on the primary charge, yes. It is hung on count 2. They would have the opportunity to retry on Tor Dash and Notary, I wish. They would have to decide whether or not to retry her on count 2 only. Thank you, Roxanne. I'm just putting these up. I can't even read anymore, okay? Okay. Until there's a question. Because you wouldn't believe, like, if I don't put up somebody's $2 super chat, my inbox blows up. You didn't read my super chat. I'm like, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Party, thank you. Never thank you. I've heard that Maureen Hancock is not a fan of Karen Reed, so I can't allow that. I'm sorry. Simply. Sienna Miller for Karen. I don't think so. That would be good. I mean, you guys have really great ideas. Some really great ideas here. Thank you, Mama of 7 Monsters. How do you do it? Thank you, Rescue Randy's Compound Fracture. You're very kind. Andrew says, I just left there and the bus is parked in the back on a very narrow street. I was walking my dog around the building. I'm wearing pink. So yeah, they can see people. I was the only one though. Andrea Collins was a VIP guest of Beyonce's mom the other day. That's amazing, Andrea. Glad you got to go to Beyonce. That's amazing. Oh, you have a daughter with leukemia. I'm sorry. All right. Apologies in advance to anybody. I think there's maybe like 10 or 15 that I can't put up because I'm running out of gas and time. But I love you with all of my heart. And I love you all for every super chat that you send me because you're amazing. And I'm going to see you again tomorrow. So don't worry. We will be back. Karen's already paid enough for her OUI. Guilty verdict will not be justice for John. I know. The way all the cameras in their face when they left the courthouse is crazy, said Kendra. That is crazy. Somebody said Mark Betterow is going to be on Young Jerks tonight at 7, so go check it out. All right. That's it. I'm going to wrap. I got to go rest my voice. I'm going to see you early tomorrow. Around 9 a.m. again tomorrow. We're going to do this all again tomorrow. It's like the same dream every day. It's Groundhog Day. It is it's Groundhog Day. It's Truman Show. It is all of those things. And thank the moderators because really they are like amazing, and they probably want to kill me. It's not my fault. That was a really day. I love you guys so much. I could never ever have this channel there. You guys are the best. You know you are. You're the best. You're the best. Everyone's getting a DoorDash from me. Thank you all, moderators, and replay viewers, everyone smash the like button, do the things that YouTube likes, do all the things. Thank you for everything. And thank you for spending your whole entire day with me, all 8 hours and 20 minutes and 33 seconds of it, even though there was no verdict. We still had fun, right? We still had fun. Sorry if I missed any super chats, but this girl's tired and my voice is shot and I gotta go. But I love you with all my heart, and I will see you really soon tomorrow. And in the meantime, stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. You can do it. I know you can. You can totally, totally do it. And the day that there's a verdict, we're going to be going for like probably 12 hours. So we got to rest up. Everybody go get some sleep, okay? Smash the like button. Thank you all. Peace, my friends. Peace. Free Karen Read.